This simple peasant ended the Thousand-Year War without even having a single clue how. You see, the entire world had been locked in a brutal war for years. On one side, we have the highly attractive Demon Queen who easily defeated the greatest warriors and completely enslaved all of humanity. On the very other side, there is the legendary Holy Sword, which literally represents humanity's absolute greatest hero in the ongoing fight against the demons. Do you want to know what the ultimate plot twist of this whole drama is? Well, both of them actually abandoned their grand titles just to live with this humble peasant, completely leaving the war behind. In reality, the war has now become something entirely different. They are currently fighting each other just to see who gets to keep him. Honestly, this endless fight could easily go on forever, and I wouldn't even mind at all. This Demon Queen is easily the most feared in all of history. Yet she is so insanely in love that she gets incredibly jealous of any single woman who dares to get close to him. And she even desperately wants to have a child with him. Now, the absolute million-dollar question here is, what kind of crazy charm does this peasant actually have? How on earth did he manage to win over so many gorgeous girls? The honest truth is that this peasant's name is Li Ping, and he is actually the fully awakened hero destined to defeat the Demon Queen. But all he ever wanted was to just focus on farming in absolute peace. Since he is indeed a hero, he possesses some incredibly broken, overpowered abilities. Believe it or not, his ordinary water can turn a novice mage into a powerful archmage, and his everyday kitchen knives literally have instant death effects. It is so utterly absurd that even the Dwarf King with over 700 years of blacksmithing experience actually fell to his knees before him. What's more, using just a simple twig, fertilizer, and some holy water, he grew a giant magic tree and revived several elves who were completely dead. In short, this peasant is basically a god, which is exactly why every single girl wants to have his baby. The only real question that remains is, how exactly did the Demon Queen go from being a ruthless, cold-blooded villain to basically becoming the peasant's obedient little lapdog, and how did she become so strong in the first place? Well, it all starts during the single greatest war among the world's races. Humans, dragons, dwarves, and elves all joined forces against the massive demon army, but in the end, they were utterly and completely defeated. That was the fateful day Elizabeth became the Demon Queen, claimed the throne, and enslaved absolutely everyone. A bold priest told her straight to her face, warning that a chosen hero would inevitably appear to put an end to her reign. Hearing this, one of her henchmen simply kicked the priest right in the face and was on the very verge of killing the old man right then and there. Just as a quick side note, this particular henchman was actually trained to be the hero himself, but he betrayed everyone and chose to become a demon instead. The queen got quite curious about this prophecy and ordered her henchmen to stop. The priest then explained that when the hero finally appeared and pulled the legendary sword from the earth, humanity would defeat the demons and reclaim the entire world. The hilarious thing is, that legendary sword was sitting right there in her own castle. Knowing this very well, the queen set up a clever trap, keeping her entire army on high alert 24/7, just waiting to slaughter the supposed hero. But the years just kept passing by. 1 year went by, then 2, 3, 4, and the guy simply never showed up. After literally rotting away for 15 long years, the queen was practically foaming at the mouth from the sheer desperation of waiting. To be completely honest, nobody even cared about the hero anymore. Since humans, trolls, lizardmen, and elves were already living in peace, everyone was actually hoping the hero wouldn't return just to avoid starting another massive war. So the queen gathered all of her close advisors to demand some news, but absolutely nobody had even the slightest clue where the supposed hero of the prophecy was. That was the exact moment when the queen completely lost her mind and did something incredibly crazy. She decided to pull out the very sword that was quite literally made to kill her. Everyone panicked instantly and begged her to stop, but the woman unleashed such an overwhelming amount of power that she brought down the entire castle. After pulling with all her might, she ripped the sword right out of the ground. At the very moment she grabbed the weapon, her vision shot across the entire world, stopping at a very simple little house on a small, isolated farm. Absolutely convinced that the hero was hiding out there, she immediately teleported herself away, completely ignoring her henchmen who were begging to go with her. Then we transition over to the quiet life on that farm. A young guy is working away in peace, wiping the sweat from his brow and saying, "Farming is just so peaceful." And yes, he truly is indeed the legendary hero. Before arriving in this fantasy world, he used to work all day long and barely had any hobbies. The only thing he genuinely enjoyed was watching farming TikToks on his daily commute to work. He always thought that a totally carefree life as a farmer sounded absolutely perfect. So, he ended up getting transported to this new world. A beginner-friendly system taught him basic survival skills like weapon handling and hunting, and he absolutely loved it. This was exactly the peaceful farming life he had always wanted, right up until the system announced that the tutorial was officially over and it was finally time to begin his grand adventure. But he just thought to himself, why should I ever leave if life on this farm is so incredibly quiet? The system tried to explain that once he left the starting village, he would meet others, learn magic and swordsmanship, grow much stronger, become the legendary hero, and eventually kill the Demon Queen. But he outright refused. He had absolutely zero interest in killing her. He just wanted to stay right here and live in peace. Even so, the system just kept on insisting. It kept begging him over and over to start the adventure because she was actively slaughtering everyone. Day in and day out, it sent him that same message time and time again. Pretty soon, he realized that the system couldn't actually do anything besides complain. So he made up his mind to stay there forever. Since it was the starting village, it had a special protective barrier that made it completely undetectable. Time there also moved much slower to speed up his growth. The days were so incredibly productive that he could farm, hunt, blacksmith, and meditate all in a single day. Of course, he still didn't know much of anything about swords or magic, but he didn't care at all. After all, he never had any plans of leaving anyway. Then, one day, the system got totally fed up and literally started throwing insults at him. It kept complaining that he was only wasting points on farming items, constantly calling him an absolute disgrace when he was actually supposed to be killing the Demon Queen. Right after that, the system completely broke down, literally exploded. He never received another single message ever again, and his life honestly became even more quiet and peaceful. One day, while he was out gathering food, he says to himself that it's finally time to eat. Then he suddenly remembers that he accidentally left his small axe back in the woods and has to go right back to retrieve it. But at that exact moment, the entire sky turns dark with a strange, ominous energy. The hero just thinks, "Oh no, please, not right now." At the very same time, the queen appears high up in the sky, declaring that she has finally found the legendary hero of the prophecy. He, meanwhile, is running like crazy because he left his clothes and fish hanging outside, and if it rains, they will be completely ruined. As he rushes to bring them inside, he feels incredibly relieved to have made it just in time. Otherwise, the fish and clothes would have been absolutely soaked. Then the mechanical dog right by his side begins to bark loudly. The hero asks him to please go inside before it starts raining, but the little dog urgently signals for him to look up. He narrows his eyes and asks what on earth that thing in the sky is. Hearing this, the queen gets extremely annoyed and snaps back at him. "What do you mean, thing?" Realizing she is upset, he quickly apologizes and says he was simply too far away to see her clearly. The queen decides to confirm if he truly is the real hero and sends something down to him. It is the legendary sword, and the moment it reaches him, it flies directly into his hand. That completely confirms it. He is definitely the guy. On the other hand, the queen gets highly irritated seeing that he doesn't even want the sword, and she starts wondering if he is secretly hiding his true power. She boldly declares that she, Elizabeth, the single strongest demon queen in history, will eliminate him once and for all. The hero is utterly terrified and also quite upset because the system clearly said that absolutely nobody could ever find him there. The little dog keeps barking at him, and he finally understands. If the prophecy says they were truly destined to meet, then there is absolutely nothing left to do. He drops the sword and walks right back to his house, as if he had completely accepted whatever is coming. If he's going to die anyway, he much prefers to die quietly at home. He is never trained, has zero skill with the sword, and knows no magic at all, so he simply plans to lie down in his bed and just let it happen. But the queen saw it in a completely different way. To her, it looked as though he was saying he didn't even need to defend himself, that his little dog was more than enough, and that she should attack him with absolutely everything she had. That only made her incredibly furious. This damn hero was being unbelievably arrogant. So she launched a massive meteor shower right at the house. But the little dog quickly scanned her power level, loaded a full barrage of missiles, and fired them directly against her attack, completely neutralizing it. Seeing that, the queen narrowed her eyes. So the legendary hero is that arrogant, huh? Was he seriously planning to rely on a thinking magic tool? To her, none of that mattered. Before her, everything else was absolutely beneath her. Then the sky turned a deep purple, and she gathered a crushing, devastating spell. She was completely done playing around. The little dog calculated again, formed a dense black sphere, and launched it against her attack. She tells him not to resist. That spell was fully capable of erasing the entire continent, but the moment the black sphere touched it, it turned into a literal black hole that swallowed all of the queen's power, and she just vanished. Staring blankly at the house, she is utterly stunned. Did her magic seriously just disappear? What on earth did he do from inside there? Inside, the hero is simply lying down on the bed, just waiting to die. Then the queen goes down to fight the little dog herself. It seems she had severely underestimated it, so she unleashes all of her raw strength, declaring that now she will go all the way to the end. The little dog loads even more missiles, and a massive explosion follows immediately. Meanwhile, the hero peacefully sleeps through the entire thing. After a little while, he wakes up, completely confused. Am I dead? No? Then what is going on? How strange, I'm still at home. I should probably look outside. Nervously, he reaches out his hand toward the doorknob, deeply afraid that the queen might be waiting right outside to kill him. So he only peeks through the door and sees her right there, holding the little dog in a terrible, broken state. The hero screams, calling the dog Wang Kai. In a mocking voice, the queen apologizes in a falsely sweet way, saying she just had to completely destroy the magic tool he seemed so proud of. Shocked, he asks if they can at least talk first. The queen replies that yes, they can, right after she kills him. But on the inside, she is completely panicking. How could that tool force her to use absolutely all of her power? Was this really the end for Queen Elizabeth? And right then, she passes out and falls heavily to the ground. The hero runs toward her, asking if she is okay. Her armor begins to power down, and her magic completely vanishes. Everything covering her starts to disappear, and our protagonist, of course, gets a massive nosebleed. Later that night, she wakes up in a bed, completely handcuffed. The moment she realizes her situation, she instantly curses herself. How on earth could she, Queen Elizabeth, the single strongest being in centuries, possibly lose in such an utterly pathetic way? Even worse, he didn't even bother to kill her. He simply locked her up just to show off his absolute power. She tries to break free completely in vain and thinks to herself, damn it, another completely unknown legendary weapon. What kind of hidden power was this hero actually concealing? She looks all around her at some random chess pieces and cards, thinking, I have never seen anything like this here before. He was far more cunning than I ever thought, and I had severely underestimated him. Just then, the hero walks right in carrying some snacks. She glares at him with pure hatred and says that if he wants to kill her, that's fine, but she is absolutely not going to beg for mercy. He, meanwhile, is only thinking about just how incredibly dangerous she is. This is his only actual way to stay alive, so he asks her if they can please talk. He explains to her that the handcuffs were honestly just a precaution because, truthfully, he is terrified of her. She is just too scary. That only confuses her even more and makes her feel like he is just mocking her. He says that this whole thing was probably just a big misunderstanding and that he will take off the handcuffs so they can speak calmly. But inside his mind, he's thinking, if you don't understand the difference, listen up. I am freeing you just so you can see that you can't do anything and you must obey. She literally boils with rage at such an open threat to the Demon Queen. He casually adds that, even without handcuffs, she still won't be able to stop him anyway, so they might as well just talk. Frustrated, she admits to herself that she completely underestimated him. Even she knows exactly when to back down. But someday he will definitely pay for this unbelievable arrogance. Trembling all over, the hero steps out of the room and tells her to get some rest. Then he completely breaks the fourth wall and tells us that we are probably wondering why on earth he didn't just kill the demon queen. He read in the books of this world that they often come right back to life immediately after dying, so killing her wouldn't actually solve a single thing. The only real answer is to end the conflict itself. There can no longer be a war between the queen and him. If she stops being a threat, maybe he can actually become friends with her and they can live in peace. The crazy hero starts laughing all by himself, while the queen thinks that he is still openly laughing right in her face. The protagonist picks up the little dog and says, "Hey, buddy, are you doing okay?" Seeing that, the queen says, "So this is your absolute most powerful magic tool?" He knows very well that it isn't actually a magic tool, just something he built when he was completely bored. But he simply says, "Yeah, you could pretty much call it that." It was one of his very last creations. A tiny smile crosses her face. Perfect. This was her absolute chance. Having the shackles off finally allowed her to use her secret abyss magic to recover immediately. Now, with his robot out of the way, the fight had completely tilted in her favor. It was the perfect moment to kill him, and she even apologizes for breaking his toy. But he calmly says that it's no big deal. The memory card is still right here, right behind him. She prepares her attack. This was the absolute perfect moment to finish off the legendary hero. Then he adds that he already made 6 more bodies for the little dog anyway, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about. She is completely left speechless. He inserts the memory card and the little dog instantly powers back up. It starts jumping around happily, and the hero says that he really likes the company, but since they can be a total mess, he usually only keeps one active at a time. To her, this entire thing seems like a calculated trap meant to utterly humiliate her. Seeing his twisted smile, she drops right back onto the bed, completely unable to understand any of this. It can't be absolutely impossible. Then she catches a scent and asks what that smell is. He says that she passed out, so he prepared a nice warm meal for her. It's cooked with ingredients that he grew entirely by himself. And after living for so long as a farmer, his agricultural skill is completely maxed out. She looks at the food and asks why he even bothered. Only weak people actually need to eat. She has already moved way past that. Even so, the aroma completely draws her in, and she really wants to try a bite. He says that he grew all the grains and vegetables entirely on his own, and asks her to please taste it. In reality, he just wants to settle this whole thing with food. She keeps hesitating, but finally takes a single bite and goes completely silent. The hero worries that, even after years of cooking, maybe his food just doesn't satisfy someone as incredibly important as the Demon Queen. But she takes another bite, then another, and yet another, thinking that the meat literally explodes in her mouth like fireworks. With a rich and deeply natural flavor, it is also completely packed with magic power. She never imagined that the food of this world could ever satisfy even the Demon Queen. She just can't help swallowing every single last piece of meat. Then, all of a sudden, something burns fiercely inside her, and she complains that it is way too spicy. What on earth did he put in this food? Startled, the hero says that he only put in a little bit of chili because he personally likes it. Can she seriously not handle spicy food? While she suffers, she thinks to herself that she should have known. Of course, he wasn't being kind at all. He was simply using her as a test subject. He quickly brings her some soup, saying it will calm the burning right down. She looks at him and thinks that first he gave her poison, and now he offers the antidote. She was completely in his hands. It is a deeply uncomfortable feeling. Then the flavor hits her so incredibly hard that she feels like she is floating straight up to heaven. With the hero's meat still in her mouth, everything feels warm, peaceful, absolutely perfect. The war between the Demon Queen and him suddenly seems completely meaningless. She only wants to completely forget about everything and just live in absolute peace, because now she truly sees just how incredibly small she really is. The food contains such a massive amount of magic that it actually forces her to evolve. as her power rapidly increases, she feels even more completely confused. She glares right at him and tells him to just stop pretending. What was it that he actually wanted from her? Awkwardly, he says that he honestly just wanted to test if the Demon Queen and the hero could actually live together. But she hears something else entirely. To her, he is saying that she is the single one worthy of being his research subject. He will train her until maybe one day she can finally challenge him. Then he asks her if she agrees, adding that he will just keep making delicious food for her anyway. Meanwhile, she is completely losing her mind. A true warrior could easily die, but never endure such pure humiliation, let alone the great Queen Elizabeth. She is absolutely convinced that his grand plan is to make her stronger, just to see if she will ever stand a chance against him. After thinking it over, she turns right around, gets up from the bed, and boldly declares that she accepts, but under two strict conditions. First, it is absolutely not because she fears him, but because she wants to reach the absolute top and become the strongest in the world. The hero is completely bewildered. Did the Demon Queen seriously not realize that she could just kill him? Still, she continues. Second, as long as she remains here, she will never bow her head or submit to him. Her pride as the great queen must absolutely never be stained. If that line is ever crossed, she will completely destroy him, even if it costs her everything. He accepts in total embarrassment. Alright then, let's just be friends. She looks at him dead serious and says that it's perfectly fine for him to do his research. And one more thing. If there is ever something tasty, he better give her some. The hero happily agrees. A whole year has passed. 1 year later, he is actually using the legendary sword of the prophecy just to chop firewood, while thinking to himself that things have gotten so much more complicated. Ever since the queen burst in, the special spell that hid his house from the world completely vanished. Now, dangerous monsters constantly roam nearby, but not a single one dares to attack as long as they feel the queen inside. The problem here is quite obvious. If she leaves, his home is probably completely lost. From inside, the queen screams out, asking why on earth lunch isn't even ready yet. He knows very well that he can't let her leave. He desperately needs her there for protection. Inside, the thoroughly spoiled queen is busy watching high-quality video recordings. After a full year of non-stop eating, she has gotten a little bit chubby and now complains that she is totally tired of the same old videos. Does he have anything else left from that system? He tells her that the system disappeared a long time ago and then calls her over for lunch. She thinks about getting up, but decides against walking. Instead, she summons a pair of tiny wings and just flies straight to the table. Staring at him, she asks what kind of poison those potatoes actually have, because the more she eats, the lazier she feels. In her head, he is actively weakening her with tasty food and slow-acting poison, while completely corrupting her mind with those shameless recordings. He awkwardly explains to her that potatoes simply have a lot of calories, and that eating way too many makes you gain weight and feel sluggish. She looks right down at her belly, then uses her magic and instantly converts all that stored energy into pure mana. Within seconds, she looks absolutely stunning again. Our hero is completely amazed that magic can actually do even that. She flashes him a sharp glare and tells him that his little plan has failed once again. He just shrugs his shoulders and admits that he is quite disappointed, then tells her to just eat already. She checks the table and highly praises today's food. As she begins to completely devour it, he casually thinks that no matter how much she eats, he always ends up cooking even more. He will just have to get used to it, since they will probably be living like this for a very long time. Of course, she completely misunderstands him, thinking that he plans to fatten her up before killing her. So he stands up and says he will bring out the dessert. By this moment, she is absolutely boiling inside, fully convinced that he has been raising her like livestock with magical food. She has evolved more than 10 times this year, so surely she is already strong enough to finally challenge him. To her, this is the absolute final battle. But right at that exact moment, he comes back with her absolute favorite pudding and happily offers it to her. Her eyes completely light up and she rushes to eat it. He can't help but think that even being the Demon Queen, she is actually pretty easy to handle if you just feed her well. The story then cuts over to an old man running away with a blonde girl. They are being closely pursued by figures in dark purple capes and white masks, who keep launching attacks at them until a magic cage completely traps them and forces them to fight. The man is actually her father, and he turns to tell her that he will hold them off, so she must run directly toward the city and seek refuge. The girl completely refuses, saying she won't leave him behind and won't escape all by herself. But her father replies that he promised her mother he would protect her right until the very end. Meanwhile, the masked creatures begin to charge an enormous spell. The father decides it is finally time to use his absolute strongest power and unleashes a massive slash of white light that cuts the sorcerer completely in half. But the enemy is not normal at all. Its slimy body immediately regenerates. The daughter fires an arrow, but it passes right through without doing any damage. Her father screams that it won't work and begs her to flee to the city. A monster throws a massive punch, and even though he blocks it, he goes flying from the impact. He crashes heavily against a rock, gravely injured and completely covered in blood. Even so, he tells her not to help him and to just run away. Then the creatures begin to fuse together into a giant monster. The daughter desperately begs them, offering to go voluntarily if they only spare her father's life. Instead, she feels that death is closing right in on her, when all of a sudden, a massive giant mammoth bursts out of nowhere and completely crushes the creature. There is a whole house sitting right on the mammoth's back, on top of which an old ninja frog leader is calmly sitting, and right on his head, a little doghouse that holds the hero's tiny robot dog. The frog asks the dog what they should actually do with these totally helpless humans. The little dog says not to do them any harm and to just take them right back to the master. Later on, the girl wakes up inside his house, completely confused and looking all around her. She wonders where on earth she is and what exactly has happened. The very last thing she remembers is her poor father dying right by her side. She jumps right up, runs toward the door, and throws it wide open. Outside, her father is openly posing for our hero, who is asking him how to get a muscular body like that. The man says that a warrior's body is the absolute basic requirement, and that the boy should really take better care of himself. He notices her and realizes that this must be that famous warrior class she has heard so much about. Nearby, the little dog spins around happily all over the place around the queen, but she harshly kicks him away and screams that nobody ever told him to bring those incredibly weak humans to her house. The dog immediately begins to cry. Meanwhile, our hero just keeps on touching the father's muscles and marvels at how insanely strong he is. The man says that if the great Li Ping doesn't mind, he won't hide a single thing either. Then he rips off his clothes and just stands there looking amazed. The daughter can only think to herself, "Dad, what on earth are you doing?" Then, he finally notices that she is fully awake. Our hero starts trying to explain exactly what happened, but the Demon Queen interrupts him first and tells the girl that now that she is awake, she should just leave. She even strictly warns her that she was here first. Trying to calm absolutely everyone down, Li Ping tells them to just relax and come right inside. He serves some tea and sincerely apologizes because he has nothing special to offer. He lives out in the countryside and takes care of everything entirely by himself, so everything is quite simple. The girl asks her father if this is that miraculous potion he mentioned that healed him instantly. Embarrassed, our hero says that calling it miraculous is a huge exaggeration. It's honestly just boiled water with a few herbs. Off to the side, the queen is absolutely furious, wondering why on earth that foolish dog brought two weak humans here. Is she herself not enough for this house? The father begins to explain. He remembers being totally unconscious, and then the dog brought him here. A single sip of that drink made him completely transcend, fully healed him, and made him stronger than ever before. He tells his daughter that without the great Li Ping, he would have never seen her again. She looks at the tea, completely surprised that something so incredibly valuable is offered so casually. Our hero just laughs and says that adventurers are way too polite. It's fine, just drink it. So they thank him and take a sip. Instantly, both of them transcend through a massive avalanche of strange, wild visions and end up crying flat on the ground in the middle of the cornfield. Birds spin all around them, and even a strange alien spaceship seems to fly right over them. When it finishes, the father has gone from a 3-star archmage right up to a 4-star, while the girl ascends from a 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage. He tells her that their levels increased instantly, and she replies that even her mother's elven blood fully awakened with the drink, so much so that she even grew elven ears. Both are completely stunned by how incredibly strong Li Ping must be. Compared directly to him, they feel hopelessly small. Seeing that, our hero kindly offers to pour them another cup. Crying, the father quickly refuses, saying that this is already more than enough. In his heart, he sees Mr. Li Ping as someone truly sent from heaven and doesn't want to burden him any further. He agrees, although he thinks to himself that he would have liked to serve better food and drink. The only problem is that Elizabeth hid absolutely everything, and if he touches a thing, she will be completely furious. Right at that exact moment, she boldly declares that everything here belongs to her, so he better not take anything else. He sighs and says that it's true. He really has nothing else to offer. Then he apologizes for what happened and asks who exactly attacked them. The father explains that they were attacked because of his daughter's elven blood. Her mother was a great elven saint, but her father was human, and elven law strictly forbids marriage with other races. So the hero asks if the elves are actively hunting them down, but the queen steps in and says that's a total lie. Interracial marriage was banned by the queen a very long time ago, right after she conquered the world. The father says that it's complicated. After the girl's mother had to return to the elves, he spent all this time hiding his daughter away. Li Ping then asks how they managed to find them if they had kept themselves completely hidden. The father explains that in reality, the mother was offered up as a sacrifice. Ever since she returned to the elves stopped pursuing them, but now the Black Guild of their kingdom is actively searching for them. The protagonist looks sideways at the queen, wondering if this has something to do with her. She glares right at him and points her finger, making him apologize immediately. Then she sits down and demands that they explain why that Black Guild is capturing elves. The father says that the guild is doing dangerous experiments on live bodies to revive the Demon Queen, and that they need elves as materials. They are so incredibly desperate that even his daughter, who is not pure-blooded, is being actively hunted down. Li Ping looks at her again, thinking silently to himself that this really seems to be directly related to her. The queen grabs him and violently shakes him, warning him not to even think about that. Then she argues that it makes absolutely no sense. She has been right here for the entire past year, and he has seen her every single day, so she couldn't have gone anywhere at all. The father and daughter are completely and utterly lost. The queen murmurs that after only a single year of her absence, the world has turned into this, and asks who has been spreading the rumor that she is dead. But they tell her that Queen Elizabeth has been missing for more than 500 long years. If she were still alive, she would have appeared and conquered the entire world all over again. So absolutely everyone believes she is dead. Li Ping bites his finger and thinks, 500 years? She has only been with me for one. Sitting down, the queen asks what kind of rumors people are actually spreading about her death. The elf explains that, according to the ancient legend, the legendary hero defeated the queen. Her father adds that the battle lasted for over a month, until the great hero gave his life to save the continent and died together with the demon queen. Hearing that, the queen glares at them with pure malice, then completely drags the couple into a world of absolute death. The daughter asks where they are, and her father realizes that the queen truly intends to kill them right there. Then the queen declares that the entire story is a complete lie. Li Ping happily agrees and says that the rumor must be false because he is indeed the legendary hero, or at least that's exactly what the system told him. The father and daughter are left completely speechless, utterly dumbfounded and frozen in absolute awe. The protagonist calmly begins to explain the situation. He says that the person they have actually been talking about this whole time is none other than Queen Elizabeth herself. Upon hearing this, the two of them almost instantly collapse from such a massive overload of new information. It is simply way too much for them to process at once. But from the Queen's own point of view, she completely interprets his words in a totally different way, feeling as though this absolute idiot is openly mocking her after having kept her under tight control for so long. That thought makes her grab the edge of the table with pure boiling rage. She loudly exclaims that she is definitely not going to just sit around there to entertain them. On the inside, she is literally seething with anger. Damn you, Li Ping. You only saved these two just to completely embarrass me right in front of them. This time you went way too far. Then she storms right out of the room and slams the door shut behind her. Right after that happens, the father slowly turns back toward the protagonist. He nervously asks him what he deeply plans to do next, and what on earth he intends to do with the two of them. Li Ping honestly says that he needs some time to think things over. After Elizabeth completely shattered the protective barrier, the actual flow of time inside and outside got entirely out of whack, and absolutely not even he knows what to do right now. Later that night, the daughter quietly tells her father that she never, ever expected a wild story like this. To her, it truly seems as if the Demon Queen fell deeply in love with the legendary hero and completely gave up the world just to hide away with him, exactly like he did back then with her mother. Her father tells her to stop talking absolute nonsense. They cannot possibly compare themselves to those two. And right at this very moment, the protagonist is probably deciding whether to kill them or not. She quickly argues that if the protagonist actually wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to save them first. Why on earth would he rescue them just to slaughter them later? Her father solemnly reminds her of the strange tea they drank earlier. Didn't she fully realize just how incredibly superior those two are compared to them? After seeing his raw power, it should be completely obvious that to him, they are absolutely nothing more than ants. Whether they live or die means literally nothing to him. Everything relies entirely on his current mood. Right at that exact moment, the protagonist walks right in and speaks up. He asks why they are still wide awake and what on earth they are talking about. The elf completely freezes in pure terror. Li Ping simply says that if they can't sleep, they might as well just play cards together. The father repeats it in utter confusion. Play cards? Pretty soon, the three of them are sitting down together by the soft light of a candle. The protagonist asks if they fully understood everything. The father gives a very vague, nervous response, while the elven girl keeps thinking deeply to herself. For her, this absolutely has to be a hidden test from Li Ping to finally decide whether they live or die. Then he tells them to start dealing out the cards. The father swallows hard and asks what this game is actually called. The elven girl is completely terrified. The deck of cards is literally emitting a strange, ominous aura. The protagonist thinks to himself that he can't possibly call it Landlord. People around here would never understand that name, so he states that the game is called Dragon Battle. Both of them instantly react with pure shock. Dragon Battle? Even Elizabeth, who is actively hiding nearby completely disguised, is utterly baffled by the name. She wonders what on earth he is trying to achieve with them. Li Ping patiently explains that two brave heroes must work together to completely defeat a dragon. Exactly who gets to be the dragon and who will be the heroes will be fully decided by the cards they draw. The father and daughter exchange a worried glance. Both are absolutely certain that this is a test. The protagonist says that he will deal first and strictly warns them to choose very carefully. He picks up his own hand and says that he should probably check his cards first. The father looks at his daughter and tells her that they cannot afford to hesitate right now. There is already a strange mana actively leaking out from the deck. The very moment she draws a card, the two of them are instantly dragged into another dimension. She falls heavily to the ground, completely dizzy, and realizes that just by drawing a single card, all of her mana was entirely drained. She's totally defenseless. She looks at her father and deeply apologizes. He tells her that it's okay and that he will handle the rest. Li Ping casually asks if either of them wants to be the dragon. Looking at his own hand, he thinks to himself that it's actually not bad at all. He doesn't have many high cards, but with a single king, he can still totally win. The father and daughter very quickly say that they absolutely do not want to be the dragon. Meanwhile, he is simply enjoying himself. He thinks that if he can just draw one more 4 and an ace, he will have a perfectly winning hand. He asks one more time if they are completely sure, and they rapidly refuse again. Li Ping says that in that case, he won't hold back at all. He takes the deck and draws 2 more cards. Then he throws down an 8, a 10, and a queen. Even so, he doesn't really like what he drew and looks quite disappointed. The father completely panics on the inside. We didn't even do anything yet, and have we already disappointed Mr. Li Ping? Li Ping begins the round with an 8 and tells the father that it's his turn. The father instantly breaks out into a cold sweat. If they pass this test, maybe they will be saved, but he can already feel the crushing pressure. Every single card he plays genuinely seems to strip away years of his life. His very vital strength is being totally drained. Trembling all over, he places down a jack. His daughter screams at him, but he cuts her off and tells her to leave it completely in his hands. She says, "What is going on?" Li Ping closely observes the playing field. Apart from the royal flush, they can form a sequence from the 7 to the queen. Only the 10 and the jack are left. If he breaks the pair, they could easily respond with the 2. He goes through one plan after another, but he just can't settle on a good move, so he says that he will also pass. The father asks if he is seriously not going to play a card. Li Ping says no. That only confuses the father even more. He begins to think that the protagonist is actively forcing him to waste all of his vital energy by making him play. So he tries to get rid of as many cards as possible at once, playing 2 queens, 3 sixes, and 3 sevens according to the rules. That exact combination is called the Flying Dragon. He still doesn't fully understand the effect, but he can feel the immense pressure right away. The life force is heavily drained right out of his leg. An entire leg is the exact cost, and the larger cards demand even more. A literal flying dragon suddenly appears right between them. Both of them just stand there staring, completely confused. Then the creature suddenly lunges forward and gives Li Ping a sharp smack right on the head. Elizabeth closely watches the entire thing. The father is utterly terrified, thinking that he must have played the wrong combination. In his mind, he is absolutely certain that he has just deeply offended the legendary hero. But Li Ping stays completely calm and says that it was actually a really good move. The father, incredibly nervous, tells the protagonist that it is his turn. He says that he will pass once again and signals for him to play another card, so the father plays a simple 3. By this point, his fingers and his leg are already getting completely numb. The elven daughter also passes. Then Li Ping finally takes his turn and plays a 10. The two of them stare at each other. They know very well that they cannot possibly beat it. The protagonist immediately follows up with a full straight. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack Queen. Now the poor couple is in serious, deep trouble as massive, highly destructive waves suddenly rise all around them and both of them begin to drown helplessly. The desperate father struggles with all his might to protect his young daughter, but the raw strength of the waves is simply way too much for him. When they finally manage to react, they are both gasping heavily for air. The father completely admits that he cannot go on playing anymore. Li Ping stays totally calm and patiently explains more of the combinations. A simple pair can actually invoke a whole group of brave knights. The father tells his daughter that they cannot possibly win this, but the elven girl quickly stops him and says that she can still fight. He strictly warns her not to do it because it costs far too much vital strength and the risk is just way too high. Even so, she outright refuses to hide behind him. She says that she also wants to protect him, and then plays a trio with a pair. The summoned knights clash violently in midair, and right after the fight, only her knight is left standing. The father quickly asks if she is doing okay. She says yes. Li Ping highly praises the move. Protecting your allies truly matters, even if it completely costs your own cards. And the most important thing is that pure determination. At the very same time, he is quite impressed that they managed to learn the game so incredibly fast. The father stares blankly at his rapidly shrinking hand and slowly repeats that word, determination. Then the protagonist suddenly says that it is already too late. The father and daughter immediately tense up with absolute fear, and even Elizabeth tightly senses that things are turning very bad. The aura becomes completely terrifying when Li Ping throws down 2 wild jokers. The entire dimension begins to shatter and crack, and a bloodthirsty killer clown suddenly appears right above their heads. Elizabeth recognizes it instantly. It is a dangerous 3-star demon, the formidable Clown King. It is right on the verge of attacking the other two while forming a heart with its hands. But then it suddenly notices Elizabeth and turns right toward her. It asks her what on earth she is staring at. Then the heart instantly transforms into a sharp knife. The clown strictly warns her to be very careful or it will literally kill her. Elizabeth gets extremely irritated at that. She wants to snap back and ask him who he thinks she is, but what actually infuriates her is something else entirely. She has spent this whole entire time absorbing the raw power that Li Ping has been emitting and has only barely reached the 3-star level herself. Yet he just summoned a powerful demon of that exact same level, as if it were absolutely nothing. She cannot understand how he did it so easily. The father looks at his daughter and deeply apologizes, saying he simply doesn't have the strength to win. She tells him not to blame himself at all. It is entirely her own fault for having annoyed Mr. Li Ping in the first place. The poor man painfully coughs up blood as his vital energy keeps on draining away. Seeing that, the protagonist asks if he is alright, assuming that the old man's severe wounds haven't fully healed yet. Then he suddenly notices the cards in the father's hand, 3 threes and 4 kings. That makes him fully realize that the father could have easily won a long time ago. Li Ping thinks that the man must have just let him enjoy the game, and now he feels totally foolish for believing he was doing well. So he says it's perfectly fine and gathers the cards. The dimension completely fades away and the demon vanishes right along with it. He stands up and sincerely apologizes for the trouble caused. The father and daughter still cannot manage to understand the legendary hero, but they are simply relieved to be alive. Elizabeth is absolutely furious on the inside, calling Li Ping utterly ridiculous. She is fully convinced that he only used that card game as a cheap excuse to summon the clown and attack her. The very next day, while the two are getting ready to leave, the protagonist says, "Uncle Vaz, do you really have to go already? The fruit I planted is right on the verge of being ripe." The man bows deeply and says that they shouldn't bother him any longer. Mr. Li Ping has already shown them immense kindness and they will absolutely never forget it. Li Ping awkwardly plays it down, saying it really wasn't a big deal. The father adds that once they leave, they won't tell a single soul what happened here. Holding the gifts tightly, the elven girl asks if he is truly giving them something so incredibly valuable. He smiles warmly and says that it is only a little bit of tea, nothing special at all. Then he walks right up to the old man, slides something directly into his hand, and tells him that this is also for him, a little souvenir. The father checks it and sees the deck of cards. Li Ping tells him to please keep it, joking that he is absolutely terrible at playing cards and that they are clearly not meant for him. Just then, Elizabeth walks over and calls out. He turns toward her, and she simply opens her mouth and tells them to hurry up and get out of here. The two flee immediately, leaving Li Ping completely confused. Once they are gone, she says that now everything has finally returned to normal, so it is high time to cook for this queen, and he simply nods. Meanwhile, the father and daughter keep running at full speed. Soon, the daughter begs him to stop, saying she can't take it anymore. He refuses. They cannot stop now, not after that terrifying card game and a direct, chilling warning from the Demon Queen. Then he remembers exactly what happened the night before. While they were in their room, Elizabeth suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sliced their heads off, or at least that's exactly how it felt. Then she strictly ordered them to march away the next day and never tell the world a single thing about the queen or the legendary hero. Both of them immediately responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." She warned that if they ever planned to oppose her, the curse on their necks would crush their heads instantly. The father tells his daughter that either way, nobody would ever believe the truth, that the great Li Ping simply grew tired of the world's endless fighting and chose to never hurt anyone else. Then the daughter stops. The place looks quite familiar. He looks all around, utterly amazed at how incredibly far they got. Nearby, the little dog thinks to himself that they are already far enough so as not to disturb the master and that woman. They didn't get all the way out here entirely on their own. The little dog had grabbed them both and launched them right out here like a rocket. The daughter then asks if the bodies of the Black Guild's apostles are still around here. Her father looks around nervously and realizes that several powerful demons must be close by. They really need to leave quickly. The little dog notices that something is coming wonders what it could be for a brief moment, and then decides to go right back home to be annoyed all over again by that woman. So, anyone who actually felt sorry for the little robot dog can completely stop doing that right now. In reality, he actually quite liked it. Right in front of the poor couple, a massive swarm of dark shadows suddenly appears out of nowhere. One of the demons lets out a chilling, bone-dry laugh, and the others instantly respond with their own strange, twisted chuckles. The father recognizes one of them a mile away. It is a great apostle, a 2-star E-spiritual demon, and all around him are several more spiritual demons of level 4 and 3 stars. Meanwhile, the father and his daughter are absolutely nothing more than 1-star great mages. She tightly grabs him by the arm and tells him that the power difference is simply way too vast, so he should really just leave her behind and run for his life. But for the very first time, the father completely stands his ground, knowing full well that they are much weaker than their enemies. Even so, after seeing the insane power level of those two individuals back at the farm, these apostles honestly don't seem like such a big deal anymore. Calling himself the former Ironheart of the heroes, he confidently points the deck of cards straight at them. His daughter suddenly notices that the demons are actually looking quite afraid. The father says that ever since her mother had to return to the elven tribe, he has raised her with extreme care and has always chosen the absolute safest path, but now he knows that was a complete mistake. Running away won't solve a single thing. If they somehow survive this, he will take her straight back to the tribe and then go look for her mother. Having said that, he utilizes a powerful quadruple summon, invoking the descendant of the arrow god from 4 distinct cards. A beautiful elf appears in the invocation, and it is very clearly her mother. She takes up an enormous bow and fires a massive shot directly at the demons. The precise moment it hits, the creatures are utterly and completely annihilated on the spot. Absolutely everything in its path begins to fade away into nothingness. The great apostle catches the arrow and seems to stop it without much effort at all. But the raw power just keeps building up until after a brief, violent struggle, his head literally explodes. The father slowly lowers the Mojing deck as the elf completely vanishes, and then he heavily collapses to the ground. His daughter rushes to his side, calling out for her dad through a flood of tears. He, weakly looking up at her, says that maybe they just need a completely new path. From this exact moment on, this continent officially has a brand new class, the Cardmaster. Then, the elf opens a wide hole in the road ahead. A whole week later, everything has returned to absolute peace at the protagonist's house. Li Ping thinks to himself that this magical world is truly incredible. His little attempt to cultivate a hybrid fruit worked out perfectly. Even so, without anyone around to share the harvest with, the joy feels completely incomplete. Knights, the Demon Queen, brave warriors, elves. Before, he thought that a totally quiet life as a farmer was more than enough. But after meeting people from the outside world, his heart is simply no longer at peace. Now, he genuinely wants to see the world way beyond this isolated place. People are always exactly like that. Once they get a little something, they instantly want more. But then, he suddenly remembers just how weak he is and tells himself to completely forget about it. Right at that exact moment, the queen suddenly appears right in front of him. She notices his downcast mood and asks him what on earth he is thinking so deeply about. He openly admits that he wanted to go out and see more of the world, but says there is absolutely no point since he is just too weak. That thought instantly excites her. Since he finally wants to leave, she tells him to travel right along with her. However, inside her own head, she thinks that his attitude is way too daring for someone of his pathetic status. Li Ping is completely left stunned. A real trip? For him, this completely changes everything. If the Great Demon Queen protects him, going out into the world is totally possible. She abruptly cuts him off and tells him to stop talking absolute nonsense and go change his clothes. Pretty soon, both of them are dressed up as adventurers. The queen admits that his sewing skills are almost as impressive as his cooking. Naturally, he says that those are his absolute best abilities. Close to them, the little dog barks happily and wags its tail. She sharply snaps her fingers, opens up a wide teleportation portal, and states that they will go directly to the nearest city. Li Ping is utterly amazed and calls it an incredibly useful power. As they begin to walk closer to the portal, he quickly stops her. He says, "Wait a minute, Elizabeth. I really need to ask you a few things before we actually go." He wants to know if she will stay right with him, if she can completely control her fiery temper, and if she will try not to draw any attention to themselves. As usual, she understands something completely different. To her, it sounds as if he is telling her not to leave without his direct permission, to restrain herself, and to not use any magic because that would totally ruin his fun as an adventurer. Regardless, she accepts. Then Li Ping asks her for one final thing. After they have fully seen the outside world, will she come right back here with him? He is deeply afraid that if she stays far away, he will lose the complete protection of the barrier. She agrees, thinking to herself that before defeating that evil hero, the outside world never really meant much of anything to her anyway. The protagonist asks again, totally surprised, "Are you really going to come back?" She says yes, but only if he agrees to one strict condition. He asks what it is. The queen states that when they return, he has to prepare an extra elegant fruit pudding just for her. Li Ping stops dead in his tracks, completely confused. "A pudding?" She asks if that is a problem. He says no, and the two of them step through. As they leave, the little dog stays right behind. They cross through the portal and instantly arrive in the bustling city of Bolster. Knights, strange creatures, massive crowds. Li Ping is utterly awestruck. To him, it feels exactly like stepping into a completely new world. Highly excited, he points out an equipment shop to Elizabeth. Then he notices rare ingredients for sale and realizes that some of the meat isn't even regular pork. Filled with absolute excitement, he runs around from stall to stall. Elizabeth, meanwhile, thinks to herself that even after 500 long years, the place hasn't changed all that much. Li Ping looks all around and notices that the city seems far less chaotic than the old man had made it out to be. That thought fills her with pure pride. She thinks it's because she built a highly solid foundation during her grand reign. Back then, the world was completely filled with constant fighting between different powers, but she forced absolutely everyone to follow the exact same set of rules and made them all completely equal. So, in her mind, she was the one who truly saved the world, not that supposed legendary hero. After thinking that, she looks around, wondering where on earth he went. He is busy looking at a little girl who is selling stuffed teddy bears. Li Ping highly praises the fine stitching and asks if she made them entirely by herself. The girl says yes and even offers him a much cheaper price. But just then, a thuggish bully with a pig face violently bursts in, knocking things over and screaming about who gave her permission to set up shop here. He says that her church owes protection money to his gang, and that Nick had a lot of nerve opening her stall on their street. The girl's little brothers tremble with absolute fear, and the thug violently grabs her by the neck. She loudly protests, saying that they never protected them at all, so why on earth should they pay them a single thing? He responds that since last month, this street completely belongs to the Beast Gang, and that anyone who wants to survive here has to pay up every single month. The girl insists that is completely impossible. The church belongs to the sister, and when she returns, he is going to deeply regret this. The thug openly mocks her, saying that she either doesn't understand or is just pretending to be completely clueless. Then he states that today he is going to throw out all the orphans and completely demolish the church. It is right then that Li Ping tells him to stop right there. The thug slowly turns around and asks him what on earth he plans to do if he doesn't. Observing from a distance, Elizabeth wonders why he is getting involved in something so completely useless. The protagonist desperately waves his hands for her to come help him, but she simply looks away as if there is absolutely no chance she would ever lower herself to that. The thug, getting more and more furious, loudly demands an answer. Li Ping has absolutely no single idea what to do. Then, something suddenly comes to his mind. Out of nowhere, he loudly exposes the bully right in front of everyone, shouting that he is actively harassing a young girl and that they must intervene. But the nearby crowd completely ignores what is happening. Laughing out loud, the thug says that the protagonist actually believes someone on B Street would ever stand against him. He guesses from Li Ping's clothing that he must be some random traveler from the south, and then shifts his eyes to the woman right by his side. Trying hard to calm things down, the protagonist offers to talk and even share some rare local spices straight from his bag. The thug is completely not interested at all. He strictly orders one of his men to beat him up and drag the woman right back to the gang. And that turns out to be the absolute worst mistake he could ever make. Elizabeth openly scoffs, asking if he truly believes he can actually capture her. He has just stepped right on a tiger's tail, and the pig-faced man completely freezes in pure confusion. He looks up at the sky, utterly shocked. Why on earth did the weather change so suddenly? Li Ping quickly tells her to stop right there. If she keeps going like this, she could literally destroy the entire city. He waves both of his hands, desperately begging her to calm down. A tiny warning is more than enough. There is absolutely no need to attack regular, ordinary people. Elizabeth gives in, saying she will let him go solely out of consideration for the protagonist. Absolutely everyone can clearly feel that her magic level is way above the rest, and the girl with glasses tightly notices it too. Suddenly, it begins to rain heavily, and now the pig-faced man is utterly terrified. He glares at them with pure fury and asks if they seriously plan to protect the church and the orphans. Li Ping tries to resolve it peacefully and asks exactly how much the protection money is. The pig says that the total for 2 months comes to 10 gold coins. That makes Elizabeth completely lose her patience. All of this immense trouble for a mere 10 gold coins? She outright calls him an absolute idiot. The protagonist turns toward her and asks if she happens to have a lot of gold. She tells him to stop joking around. She possesses more rare treasures than she can even count. He asks to borrow some from her and promises to pay her right back after selling vegetables. Elizabeth gets furious and says she is definitely not going to trade her precious food for this utter nonsense. Then Li Ping suddenly remembers that she didn't even have any money when they first met. The pig presses them hard, demanding to know whether they actually have money or not. He honestly admits that they don't have gold coins and offers to pay with items from his backpack instead. The pig gets highly angry and completely refuses, saying he is totally sick of wasting his time. Then, all of a sudden, a heavy bag of gold violently hits him right in the face. Furious, the pig screams, asking who on earth threw that. When he looks right down, he sees that it is completely stuffed with gold. Just then, a brave knight appears. The knight fully stands up to his title. He strictly commands the pig to stop harassing his friends and to leave immediately after receiving his payment. The pig grumbles that a heroic knight has shown up, but he will let it slide this one time. He retreats, warning that they won't be quite so lucky next time. After he leaves, the little girl warmly thanks everyone. Li Ping also gives his thanks to the knight and offers him some fresh fruit he brought along. The knight says that he actually wanted to ask them to join him in something. His eyes fixate directly on Elizabeth. The girl looks confused and asks what kind of collaboration he is referring to. Elizabeth crosses her arms and says she is not interested at all. They should just leave. Li Ping stops her, saying they can't simply walk away after he helped them out. They should at least listen to him. The girl says goodbye to the other orphans and promises she will return very soon. Shortly after, they enter a bustling bar. The protagonist wonders to himself how the knight even manages to fit into the chairs with a horse's body, but the knight tells them to just ignore the stairs. Elizabeth, already deeply annoyed, blames the protagonist for dragging her into this horrible place and making her waste her precious time. Li Ping simply lets her complain. Then the knight says that they have finally arrived. As soon as he opens the door, several girls run directly toward him and hang all over him. He's completely stunned when the knight naturally says that absolutely all of them are his wives. While preparing some tea, he begins to introduce them. The first one is Gaxa, a brave shield warrior. Then come Lolo, the assassin, and Gli, the mage. He put together a whole dungeon team with his own wives. The very last one is Gallia, a highly skilled elven archer. Li Ping, utterly surprised, says he actually met a girl with elven blood before. Elizabeth abruptly interrupts the trivial small talk, stating that this is a total waste of time. She demands to know why he called them here. One of the knight's wives does not like that at all and says that Elizabeth's attitude is extremely irritating. Elizabeth glares right at her and says that this is exactly how a true queen acts. If there is a problem, say it. The assassin laughs out loud, saying Elizabeth is hilarious for calling herself a queen, and asks if her brain is even working properly. She openly mocks Elizabeth's ears and lineage, assuming she only has a tiny bit of elven blood and a weak ancestry, then tells her to just shut up. Elizabeth strictly warns that if they really want to bring total ruin upon themselves, they better not blame her later. Li Ping rushes to calm her down and suggests that everyone simply eat some pudding. He feels incredibly relieved that he prepared some well ahead of time. Then he quickly explains that they came from a very distant and nameless tribe. Elizabeth is the princess of that land, and he is just her humble servant. The protagonist. The wives keep on mocking them, saying that explains why they act so strangely, like people from some completely isolated corner of the world. They even make fun of the name Elizabeth, saying it must come from some horrible land that actively worships the Demon Queen. Li Ping asks them to please stop and says she is still getting used to different customs. The knight finally gets straight to the point. He wants the three of them to participate in a treasure hunt inside a dungeon. Even so, he can't stop thinking about the dark aura Elizabeth displayed out on the street. That doesn't match up at all with a princess from an isolated tribe. The protagonist immediately perks up. A treasure dungeon? Then he turns to the girl beside him and asks what exactly that means. She explains to him that treasure dungeons are unique dimensional spaces created by ancient magical beings. They normally hide highly valuable items, but finding them is extremely difficult. He says he understands. The knight says he spent a lot of money and effort trying to find out about this specific one. But there is a catch. They need at least 8 people just to open the barrier. Li Ping notices that they only need them to complete the head count for the team. The orphan girl counts them up, but suddenly hesitates and asks if she can please avoid going. The protagonist is completely confused. If the place is completely full of treasures, shouldn't she want to go inside? She says that he just doesn't understand. Dungeons are absolutely deadly, and she is nothing more than a level 4 mage. If she goes, she could easily die. Li Ping admits he had absolutely no idea it was that dangerous. The knight reassures them that they only need extra bodies to unlock the entrance, and that their share will simply be smaller than that of his own group of adventurers. Even so, he promises them at least a few thousand gold coins. One of his wives adds that her master has defeated several dark apostles, so their safety is completely guaranteed. The orphan girl is absolutely awestruck. Just a few thousand coins would solve all of the church's money problems. The protagonist looks at Elizabeth and asks if they can please help out, since it is only to complete the head count for the team. She accepts with a deeply annoyed look, leaving the decision entirely in his hands, as long as they don't disturb her while she eats her pudding. The knight then looks at the wife with the magic orb. Li Ping asks what exactly the crystal bowl is used for. The knight explains that all they have to do is place a single hand on it and it will accurately measure their magic power. The orphan girl recognizes the reading right away. The crystal displays a high number, 8,769. That is approximately the terrifying demon spirit level. The knight states that his own magic is already at 4 stars, and that his wives are also quite strong, around 4 or 5 stars. Since they are going to be working together, he wants everyone to understand each other much better. The orphan girl then places her hand on the sphere, and it marks a low 300. One of the wives openly mocks her, saying she had a much higher number when she first changed her profession. The girl deeply apologizes and says her level simply doesn't go up very much. Li Ping decides to give it a try too. He thinks to himself that even though he never actually learned magic like that so-called legendary hero, his true potential shouldn't be that bad. He places his hand on the crystal, concentrates hard, and gets a total 0. Even the knight is completely bewildered. A 0 makes absolutely no sense, not even for someone who only fights physically. Li Ping sharply slaps his own face, fully realizing that he spent all his precious time cultivating, so of course he doesn't have a single drop of magic. He slumps down, completely giving up on magic forever. The assassin then asks what on earth is the use of him if he is basically worth absolutely nothing. The protagonist responds that he is quite good at farming and offers them some fresh fruit he harvested recently. She openly scoffs at him, mocks the squash, and tells him to just keep his trash to himself. In her eyes, he really is nothing more than a humble servant. Then the knight asks Princess Elizabeth to also take the test. Li Ping tells her to please cooperate just for now. She agrees, though she highly resents that a true queen like her has to play along with ignorant mortals. The moment she touches the orb with her raw power, it begins to glow so incredibly brightly that absolutely nobody can look directly at it. Li Ping completely panics, thinking that if her real identity as the Demon Queen gets revealed, it will cause massive, irreversible trouble. Elizabeth states that she knows, and since they don't usually leave the house, she will play along this one time. Then she reduces her power and carefully adjusts the final result to 8,768. The orphan girl's jaw completely drops. Her number is almost exactly equal to the knight's, also at the demon spirit level. The wives absolutely cannot believe it. They are utterly stunned that Elizabeth is so incredibly strong. Li Ping lets out a silent, deep sigh of relief. The knight highly praises her, saying she truly looks like a real royal princess. With her on the team, their chances of getting the rare treasure increase by a lot. The orphan girl asks how on earth they are supposed to reach the dungeon. The knight looks at one of his wives and she gets straight to work. Using a costly teleportation scroll, she opens up a wide portal right above them. A brief moment later, absolutely everyone arrives inside the dungeon. Li Ping is quite excited, though a little bit dizzy from the sudden trip. The orphan girl tightly senses a highly strange aura in this place. Elizabeth, meanwhile, looks completely bored the exact moment she arrives. The knight states that there is absolutely no time to waste and they should go directly to the treasure room, but Elizabeth suddenly says she no longer feels like it and just wants to go straight home with Li Ping. One of the wives gets deeply annoyed and reproaches Elizabeth for coming all this way only to completely change her mind now. She strictly reminds her how incredibly expensive teleportation scrolls are and tells her that if she isn't going to step inside, she shouldn't expect to be able to leave either. Elizabeth slowly turns toward her and asks her completely calmly if she actually plans on trying to stop her. The protagonist quickly steps in before the situation gets any worse. He asks everyone to please not act on pure impulse and begs them to listen first. Then he asks Elizabeth to at least take a quick look around since they have already made it all the way out here. The girl with glasses suddenly speaks up, saying she has noticed something. Inside the deep cave, there is a powerful magical aura highly similar to Elizabeth's. Li Ping is completely confused. Similar to Elizabeth's power? What on earth is that supposed to mean? The knight tries hard to win Elizabeth over and gently places his hand right on her shoulder. He tells her to fully trust him. He reassures her that whatever massive danger lies ahead, he will keep her completely safe and asks her to come along with him. Then he reaches out and takes her hand. She completely ignores him. As they cross through the portal, entrance number 788 tightly shuts behind them. Li Ping asks if they can possibly go back, and Elizabeth tells him to stop talking absolute nonsense. This is a very special magical space, and unless someone is significantly stronger than the ancient being who created the barrier, they absolutely cannot leave. The only way out is to find the main objective of this place and fully fulfill all the strict conditions to shatter the barrier. The wives proudly state that as long as their master is right here, they will handle absolutely everything. Even so, it is completely clear that they cannot stand Elizabeth at all. The orphan girl asks what exactly they are supposed to get from this place again. They tell her to not worry at all. There will be plenty of treasures and gold, and she will receive a fair share too. With so many different paths ahead, the poor orphan girl has no idea which way to go. In the end, she thinks that since Elizabeth is here, they should be perfectly safe, and she tells everyone to keep moving forward. The assassin wife asks if they should perhaps split up. The knight says not just yet, and then tells Li to use her special ability. She nods firmly and raises her hand high. A brilliant light suddenly bursts out and spreads through the entire dungeon. She's absolutely certain that this will quickly reveal the best possible route, but Elizabeth thinks to herself that it is completely useless, and Li keeps on straining herself until she heavily collapses from pure exhaustion. The knight asks what kind of crazy labyrinth this is. Li weakly says that it seems completely endless. She extended her magic as far as she humanly could and still couldn't find a single edge or exit. Absolutely everyone is shocked. Her detection range reaches a whopping 3 kilometers. The elven wife offers to perform a spiritual divination, but strictly warns that its accuracy is only about 34%. The assassin steps in and says they should definitely divide themselves into separate teams. Her unique clone ability can easily support everyone. Li Ping quietly asks Elizabeth if she happens to know how to get out. She says yes. This entire labyrinth is nothing more than a simple illusion. But these absolute idiots could never escape it on their own. The protagonist asks why on earth she hasn't helped yet, since they will soon have to return the favor to that knight. Elizabeth states that she completely changed her mind. Now she would much rather just watch them all die. Right then, the girl with glasses points ahead and says that the third cave will lead them directly to the goal. Elizabeth shoots her a highly strange look. Our hero asks how on earth she knows that, and the girl honestly admits that it was just a wild guess. She says she tightly sensed a special kind of magic in that precise direction. The mage wife snaps back at her sharply, saying she is talking absolute nonsense, that she didn't feel a single thing there, and that a weak girl like her shouldn't go making random claims. The timid girl quickly apologizes. The wife proudly insists that, even without checking every single path, she is absolutely certain the last cave is the safest, because it has far fewer monsters. The knight asks for everyone's opinion. The assassin still prefers smaller groups, while another says they should just follow Glay instead, because even if they are wrong, at least they will stay together. Then the mage desperately begs the knight to trust her, so he decides they will stay together and take the very last cave. The orphan girl suddenly stops them right in their tracks. Any place but the last cave. She quickly summons her rabbit puppet and sends it right down that path. The exact moment it enters, something violently attacks it. Our hero asks what on earth that was, and Elizabeth explains that it is a parasitic beast, the exact type normally found deep inside giant monsters. The assassin turns sharply toward the mage. Wasn't that supposed to be the path with fewer monsters? The knight's group is left completely confused. Elizabeth tells Li Ping to just leave them in their misery and walk away. The protagonist says that in that case, it will be better if she guides the way. She begins to walk ahead, though the girl with glasses admits she isn't completely sure if that is the correct path. The assassin looks at the knight and asks if she should use He abruptly cuts her off, saying the girl just saw that killer worm. She wouldn't choose so calmly unless she was absolutely sure. Elizabeth's past must be far more complicated than it looks. He decides to follow them, and everyone steps into the exact same cave. Inside, they spot a large lizard with a single golden eye. In the next part, the stealthy one is already finishing off monsters left and right. He asks if the wives are holding up, but they are having a really difficult time. This fight is absolutely not easy. Meanwhile, our boy completely hides behind the big guy and asks if Elizabeth is doing okay. She says that their performance is utterly ridiculous. The small mage blames her entirely, saying the specific route is completely full of monsters. Elizabeth states that is completely obvious. The more magic there is in a given area, the more creatures gather there. That is absolute basic knowledge. The small mage says she already knows that. She is just deeply annoyed because Elizabeth is only standing there doing nothing. Elizabeth snaps back that she is only standing there because the girl explicitly told him to leave it completely in her hands. The knight tells Gilai to calm down, then turns toward Elizabeth and says it is an absolute honor to escort her. That only makes the mage seethe with pure rage. Now this cursed woman is openly humiliating her and charming the master at the same time. And the archer asks if they can please take a small break after such a long, exhausting fight. Elizabeth flatly refuses. She says nobody is going to rest as she has absolutely no time to waste with them. The assassin wife snaps back that if Elizabeth is so incredibly amazing, she should just keep going entirely by herself. Absolutely everyone seems to agree with that. The knight kindly asks Elizabeth to listen, arguing it is much safer if they stay together and get a little rest, at least long enough to drink some elven potions and fully recover. Li Ping gets quite curious about the elven potion. Elizabeth glares right at him and asks if he truly wants to drink that. And he says he has never tried it before and really wants to know what it tastes like. Perhaps, he says, the unique flavor will give me some ideas to create completely new things. Elizabeth thinks to herself that this brat is so incredibly spoiled by good food that now he actually wants to taste absolute trash. But fine. Around the campfire, the little mage says the elven potion is truly incredible, while the big guy says it's fine, but he is far more worried about how long it will take them to finally find the treasure. Helia, the elven wife, says this is her own special potion and offers it straight to Elizabeth. It can increase absolutely any stat just by drinking it. But if Elizabeth is really so strong, she shouldn't even need it. The knight tells Helia to not be rude. She quickly apologizes and tosses a small bottle over. The queen barely looks at it before tossing it right into our hero's hand. He asks if she doesn't want it, and then says happily that he will drink it himself. He downs it in a single gulp. A second later, the poor boy completely vomits. The raw, grassy taste is simply way too strong, and he cannot believe anyone would actually want this. Annie deeply apologizes to Li Ping and says she hasn't used much magic at all, so she doesn't really need one. Helia gets highly annoyed and says that giving such a good potion to absolute idiots was a complete waste. Elizabeth lets her drop to the ground and says it's fine, so she will just use it on her instead. That completely infuriates Fenna, who screams out asking what on earth Elizabeth just did to her potion. Elizabeth calmly asks what it looks like she did. Li Ping quickly runs over to his bag and tries hard to stop the fight, saying he has something for everyone. After a brief moment, he pulls out some fresh bananas and says he has wanted to share them for quite a long time. Now he finally has the perfect chance and hands one first to the knight. The others also take theirs, offering their thanks in a very awkward manner. Then he offers a fresh apple to Annie, and she gets incredibly emotional just receiving it. Li Ping is completely surprised and asks why on earth she is crying. It is only a simple apple. Annie asks if she can please take it home with her, since they haven't had any fresh fruit at the orphanage in a very long time. The protagonist says, of course, and then grabs even more so that Annie can carry enough for absolutely everyone. But Glee and Gelia violently throw their bananas straight to the ground and completely crush them, saying they cannot possibly compare to a fine elven potion. The knight says he will only eat his just to fill his stomach. Once they find the grand treasure, he will buy something far better. The strong guy and the assassin decide to take a bite too, and the assassin practically savors it before chewing, as if she wants it to completely melt right in her mouth. Then, all of a sudden, the three of them feel something incredibly strange and are instantly dragged into a tropical-looking illusion with a colorful parrot nearby. Right in front of them, some singing insects loudly call out, "Let's dance. Let's dance the samba." They promise a grand samba that will completely eliminate all tiredness and stress. Without even realizing it, the three of them start dancing wildly. The assassin moves frantically with her blades in hand, and even the knight begins to follow the rhythm with his heavy steps. 1, 2, 3. They keep on dancing while the creatures sing, and the assassin squeezes her banana so incredibly hard that it completely bursts, splashing her all over. Whether it is right or wrong, they just keep dancing completely wild inside the crazy illusion. Back in the cave, absolutely everyone else is utterly stunned because the brave knight is acting like a complete, total fool. Rie and Gelia look completely confused and wondering what on earth their master is doing. Then the knight suddenly realizes that his level is rapidly rising out of nowhere. The assassin and the strong guy, who both started with a much lower level, gain even more after eating the protagonist's banana. Our hero claps his hands happily and says that performance was truly incredible. He states that the culture of other places is really fascinating, and seeing a centaur thoroughly enjoy that dance was awesome. As usual, the queen interprets it in a completely different way. Li Ping must have known they were going to die later on, so he raised their level with this little show. In her mind, that is actually quite cruel. Gelia gets highly curious and asks the knight why on earth he leveled up so much. He tells her it is because they ate the protagonist's banana. Gelia glares right at him and says that is utterly ridiculous, as if the fruit were holy or completely blessed. But the muscular girl says that Helia has absolutely no idea since a single banana pushed her directly into the 2-star demon level. The assassin is just as confused. Even after drooling all over hers and smearing it everywhere, she jumped straight into the realm of demon sovereignty. She wonders to herself if it was tightly enchanted. Even the knight absolutely cannot believe it. He was already strong, but that banana made him rise 3 full levels. He turns right toward our boy and asks where on earth the banana came from. The boy can only say that he honestly doesn't know. The knight asks what the problem is, demanding to know why he refuses to explain. Li Ping says he truly doesn't know what to say. To him, it is just a regular, ordinary banana. There is absolutely nothing special about it. The knight says he can clearly tell it is some kind of rare hybrid crop. The protagonist says yes, it is a hybrid crop. He adds that it is grown in a totally natural and organic way. Now 2 more gluttons want to taste Li Ping's banana and carefully approach them. But right before the 2 can take a bite together, the banana completely rots right in her hand. The elven girl recoils instantly. Ugh, it's completely rotten. What on earth is this? Annie says it is all because of the precise timing. Elizabeth openly mocks the girl with glasses for knowing so incredibly much, and Amber timidly states that she is only repeating what she has read in books. The knight asks what she means by that, so Anne explains that some extremely rare items only work under highly special conditions. Perhaps Li Ping's banana only had that massive effect because 3 people ate it at the exact same time. Glee points right at Elizabeth and says that is completely false, since she ate hers entirely alone. Anne quickly apologizes, saying that maybe she doesn't fully understand it after all. Even so, she believes that sometimes you can completely ignore a treasure's condition if the user is significantly stronger than the object itself. Elizabeth throws a sharp, piercing look at her and tells her not to look at her like that. Anne deeply apologizes again, then notices that Elizabeth's eyes are a little bit red and wonders what that could possibly mean. Chelia snaps that maybe the crazy effect is just from the buildup of her own elven potion. The knight greedily asks Li Ping for another piece of fruit, while Jilia angrily tells him to stop believing in such utter nonsense. However, the protagonist is quite happy. After farming for such a long time, sharing what he grows is one of his absolute greatest joys. It is completely clear that Elizabeth does not feel the exact same way. She sharply snatches everything straight out of his hands and says she will eat it later. Then she carelessly tosses him over her shoulder and tells absolutely everyone to move out. They have rested more than enough, and the trip is far from over. Li Ping feels incredibly awkward and deeply apologizes, promising to give them more another time. The knight tells the other 2 to go right ahead. He will catch up with them later, along with his wives. He asks if he is seriously not going to go right now. Elizabeth abruptly cuts him off and tells the protagonist to keep moving forward. He says goodbye to everyone and sets off. The drooling, greedy assassin whispers a nasty idea. Should we just rob that backpack? The muscular mummy firmly agrees. Maybe they are hiding something even better inside there. Even the greedy knight keeps on enjoying his giant banana and says there is absolutely no rush. It is still not the right moment. Seeing Elizabeth carry that great treasure so completely carelessly, he thinks she doesn't value it at all. Someone from some distant, isolated tribe would never treat it that way. Then he suddenly remembers that one of the 4 grand powers of the kingdom is offering a massive reward for news about the lost princess. Perhaps she is standing right in front of him, but he isn't just thinking about selling that information. He wants to completely claim her for himself. The knight plans to rapidly rise among the empire's nobles that way and secure even more of those delicious fruits. Pulling something out from his backpack, he smiles like a complete maniac and says he will use it to conquer her entirely. Meanwhile, the 4 wives are utterly fascinated, saying their master is giving off an incredible pheromone. Perhaps they need to please him even more. Li Ping cannot help but wonder what kind of strange object allows a man to have so many women crowding around him. Further inside, many hidden eyes closely watch the path. The leader of the Shadow Wolves sees the protagonist's group approaching and immediately flees in terror. The protagonist asks Elizabeth why on earth the labyrinth keeps getting darker and darker and if the exit is really in this direction. Elizabeth states that she already told him the labyrinth is nothing more than a simple illusion. They are almost there. Then, something suddenly swoops down from above and closely watches them. She warns Li Ping that something is coming closer. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shoots right out, and the protagonist begins to cough heavily. When they look ahead, the knight is standing right there. He casually apologizes for keeping them waiting. His wives seem to be under some strange spell, completely flushed and sweating. In a falsely charming tone, he says he arrived a little bit late and begs Lady Elizabeth to forgive him. Then he offers to serve her for the absolute rest of his life. He even states that she can ride him if she so desires. Elizabeth flatly rejects him on the spot. "Step aside. You are not even worthy of being his mount." Halia explodes with pure rage, calling her incredibly arrogant and shameless for talking to her master that way. Then, in a split second, the elven girl is completely decapitated. Absolutely everyone freezes in pure shock. Massive rocks begin to fall from above, and when they look up, they see terrifying insects descending. Li Ping asks what on earth that thing is. A giant dragonfly swoops down while completely swallowing Halia's severed head. It crashes violently against the wall and then lunges straight toward Elizabeth. She doesn't even react, and the creature instantly explodes right in front of her, shaking with absolute fear as it dies. Li Ping takes the perfect chance to run over and tightly cling to the queen, calling her a demon. Pressing himself hard against her, he says this is a literal moment of life or death and asks Elizabeth what on earth they are supposed to do now. Elizabeth takes a quick look around and thinks to herself that the MC might actually be putting human nature to the test, letting the selfish and arrogant completely destroy themselves first, and then deciding whether they are truly worth saving. The dragonflies keep on swarming all around them. The muscular mummy tightly grabs the carriage to use it as a makeshift shield, and Glee rapidly casts a protective barrier. Li Ping asks one more time what on earth they are supposed to do. The knight states that he is absolutely certain they will find their own way out. In reality, he desperately wants to see Elizabeth's true strength, especially since if she does absolutely nothing, her humble servant will surely die. The muscular mummy glares at them with pure hatred and says nobody cares about them anymore, as their alliance is completely over. Glee confidently tells them to just stay away from the magic and die. A split second later, she is also dead. Her head violently goes flying as the dragonflies keep on swirling around. The assassin struggles hard just to survive, and even the knight is actively knocking a few of them down. Meanwhile, Li Ping remains completely hidden and in absolute silence. The knight unleashes a powerful thunder slash, cutting an insect cleanly in half. The muscular mummy follows up right after with a heavy shield strike, killing one as well. The assassin also utilizes her own special techniques to bring them down. Those three are only still standing because they swallowed that banana completely whole. Even so, the assassin ends up heavily on the ground, thinking to herself that there is absolutely no way she can kill all of those things. They simply keep on coming, and sooner or later, pure exhaustion will end up killing them. One swoops down to bite her head off, but the knight saves her just in time. That creature crashes violently against the ground, smashed to absolute pieces, but there are still many more left in the air. Elizabeth asks Li Ping if he finally sees how they really are now, and if he still honestly wants to play at being an adventurer. He might be kind-hearted, but he is certainly no fool. He says to just forget it. They should definitely separate. This world is far too unpredictable, and maybe the best choice is to just stay back at his farm in the village. Elizabeth smiles warmly, thinking that he is truly putting on an act. First, he made them suffer, then he judged whether they were worth saving, and now comes the third step, completely leaving them behind. She tells him to get ready to leave. He is thoroughly confused and asks if they have already arrived. Elizabeth smiles warmly, thinking that he is truly putting on an act. First, he made them suffer, then he judged whether they were worth saving, and now comes the third step, completely leaving them behind. She tells him to get ready to leave. He is thoroughly confused and asks if they have already arrived. Elizabeth says it is right ahead, and the two begin to move. Then, another creature violently attacks. Anne looks out of the corner of her eye, and her little bear suddenly appears. throwing a heavy punch that makes the monster instantly explode. Right after that, the little bear transforms right back into a tiny bunny. Anne stands there staring, completely confused, and asks what on earth just happened. Li Ping tells her to hurry up and she responds, "Okay." Elizabeth touches the wall, sends powerful ripples right through it, and recites a magic incantation to open the way. A giant glowing door suddenly appears right before them. The protagonist can only say, "Wow." So this massive, brilliant door is the exit, and it slowly opens wide as a pure golden light spills right out. Elizabeth steps through first and tells them to go quickly. From a distance, the knight looks back, and Li Ping also takes a quick glance. Then he tells Anne to step through, and the three of them completely disappear through the door. Still facing the creatures, the knight tells the others to quickly get on his back to try and escape. The two women look over at him, and he violently explodes with rage because they think they can simply leave them behind like that. But by then, the door's already tightly closed. Inside, a massive mountain of treasure awaits them. The chamber is located on a spectacular floating island. The knight's remaining wives also manage to make it inside. Li Ping is happily celebrating along with Anne when the knight suddenly arrives and rudely pushes him out of the way. The muscular mummy does the exact same thing to Anne. He pauses there for a brief second, smiling like a complete maniac as he fully realizes the treasure is real, the legendary nectar of the Demon King. Li Ping tells him that they are completely even now. He isn't looking for gratitude, but he shouldn't act like that. The knight looks back and says he was quite useful. He completed the head count needed for the team. As a token of thanks, he promises to kill him quickly. But right then, something heavy falls, and right in the middle of the vast treasure, a giant golden eye snaps open. The entire hall begins to shake violently as a massive figure appears. A magnificent golden dragon rises high from the treasure and faces absolutely all of them. Sweating profusely, Li Ping frantically calls out to Elizabeth, "There's a dragon here, my child!" He keeps on shaking her, repeating over and over that there is a dragon. Anne also trembles with fear and says that something even more terrifying is hiding close by. Her eyes turn completely black again as she asks, "Master, what do we do now?" Elizabeth simply observes. The dragon lets out a deafening roar at everyone. The knight strictly commands his wives to buy him some time while he charges up his absolute strongest attack to kill it in a single blow. They accept, and the dragon violently swipes a claw at them. They barely dodge the first strike. The muscular mummy tells the assassin to go draw its attention. She says, "Okay," throws out origami, and then uses a powerful cloning technique. Right after that, she lunges straight at the dragon. Seeing this, the knight thinks to himself that now the only real danger is the giant dragon. He no longer needs to hide his power. He can concentrate absolutely everything on his best move. He begins to rapidly charge up the lightning slash. Raw electricity builds up all around him. The assassin's clones attack with lethal techniques, but absolutely nothing works. The plan was to create an opening, and it is completely failing. The muscular mummy tells her to relax, stating that she will handle it. Then she transforms her shield into an explosive weapon and launches it like a torpedo straight at the dragon's leg. Seeing the hit land perfectly, she thinks it worked. But the dragon merely looks down at her, completely unharmed. It raises a massive claw, she freezes in pure terror, and then it completely crushes her. When the claw lifts back up, the only thing left is her completely mangled remains. The assassin screams out for Sister Goksha, asking what on earth happened. Then she desperately uses her technique of 1,000 clones and curses under her breath. She even jokes to herself that she would only ever need 2 of those 1,000 in her bedroom. She is absolutely sure that even if she can't wound it, she can at least distract it. But the dragon looks right toward her, beats its massive wings, and stirs up the treasure into a wild golden whirlpool. Her clones are completely wiped out instantly, and the spinning coins shoot out everywhere like literal bullets. The spinning coins buzz right past, barely missing Li Ping, but somehow they completely fail to hit him. Elizabeth looks straight at him and asks if he is seriously still so calm, though she notes that is exactly what she would expect from someone like him. On the inside, The protagonist is thoroughly losing his cool, thinking that he almost just died. The giant dragon keeps on spinning. Just then, Anne uses her unique dollhouse summon. A massive bear suddenly appears, leaps right in front of them, and completely blocks the bullets of coins. The assassin strictly commands her clones to protect the master, so his charge won't be interrupted. She saves him and feels incredibly relieved. The dragon looks right at her and shoots her directly in the forehead, a clean shot to the head. At that very same moment, the knight finally finishes charging his Thundercut 300. He lunges straight forward, absolutely certain that not even a spirit demon could ever stop him. But when the thick smoke clears, he has only left a tiny mark on the dragon's neck, and his sword is completely shattered into absolute pieces. He stares blankly at the broken blade, completely stunned. Then the dragon violently lashes out with its tail and launches him through the air, completely smashing the entire chamber. Now its cold eyes fixate right on the trio. This is a magnificent 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect. Li Ping and Elizabeth just stand there with their arms tightly crossed. The protagonist murmurs to Elizabeth that the poor guy almost died from a single tail whip, so maybe she needs to use her final trump card. Elizabeth asks completely calmly what exactly he plans to do. He tells her it is her turn to act. She pauses, thoroughly confused. Has he truly discovered something? He tells her that if she doesn't step in, absolutely everyone here is going to die. Elizabeth snaps back at him sharply, telling him not to go giving her orders in front of others, while thinking to herself that he is actively using his mount against her. Meanwhile, Anne states that the true horror hasn't even begun. She doesn't believe a single one of them will make it out of there alive. Then, Elizabeth gently places a hand on Anne's head and invokes the rare Jinju bloodline to completely reveal the truth behind this magic. Anne's eyes instantly react, and deeply buried memories from the orphanage begin to rush back. She remembers eating happily with the other children, then another quiet night while she slept, until she opened her eyes and saw that strange woman looking down at her with an incredibly unsettling smile. Then comes the violent attack, when those monsters burst right into the orphanage. When the massive bear appeared behind Anne, it slaughtered all the creatures, but everyone at the orphanage had already died. Elizabeth notices that Anne used her own power to completely wipe out those tragic memories. She extracts Anne's raw energy, deeply despising her. Anne heavily drops to the ground, bitterly blaming herself for killing her own siblings. She can only beg for forgiveness. Elizabeth tells her coldly that she is an absolute disgrace to the Jinju bloodline, and that if she ever wants to escape that prison of deep regret, she must stand up and fight for her. Still crying, Anne tightly hardens her determination and stands up, saying that this time, at least, she will save her brother Li Ping. Suddenly, she begins to levitate high, completely wrapped in a glowing purple energy. The protagonist has absolutely no idea what is going on. But then, Anne extends her arms wide and calls out her puppets. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda, and a snake instantly appear. The dragon lunges forward with a massive claw, but its foot sinks right into the panda's belly, which swells up, then tightly contracts and traps the dragon's leg. At the very same time, the rabbit leaps forward and strikes it hard, completely twisting its neck. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what on earth she did to Anne and why she changed so drastically. Elizabeth states that she only forced her to face reality. The rabbit keeps on climbing higher, and Anne fights with a brand new determination. Thick smoke fills the air, and when it clears, the tiny rabbit is still tightly clinging to the dragon. Now both puppets have it completely pinned down. Then the massive snake approaches and wraps itself all around the dragon, squeezing with pure force. The dragon beats its wings again to form that golden tornado, but this time, the eagle stops it with a powerful tornado of its own. Highly impressed, Li Ping asks Elizabeth what this Jinju bloodline really is, but he is suddenly dragged away and violently slammed straight against the ground. The knight appears half dead, but he has stolen the backpack of fruits and laughs out loud, saying it is finally his. Elizabeth sharply clicks her tongue upon seeing that the piece of trash is somehow still alive, while Li Ping screams for them to return his bag. With a completely deranged smile, the knight says that his MasterCard now belongs to him, and that all of those rare fruits of the kingdom are his. He greedily eats the pineapple, then the orange, and then the grape. The protagonist watches him and asks what on earth he is doing and if he is seriously going to eat at a moment like this. But right after swallowing them, he begins to emit a wild, savage aura and says it is finally coming. His body begins to change drastically. He gets incredibly muscular, laughing maniacally at this insane power, and now even his level turns into a complete question mark. Looking down at his hand, he realizes that with this immense power, he no longer has to fear the old men of the Sacred Sword Guild. The dragon gets highly infuriated and blasts gold fire directly at him. Right before it hits, he completely disappears and reappears right next to its head, telling it to stop annoying him. Then he gives it a powerful electric kick that knocks the dragon completely down. Right after that, the centaur drops down from above and heads straight to the altar to grab the so-called Cup of the Demon King. Looking at it, he thinks that adding this will make him incredibly strong. Without waiting a single second, he drinks it all. His pupils turn completely red and he transforms yet again. Giant wings sprout from his back as he enters a full demonic form. He says that this sweet drink, the wine of his king, is truly excellent and that he can feel everything becoming perfectly clear. Anne steps right in front of them while Li Ping says that Guy is getting weirder and weirder, begging Elizabeth to please do something. Anne tells him not to worry at all, as she won't let him touch Brother MC. She begins a puppet spell, but the knight has already pierced right through her, puncturing her chest and lifting her high while saying he will eliminate the dangerous one first. Li Ping is completely horrified. The centaur throws Anne carelessly to the side and walks straight toward them, saying he is next. The protagonist completely ignores him and runs right over to Anne, telling her to hold on because Elizabeth will save her. The centaur walks up to Elizabeth and tells her he knows she is hiding her true power, but it doesn't matter. She has two choices. She can become his woman, take him to her kingdom, and help him inherit absolutely everything, or he will thoroughly enjoy breaking her first and then sell her to get whatever he wants. Through a flood of tears, Li Ping desperately begs Elizabeth to just kill him. The centaur twists his head around and asks who on earth told a piece of trash servant he could speak. He suddenly appears right in front of the protagonist and violently slams him straight into the ground, making coins go flying absolutely everywhere. But the centaur curiously seems to be the one who actually took the massive hit. When the smoke clears, Li Ping says he is completely done pretending. The centaur is the one who goes flying backward, thoroughly beaten and deeply confused. He cannot possibly understand it. He attacked with absolute everything, so why on earth did it feel as though his own strike was reflected right back at him? He glares at Elizabeth and asks if she was the one who did it. But as she observes the protagonist, Elizabeth knows that not even her magic could ruin his clothes. That is exactly why he forced the attack, so the centaur would completely destroy himself. Li Ping just stands there, acting with an air of absolute superiority, thinking to himself that people call him the hero, but in reality, his plan worked out exactly as he intended. As long as he keeps providing good food to Elizabeth, she will protect him whenever he needs it. As long as he remains useful, she won't allow him to die. No matter how deadly the situation gets, trying to kill him would be just like going without her meals. He doesn't even realize how utterly broken that makes him. The centaur says that it is thoroughly disturbing and that the protagonist seems far too pleased with himself, but he is only using half of his full power, and Elizabeth made a grave mistake by rejecting a centaur as powerful as him. Then he charges once more. This is his final response apparently, while Elizabeth remains completely calm. As he lunges straight forward, he says he wants to see her reflect his next attack, but something hits him hard from the left first. The blow is massive and violently smashes him straight against the ground. Elizabeth takes a quick look and asks if they have finally woken up. The centaur lies completely broken on the floor. From deep within the shadows, a golden dragon begins to emerge. The centaur fully realizes that this is the dragon's true form. The one he fought earlier was merely a tiny fraction of its true power. It absorbs its old dragon body, and Elizabeth notes that she used to play with it by gently stroking it with her tail as well. This is the true dragon of the void, a magnificent golden dragon queen from the Demon King's stellar realm. The centaur still flatly refuses to accept it, stating that he also possesses the power of his king and simply cannot lose. The dragon instantly crushes him completely under one of its massive claws. Lying right there, Li Ping asks Elizabeth if this is truly happening. Elizabeth states that he had already realized it a while ago. This place is not real at all. A moment later, they are floating in midair, and Elizabeth tells him that even if magic is his weak point, this should have been blindingly obvious. The dragon speaks in a strange language, and Elizabeth replies right back. Then it begins to cry heavily, surrounded by thick smoke, and transforms into a tiny little girl. Her name is Amelia, Elizabeth's loyal pet, and she cries out loud, saying she is truly her queen and that she has waited for such a long time. Elizabeth states that Amelia is still far too innocent for someone living in a demon king's realm, which is precisely why she didn't want to come here. She knew that awakening her would only make her overly needy again. Amelia tightly hugs her, sobbing that Elizabeth vanished for 500 long years without saying a single word and that she missed her terribly. Then we are told Amelia's backstory. She was born from the heavens and the earth, and Elizabeth's magic was what made her egg hatch in the first place. After Amelia was born, they made a formal contract. Elizabeth gave her the name Amelia, molded her entire personality, trained her, and spent quality time with her. That is why Amelia secretly swore to serve her forever. When she grew up, she became Elizabeth's personal mount and carried her all across the world to face brutal enemies. Back then, Elizabeth decided that the only absolute way to end all wars was to rule the entire world herself. Amelia was purely happy watching her mistress conquer everything, but Elizabeth smiled less and less as time went on. Amelia knew that the stronger Elizabeth became, the less real help she could actually offer her. Then, one day, without any warning at all, Elizabeth drew the sacred sword and completely vanished. In the grand assembly of the races, her total absence is causing pure chaos. Not even her legendary fame is helping anymore, and crime keeps on rising. The orc minister states that the exact same thing is happening in his tribe. Many want to break away because pure fear of the queen was the only thing keeping everyone united. The dwarf minister says that maybe everyone should just return to their own lands and protect their regions until the queen finally returns. Twyla, the elven minister, asks Jean where on earth Elizabeth went. Since he was the closest person to her, she wants to know if the legendary hero defeated her. Jean immediately dismisses that idea. He has personally seen how terrifying Elizabeth truly is and states that nobody in this world could ever defeat her. As far as he is concerned, everyone can do whatever they want now. He decides he will search for Her Majesty all by himself, and Malfoy, one of Elizabeth's former followers, says he will do the exact same thing. With that, the meeting comes to an end. In the end, the ministers split up and took total control of their respective regions. Amelia wanted absolutely nothing to do with any of it. She took a bit of fine wine and left. Then she returned straight to the place where she was first found, waiting for Elizabeth to come back. So she waited, and waited even longer, and just kept on waiting. Now she is crying tears of joy, endlessly happy that her mistress has finally returned. Elizabeth tells her that the long wait was clearly worth it. All that time taught her how to meditate, and that was the absolute key to reaching the Demon King level. Amelia continues sobbing and desperately begs Elizabeth to never leave her like that ever again. In her mind, all of this was merely part of her mistress's grand plan to make her stronger. Up above, a trembling Li Ping tells Elizabeth to stop talking about the past and go help Annie once and for all. Right at that exact moment, Annie opens her eyes and asks the protagonist where they are. He instantly relaxes. The only thing he truly cares about is whether Annie is doing okay. She says she is, and then searches through her backpack. Inside, she finds the apple he gave her, completely ruined. Li Ping gently comforts her, telling her that it's perfectly fine and not to worry at all. Seeing this, Elizabeth realizes that he had planned it from the very start. The trap began the precise moment he handed the fruit to Annie. Amelia nestles against Elizabeth as usual, but gets deeply annoyed upon noticing that Elizabeth is still staring at the protagonist, so she asks who on earth that guy is. Elizabeth replies that he is the legendary hero and that she stayed at his house while she was away. That makes Amelia even more furious. In her head, he held her mistress captive for 500 years and now seems to be trying to conquer her heart, so she decides to put a swift end to him. Li Ping simply smiles and introduces himself, saying it is an absolute pleasure to meet Amelia. She smiles right back at him, but is already plotting his death. Now that she has reached the Demon King level, she thinks that joining forces with Elizabeth should be more than enough to defeat the legendary him. She instantly summons a Dragon King Claw and lunges straight into the attack, still acting with polite manners. The attack strikes his chest and violently explodes. Amelia is left thoroughly stunned. Somehow, he completely blew her claw away. Li Ping casually apologizes, saying he couldn't react in time. That only confuses her even further. Her strike was powerful enough to completely erase a city, yet he negated it as if it were nothing. Then he extends his hand out to her and says it is now her turn to make the first move. Amelia begins to break into a cold sweat, realizing that he might be even more terrifying than her own mistress. Panicking, she begs him please not to do it. Instead, he gently takes her hand and apologizes for ruining their handshake. Now he fully understands why Elizabeth is so calm, since she has such a polite friend like Amelia. Amelia just stares at him, thoroughly confused. Handshake? Friend? Elizabeth states that calling her a friend is fine, but in reality, Amelia is her mount. Li Ping immediately begins to imagine that in his own bizarre way. Elizabeth sharply snaps her fingers and instantly teleports everyone outside. Then she says, "That is enough for today." Amelia once again marvels at her mistress. Li Ping is also impressed and privately decides that really staying close to Elizabeth solves everything. But the journey was too much for Anne, and she faints right onto the protagonist's shoulder. Elizabeth tells him to take Anne to rest while she speaks with Amelia. Back at the farm, Amelia asks what Elizabeth wants from her, saying she will do anything. She truly wants to serve her again. Elizabeth asks her if she knows anything about the Black Demon Guild. Amelia thinks for a moment. She slept through most of what occurred, but then she remembers it. She says it is related to Malfoy, the former Prince of Humanity, and asks if Elizabeth remembers him. Elizabeth says maybe. Amelia pouts, wondering why Elizabeth wants him instead of her. Elizabeth explains that this guild has been murdering people while claiming they want to resurrect her, and that makes her furious. Amelia also gets angry. Trying to resurrect someone who is alive is an insult, so she asks what needs to be done. Elizabeth tells her to eliminate them completely without revealing anything about her or this place. Amelia accepts immediately. Then Elizabeth adds that once the job is done, she will free her. Amelia takes the order seriously and says she will take care of it. Of course, in her mind, doing whatever she wants also means clinging to Elizabeth all night long. After that, she leaves full of energy, but suddenly a missile flies toward her and explodes in midair. When the smoke clears, she is injured. Seeing her burned skin, she realizes that whoever attacked her must be at least in the realm of sovereignty. Below, Wang Kai locks on target and raises the defense system to level 2. Amelia breaks into a cold sweat. Another missile arrives, and she blocks it with her wing. She looks down furiously and says they picked the wrong opponent. Then a barrage of missiles appears and explosions fill the sky. Amelia is left completely battered. Wang Kai checks again, confirms the target is still alive, and raises the defense to level 3. It is then that Elizabeth screams, calling the dog an idiot. She says Amelia is with her and orders it to stop. The little dog trembles and says it will put her on the whitelist. Amelia leaves that place trembling, thinking it is terrifying and wanting to leave quickly. Inside the house, Li Ping is cutting oranges to make fresh juice for Anne. He brings it to her and tells her she should drink it if she still feels unwell. She thanks him and takes a sip. Immediately, her entire body begins to recover. Every piece of that fruit is filled with immense magical power. She is surprised, wondering if this sensation is some kind of high-level divine magic. Then her mind clears and she remembers the orphan fairy that looked like a monster, telling her, "I am you, and you are me." It tells her to stop suppressing her true self. Anne is left crying, completely lost. Meanwhile, Li Ping plops down on the sofa and says there is nothing like a sofa at home. Just then, Elizabeth enters, walks past Anne, and says she finally remembered everything. She explains that Anne's Jean clan swore allegiance to her long ago, and that when Anne's bloodline awakened, that oath was also activated. At that moment, Anne sees Elizabeth as a giant, with herself resting in the palm of her hand. Trembling, Anne asks her if she is the legendary demon queen. Elizabeth answers, yes. She rules this entire world. Anne is confused. The legend said that Elizabeth died alongside the hero, so she turns to Li Ping and asks who he really is. Embarrassed, the protagonist admits that yes, he is the hero. Anne immediately believes she understands everything. According to her version, the protagonist and Elizabeth fought a final battle to decide who was the strongest, and after fighting for a month, they fell in love, abandoned the fight, and fell in love. Then they spent the next 500 years living quietly together. Elizabeth says that is almost true. Li Ping is bewildered by how wrong Anne is, but Elizabeth continues and says that for a descendant of the best warriors of the demon clan, Anne's current state is pathetic. He is stunned and asks if Anne is part of her clan. Anne simply stands there in silence. Elizabeth begins to explain. About 600 years ago, a boy named Jean awakened the demon bloodline. When his eyes turned red, his strength, skills, and magic increased drastically, but as that power grew, so did his violence. Soon, only killing satisfied him. In a few years, he plunged the northern lands into chaos, wiped out hundreds of Elizabeth's elite warriors, and finally came to challenge her at the castle. She easily defeated him, sealed his violent side, and bound his entire bloodline to serve her through an oath of allegiance. Trembling, Anne says she never knew anything about that. Her first memory is living in the church orphanage, where the nun and the others were her family. Elizabeth tells her the truth. When Anne went mad, she killed everyone at the orphanage. Unable to face that, she convinced herself that they were still alive and waiting for the nun to return. At the same time, Elizabeth wonders why someone with Jean's power hasn't conquered the world while she was away. Anne breaks down, screaming that she couldn't have done that to her siblings. Li Ping tries to argue that they met those siblings at the market, but Elizabeth cuts him off. She opens a vision portal and says it is time to see what those siblings really are. Looking through it, they only see dolls. Anne truly saw them as people, but in reality, it was never like that. Elizabeth closes the portal and asks if Anne understands now. She says Anne has been pouring magic into those dolls the whole time, which is why she is stuck at the mage level. Even Li Ping finds it hard to believe. Elizabeth doesn't sugarcoat it at all. Anne awakened her bloodline to fight the Black Apostles, lost control, and killed everyone. That is the truth she has been running away from. Anne begins to go wild, wrapped in a purple aura. Elizabeth stops it with a tap on her forehead, knocking her unconscious. Li Ping catches her, and Elizabeth says she knows he wants to help, but if Anne wakes up and triggers her bloodline again, she could destroy the entire city. The protagonist still says it is fine. They will find a way to deal with it. Later, back at the church, Anne wakes up. She gets out of bed and apologizes once again for causing trouble. The protagonist says it's no big deal, asks her how she is feeling, and mentions that they used Elizabeth's teleportation to get back. Anne starts to cry, saying she can't believe she caused all those deaths. Li Ping tells her that isn't true. She was trying to protect everyone, not kill them. But Anne cannot accept that and blames herself for losing control. He insists, saying that the real blame falls on the people who attacked her and forced her into that state. Then he adds that some materials are still missing here. She keeps crying, saying that doesn't change what happened. Li Ping steps in and explains that when she made the dolls, the details were fine, but she tied too many knots because she was afraid the stuffing would come out. Because of that poor construction, the dolls lost their spirits. Then he tells her that it's okay. He will help her make them again. As he says that, he starts taking them apart. It hurts Anne to see her siblings destroyed, and she begins to lose control again. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly blurts out a dramatic line. "Do not wander under the tree. Do not question me in the rain. And do not cry in the dark." Then Anne finds herself standing in the middle of a lake, confused. A huge golden hand appears in the sky. Li Ping finishes. Keep moving forward, do not look back. If you face it with courage, you will see that this mist was only a little bit of rain. Then the sky lights up. The protagonist gently lifts her up in his palm. At the same time, he gives Anne a new doll, an angelic girl named Rafal. He hopes that will help her begin to heal. Anne grabs his hand, sure of it. The feelings are the same. They truly are her siblings. She sees them gathered around Li Ping, and he tells her she no longer needs to worry. Then they vanish, saying goodbye to Anne. She breaks down again, promising to protect the church. He tells her that the sky is clear now and then lets out a long sigh. Phew, good thing I read those system books on psychotherapy. Meanwhile, in the death swamp of the demon realm, Amelia flies around looking for the target. Seeing the ruins, she comments that it's a shame what they did to her mistress's house. She lands, and a group of creatures surrounds her. They threaten to devour her soul. A moment later, all of them explode. She wonders why they are treating this place like a dump. As she moves forward, a chubby baby-like mage comes out of a book and demands to know who she is and why she is looking for the Black Guild. He is the sixth pillar of the guild, a 5-star demon. Then a chamber full of his eggs appears before her. Inside the Black Guild Hall, a meeting is already taking place. Their leader says that someone strong is approaching. A member reports that an entire unit was wiped out while attacking the Saint's Guide and wonders if this is revenge. A plump girl shrugs and says Kirstis can handle it. The chief of staff asks the girl if she wants to go have fun, and they tell him to shut up. Then the tentacle guy says that nobody can reach them anyway, but the master on the throne is pleased. He was afraid he wouldn't get the materials he needed, but now they have come to him. It is Malfoy from the beginning of the story, only 500 years more ruined. The chubby mage with the pacifier who tried to stop Amelia is destroyed before he can even react. The dragon steps on him, and that's the end of it. Then a bunch of apostles appear. One is literally a girl carrying 6 balloons, and they are sure they can kill her. Amelia responds using the power of the Golden Dragon King. Just her roar blows everyone away. After that, she keeps walking as if nothing happened. She stops in front of a giant eye that is still looking down at her and destroys it with a single kick. Then she enters the boss's chamber, looks at Malfoy, and tells him he looks terrible. Malfoy is completely shattered, yet he still recognizes her. In the next instant, he is torn to pieces in his seat. Everyone panics, not knowing what just happened. Of course, she simply created a small dragon arm and crushed him. That shattered, Malfoy asks why she woke up, then reveals that he can rebuild himself and asks if she found Elizabeth. That takes her by surprise. Suddenly, tentacles emerge from the ground and bind her. The tentacle guy says there is no way she can escape. Amelia simply asks, "Escape? What do you mean?" Then she takes a bite, and he panics immediately. She starts swallowing everything as if it were noodles, and it's over. Poor guy, goodbye digestion. Then a very curvy woman appears behind her, saying she gives up and that she only joined them by force. She blows her a little kiss to activate her charm magic. And yes, she is definitely seductive. She tells Amelia that if attacks don't work, she will simply make her a prisoner. Amelia responds by spitting out the octopus she ate and finishes her off. Then another one appears. Now she is right in front of Malfoy again and asks him if he will die alone or fight. He admits he cannot face her alone, but with what he has behind him, he says, things change. She looks at the incubation cocoon and sees that an Elizabeth is being created inside. A month later, we return to the small farm where they spend their days planting, watering, and harvesting in peace. At home, it's more of the same, chopping wood and preparing food. Elizabeth can tell that something is not right with him. That night, Li Ping grows increasingly restless. By morning, he has already made a decision. He even cooks Elizabeth's favorite breakfast. She notices immediately, "Stop beating around the bush. What do you want?" Li Ping says that after a year together, she knows he is not a threat. That means the hero and the queen can exist side by side. So he thinks it's time for Elizabeth to leave and rule the world again. She asks him why. He explains that when he came here to hide, he never expected her to show up, and now time outside is passing too fast. Without her, the apostles are tearing the country apart, and even the Black Guild has appeared to make things worse. Elizabeth says she doesn't care. The chaos out there doesn't affect them. From Li Ping's point of view, the system route should have ended with their battle and then peace. But because they became friends, the world fell into chaos instead. He admits he wanted to keep her here after the barrier broke. If he hadn't known what was happening outside, he could have stayed like this forever. But now he knows and cannot ignore it. Still, he cannot be a hero, and he cannot save everyone either. For some reason, Elizabeth interprets that as him saying he cannot live without her, so she asks him what he really wants. He says he wants her to go back and save the world because he is incompetent and can no longer keep being selfish. In his head, he's already thinking that even if monsters destroy this place, he can simply move to the city. Now her misunderstanding makes sense. In her mind, he is being selfish because he wants the queen all to himself and won't let her stay in the outside world. She finishes eating and asks him if he wants her to go out and fix the world's problems, saying that is easy enough. Li Ping's face lights up. Really? You agree? Then I'll prepare everything. But she turns around and says no, she has zero interest in the outside world. Still, there are two ways to solve this. In her head, she is already thinking that he is an idiot for trying to kick her out. The protagonist asks what those two ways are. She says the first one is simple. Go outside, use a spell, and wipe out everyone. Li Ping responds immediately that no, definitely not that one. Her second idea is to find someone who can rule in her place while she supports them from the shadows. The protagonist asks who that could possibly be. Elizabeth says he already knows, because other than her, only he is qualified. He breaks into a sweat. Wait, she wants him to rule the world? The next thing he knows, he is practicing sword swings, still wondering how on earth he ended up doing this. Right beside him, she keeps shouting at him to practice properly. He replies, all right, all right. Meanwhile, she thinks to herself, are you really trying to play mind games with this queen? You're far too young for that. She admits he is a little stronger than her, but when it comes to mental games, he stands absolutely no chance. It seems the queen is falling for him. She remembers how crushed she felt that morning when he told her to leave. Then, when he said he couldn't live without her, she believes she finally understood. In her mind, he knows that the two of them together could easily conquer or destroy the world, so the best option is to leave him alone and just observe every now and then. And since she already sent Amelia to handle the Black Guild, there is nothing to worry about. Now she is completely convinced that his little plan is just an act, and that she has already figured everything out. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen in love with the queen. Meanwhile, Li Ping remains thoroughly confused, seriously wondering if one can truly become a master just by swinging a sword 1,000 times a day. She imagines him as the absolute pinnacle of strength, but also as someone who enjoys receiving a little punishment. To her, she is the only person in the world capable of satisfying those strange interests. Now, she has a new plan. She doesn't care about foolish things like love, but with him, it's different. He possesses unmatched creation and production power, while she has the absolute best sword skill and magic. Together, they could have the strongest child of all time. She wonders what their child would be like, maybe someone who transcends the limits of this world, but she won't accept it so easily. For now, she will let him keep training that terrible sword technique as he needs to grow stronger for their future child. Li Ping is completely lost. What is she thinking about so intensely? Is she really planning to teach him swordsmanship and magic so that together they can destroy the Black Guild? As he swings his sword, she suddenly turns into a little girl and crashes straight to the ground. Who are you calling a little girl? I am the spirit of the legendary great sword Alpha. The queen asks what is going on and then instantly recognizes Alpha. She lunges forward, shouting for her to die, but receives a direct kick to the face and goes flying. Sit down, let's talk. Li Ping apologizes, saying he had no idea the girl had been conscious this whole time. The kid says she appeared at the critical moment of the battle between the demon and the queen, but now wants to know why the protagonist has spent all these years doing nothing but chopping wood. The protagonist tells her to calm down, but the kid keeps insisting and asks if he changed the story's scriptwriter friend because he doesn't deserve to be a hero. Elizabeth asks if she is trying to kill her. The kid quickly says no, that this crazy system turned her into her savior. She ignores that and tells her to help Li Ping rule the world. Alpha blurts out, "Wait, Rule the world? He corrects her. It's more like saving it. Alpha stares right at him. What on earth are you talking about, protagonist? The protagonist says he is tired of sitting around doing nothing and finally wants to take on the duty of being a hero. Alpha asks why he is training like this if he already has talent. Why don't you train with him 100 times and gain enough experience to fight a demon king? She even awakened Alpha, so none of this makes any sense. It turns out that all that time spent chopping wood was actually giving him experience. Li Ping looks at Alpha and says he knows he lacks talent, but with Alpha and Elizabeth by his side, he believes he can pull it off. Alpha begins to reply as if saying, "What are you talking about? Yours?" But Elizabeth casts a spell and seals her mouth shut. Then she tells her to stay quiet as she needs to speak with the brat. Her demon hand grabs him and drags him behind a tree. A plume of smoke rises and he returns completely beaten up. Looking at Li Ping, he finally gives in and says he will cooperate. Elizabeth cuts the delays and says it is time to get started. The city is full of guild recruiters shouting to find new members and vendors offering food. Li Ping is also there. This is Titano, a city controlled by the Sacred Sword Guild. Elizabeth states that her magic senses something important is about to happen here, so it is a great opportunity for him to observe and gather information. The protagonist agrees. If he wants to rule the world, he has to start with information. Alpha says it is completely stupid and that coming here is a total waste of time. Elizabeth throws a sharp glare at him and asks if he wants to be cut cleanly in half. He quickly clings to the protagonist and retreats. Then, the protagonist notices a flyer on the ground and picks it up, wondering if this is the big event she sensed. It's a guild competition. Elizabeth explains that each guild sends one fighter. A man beats a drum and calls everyone to place their bets. The crowd instantly grows hyped. Li Ping pulls Elizabeth along, and they head straight toward the battle arena. Just before entering, a green bull blocks them and says his magic didn't detect any tickets. He tells Elizabeth that he will handle it, takes out a pouch of coins, and says the sign advertised tickets at 10 coins each, so he asks if they can still buy some. The guard says yes, but that he bought them all and is now selling them for 200 coins each. Li Ping realizes the guy is a total scammer, but Elizabeth casts a spell on his head and he immediately hands them VIP tickets. With that resolved, they happily go inside. Li Ping is amazed. The place is incredibly elegant. He also spots several seemingly important guests, including a man with a pipe writing magic, a dwarf, and 2 women from the Sacred Guild. The blonde is Luna, and the redhead is Anna. Anna asks if those 2 are on the guest list. At the same time, Elizabeth tells Li Ping to go get some snacks while the 2 girls from the Sacred Guild keep watching them. Then, a booming voice echoes, welcoming everyone to the final guild competition. It introduces the sword prodigy of the Sacred Guild, King, General Gaia of the Big Bear Guild, the top fighter of the Elven Guild, Travis, and a special guest from the Card Guild, Yi. All 4 battles begin at the same time as the fighters leap into the arena. The atmosphere turns tense. The elf judges the big guy as foolish and probably useless, merely roaring like a maniac. The card user also seems weak. So to her, the real threat is the sword prodigy of the Sacred Guild with the blue blade. The large fighter charges straight toward him, and the elf draws 3 arrows and fires. 1 targets each opponent, and all 3 dodge them. But once the arrows hit the ground, roots sprout out, turning into vines that wrap around everyone. The big guy grows furious and tries to break free, but the vines only tighten further. The elf explains that it is rubber root. The more you struggle, the tighter it squeezes. Then the swordsman with the blue blade draws his sword and cuts everything to pieces. Meanwhile, the card fighter just stands there, apologizing for destroying the plant. The elf says it's fine, he can pay with his life. She shoots again, sending an arrow toward him, but the swordsman speaks calmly, without fear or hesitation. Selfless state, Bluebird. Power clashes with power, and before the elf realizes it, her arm has been severed and falls to pieces. He approaches, points his sword at her, and tells her she has lost. The elf admits he really is a genius, but that it isn't over yet. Suddenly, explosive butterflies surround him. His sword is knocked away, and when the smoke clears, He is battered, but still standing. She pulls a seed out of her mouth, spits it onto the ground, and a plant sprouts. She pushes her severed arm inside the plant and grows a new one, though it is twisted because the brute crushed it earlier. He crushed it badly. Then the swordsman in blue turns around and says it's now the samurai's turn. Still, he feels something strange about that other fighter. In the stands, the crowd is enjoying every second. He tosses the damaged arm aside and calls his sword back to his hand. The brute declares that power is everything and says he will now crush him. He leaps forward using 70% of his muscle strength. The swordsman dodges and counterattacks with a slash. But even when the blade hits, it does nothing to him. The brute attacks again at 80%. The swordsman tries to block with his sword, but he is thrown backward and the blade bends badly. The brute charges once more, now at 90%, forcing him to dodge again and again. Li Ping asks Elizabeth who she thinks will win. She says nothing. Anna finds it strange that a B-rank dwarf maid's sword was destroyed in a single blow. Luna asks if they should stop the match, but Anna says not yet. In the highest VIP section, someone asks if they should intervene. Another man, Bowie, says those two should be able to handle it. The first man hesitates, then points out that the president of the card guild is also that girl's father. A boy beside him notices he is trembling and assumes it's because the brute's magic comes from the apostles. But the real reason for his nervousness is that he saw Li Ping with his little demon. In his mind, the protagonist came here to see how he uses the deck, so he has to live up to the great hero's expectations. Back in the arena, the brute keeps pressing hard while the blue swordsman can only keep backing away. Then the brute tears a huge slab from the ground and swings it like a sheet. The swordsman leaps to avoid it, but he is caught in midair and slammed straight into the ground under a mass of stone. The brute reaches into the rubble but suddenly feels a small cut. He steps back and then realizes his hand is missing. Enraged, he swears to kill the blue swordsman, who repeats the same quiet words, without fear, without doubt, without confusion. Selfless state. The brute tries to move again, but he is slashed from a distance and falls to the ground in pain. The blue swordsman tells him this is his last chance. The brute refuses to yield. He remembers the forbidden drug, but the swordsman warns him that if he gives up the power given to him by the Black Guild, he will spare his life. Instead, the brute crushes a pill in his mouth to reach the realm of the Demon King. Before he can transform, his head is cut off, rolling toward the female card fighter, who has been standing inside the trap the entire time. In reality, she is the little elf Li Ping saved before. Earlier, at the card guild, she had been training with the decks. While drinking tea made from the herbs Li Ping gave her, she kept growing stronger. Her father returned from a trip and said he helped the Sacred Guild face the apostles, so he received a reward. At first, she thinks it's just a bag with apostle remains, but in reality, it's a direct invitation to the finals. If she wins, the card guild will become an official guild. She feels insecure, saying she cannot match those geniuses. He tells her it doesn't matter, as they have grown a lot and are no longer who they used to be. When the time comes, he will give her Li Ping's deck, and with it, she will win. Back among the vines, she thinks that with the protagonist's deck, she can only use 6 cards at a time. For the rest, she relies on copies, weakening her attacks, but she still won't back down. Right now, what matters most is determination. She grabs the deck on her belt, breaks free from the vines with ease, and notices that the severed head still appears to be alive. The blue swordsman says it was smart to hide and save her power for the end, but that she is still no match for him, so she should surrender. She throws cards at him, and he dodges them while warning her that the guild owes him a favor. He does not want to hurt her, so this is the final warning. The audience is confused to see someone fighting with cards, so she throws a sword made of poker cards. He says he knows these are just fake attacks meant to set up something stronger, and that he will not give her that chance. When he approaches to attack, she panics because he figured it out so quickly, but backpedals and steps on a card that launches her upwards, and from on high, sends another wave of cards downwards. The blue swordsman jumps and still manages to avoid them. This time, she forms rings of cards, and again he blocks them, but the cards wrap around his sword and his body, weakening his ki. He tells her this is pointless. If she forces him to get serious, she will die. She says all she wanted was enough time to finish one last attack. Raising a stack of cards, she screams, "Break free," and creates a giant dragon of swords. Now, everyone is paying attention. The dwarf wonders who made those cards, since each one has a different effect. Among the crowd, Li Ping is stunned and blurts out that they really are fighting with cards. The blue swordsman pushes his selfless state to the limit and launches a blue bird against the dragon. They collide in the middle of the arena, causing a massive explosion. The cards shatter and fall like rain. She realizes that he is too strong. There is no way she can win with only copies. But she is afraid to use the real deck because she cannot control it. The blue swordsman goes to finish her off, blaming her for forcing him to use all his power. He launches a slash through the cards and she collapses. He says it's over. She accepts defeat and says there's no point in keeping trying. But behind the blue swordsman, something swoops down and enters his head. His eye turns purple, and it seems that the head of the decapitated creature has possessed him, taking control of his body. The great apostle says this body feels excellent. Still learning to use this sword power, he begins to attack everyone in the city. Luckily, a barrier goes up. Without it, the crowd would have died. Li Ping asks Elizabeth what they should do now. Should they help? Elizabeth says no. If he wants to rule the world, he needs to get used to small changes like this. Anyway, bigger things are coming. So she tells him not to worry. The father realizes that they knew the invasion was coming. That's why they appeared. Now he just has to put on a good show for Mr. Li Ping and the queen. The old man next to him thinks that if he rushes to save his daughter, he will show the Black Guild that they lack fighters. Then when the sacred sword begins to look elsewhere, they will come crawling back. The demon has taken control of Blue's mind. The elf is furious. She already hates the Black Guild, so now she stops holding back and activates the new deck. The apostle is stunned. What is this? Her magic just skyrocketed, so he decides to kill her quickly. He launches an attack, but a shield knight appears and blocks it for her. Li Ping narrows his eyes to see him. That looks familiar to him. The dwarf and the analyst are surprised. This deck is well above the previous one. If they are right, it is the spirit of one of the 13 holy knights. The old man asks the leader if this is the same trick they used to beat the 6 demonic pillars. The father says that before he used 9. Now she is only using 5 and hopes that will be enough. She throws cards at the creature and orders it to leave that body. It dodges against the force of the cards. It jumps, trying to escape, but hits the shield of a knight, who throws it among his companions. The knights hit the demon back and forth like a ball. Finally, he manages to stop in midair with a sword blow. But the shield knight appears behind him and catches him in a box. She gives a single order: crush him. 4 knights lunge from each side, pressing all their strength on the apostle until his body shrinks. Shattered, he crashes into the ground. Seeing that, his father looks toward the arena and hopes that Li Ping and the demon queen will be satisfied. At the same time, the protagonist leans toward the queen. So that's Li Fu. No wonder she looked familiar to me. He reminds Elizabeth that they are the father and daughter they helped once. But Elizabeth ignores him and glares at the father, annoyed because he exposed himself in that way. The poor man trembles in his place. Shaking, he greets them and says he did not want to ruin their visit, so he kept quiet about their presence there. He begs them to forgive him. Now that Li Ping has also seen the old man, he stands up and calls out to him, saying that his uncle is also there. He says he just realized that Li Fu was the one who was fighting and that he has many questions to ask him. That only makes the old man even more nervous. Much to ask? Perhaps the protagonist did not like the card skills. The other old man next to him can only wonder who this boy is that the boss treats with such respect. The story then moves to a banquet where everyone is sitting together. Li Ping asks the queen quietly why they were invited. She says it doesn't matter. He should take this opportunity to learn about the kingdom. He will need many meetings when he conquers the world. He agrees, but tells her to stop saying that out loud before people get the wrong idea. The warty old man praises the elf's father for the incredible victory, but the father interrupts him and says they can talk about that later. First, he wants to introduce 2 guests. This young man saved his daughter from the Apostles of Darkness. His name is Mr. Li Ping, and the woman next to him is... He stops when he sees that the queen is glaring at him. Father and daughter realize that they cannot reveal who she is. The old man carrying the sword asks why not. The father wants to answer, but the mark on his neck makes it clear that if he says too much, he will die. Seeing this, Li Ping thinks the father is being considerate, protecting Elizabeth's identity to avoid problems. The protagonist tells her to pretend to be a beginning princess from now on. That way, she will hide her identity. She answers that she doesn't care. Then he introduces them himself. They are from a small country in the south, he is a minister there, and the woman accompanying him is the princess. A butler nearby says he is also from the south, and that he has never heard of them. Ignoring that, the father says that Mr. Li Ping is the one who taught him the card techniques. The protagonist quickly downplays it, says the father is giving him too much credit, he's not even that talented with cards and actually wanted to learn from them. In fact, he is also looking for someone to teach him swordsmanship. Luna whispers to Blue that he wants to learn swordsmanship even though he can create cards like that, and wonders what he is really after. Blue warns her to stay focused, as this is not the time. Yulifu swallows hard and asks Mr. Li Ping if he saw her fight. Were her card skills good enough? He has no idea what she means by that. Before he can answer, her father asks him to be honest. Was something lacking in her performance? Li Ping's face darkens. He says he has nothing to add. He simply didn't expect them to use his cards in that way. The father immediately breaks into a sweat and apologizes, admitting that he foolishly copied some cards and even founded a guild around them without permission. The elf also apologizes, saying that what she showed in the fight is the best she can do, but the protagonist suddenly changes his tone and asks why they are apologizing. If more people can join in the games this way, that is a good thing. Yulifu asks if he means that the fact that the cards have power is good because ordinary people can learn too. Her father thinks that must be it, a way to expand the guild even further. Then Li Ping realizes they are talking about magic power, not just cards. The man with the monocle keeps watching, clearly interested. The girl's magic is overwhelmingly strong, while the other person is hiding theirs completely. He cannot read him at all, not even with the demonic lens. At that moment, Elizabeth glances at him from the corner of her eye. He begins to sweat. Did she notice? That should be impossible. There was no magical reflection through his lens. Still, the pressure he feels is terrifying. Elizabeth looks at the protagonist and says she wants to kill one of them. The protagonist jumps and asks what she means. Instead, she pulls out a pudding and says any questions can wait until the meeting is over. Then he hands it to her. Her mood instantly shifts and she happily accepts the pudding. The old man with the sword clears his throat and says, "Enough with the trivial chatter." He brings everyone back to the main topic. Due to what happened in the competition, he called these people here to discuss forming an alliance. They need to eliminate the Black Guild quickly. Then a servant places something on the table, a bag filled with black gears that were taken from the players during this very tournament. Li Ping asks what the black gears are. The father explains that when someone accepts power from the Black Guild, one of these gears is placed inside them and grows along with their strength. The dwarf says 30 gears appeared in the tournament. The Black Guild has already infiltrated. Luna notes that the fighter passed the purification, so perhaps they accept the power after qualifying. Anna believes the guild avoided the purification, but the man with the monocle clarifies that they only detect low fusions. Many don't even need to hide. Those who absorb gears lose control and become apostles. Others resist without controlling it, becoming great apostles. If someone accepts the gear and masters the Demon King's power, they become a pillar servant. Regardless of the outcome, they are forced to remain loyal to whoever gave them the gear. Blue asks if that means he almost became a black apostle. The man with the monocle says there is no sure way to know. Blue was controlled, not fused. But with his talent, true control probably would have turned him into a king's pillar. The old man with the sword says it's good that the boss was there to help because these old bones of his wouldn't have known what to do. The duelist was also from the Sacred Guild and had to intervene. Blue explains that he was on a mission during the attack, but after seeing how they defeated a pillar and losing himself, he now believes in them. Yulifu is strong. She points directly at Li Ping and says it's all thanks to him. The only reason she has that power is because of the cards he gave her. The dwarf asks where he learned to make cards like that and if he is a blacksmith. He has also been observing the sword on the protagonist's back, knowing it must be incredibly valuable. The protagonist says he just likes to make things at home to pass the time, nothing like blacksmithing. The dwarf calls him a humble young man. Meanwhile, Luna says that if the Sword Saint were here, the Black Guild wouldn't even dare to invade. Anna quickly tells her that she is talking too much. Li Ping asks the boss, Yulifu's father, if that Sword Saint is the strongest swordsman and where he is now. But the boss replies that he is no longer part of the Sacred Guild, so he cannot comment on that. The old man with the sword says it's no problem. They won't be able to hide it much longer anyway, as rumors are flying. The dwarf says this confirms it. The man with the monocle explains that after the Sacred Sword Guild's rebellion, its strength declined and even the Sword Saint disappeared. That's why the Black Guild is acting now. The old man with the sword confirms it. The Sword Saint sent messages about half a year ago, but since then, nothing. Li Ping is left confused. A rebellion and the saint disappeared? The butler explains that, to be exact, the Sword Saint went to capture the Axe Elder who betrayed the guild but never returned. Blue says his last mission was to find the Sword Saint, but when he arrived, there was nothing left. Luna asks how someone stronger than the Axe Elder could have lost anyway. Blue says there were never any doubts about the Sword Saint's strength, but when he reached the mountain, everything had been cut to pieces. He still cannot understand what kind of fight took place there. Half of the entire area had been wiped out. The old swordsman says that is because the Axe Elder obtained a supreme magic. All they know is that it is a giant axe called Demonic Burial. It emits an aura of hatred, and its power was enough to help the Axe Elder defeat the Sword Saint. The dwarf says he has seen all the S-rank weapons made in their kingdom, and none compare to that one, so it was likely forged by the Black Guild. Li Ping looks at Yulifu and asks who that elder really is and why he betrayed the Sacred Guild. The boss explains that the Sacred Guild is led by the Sword Saint. Under that leader are 5 elders who guide the disciples: the Sword Elder, the Dagger Elder, the Spear Elder, the Shield Elder, and the Axe Elder. Then, one day, the Axe Elder joined the Black Guild and started a rebellion within the Sacred Guild, killing the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder died later, fighting the Black Guild. The Sword Elder says he is the only remaining elder and that during the rebellion, many members turned against him, including his beloved son, Sir Boothhorn Tyrus. Li Ping asks if Tyrus is the centaur who wields the sword. The elder confirms it and asks how his son is now. He says bluntly that he is dead. The father barely reacts. A traitor chose that fate, he says. What matters now is joining forces against the Black Guild. The dwarf says his kingdom can supply some weapons, but high-tier equipment will be difficult because they are lacking stones. The man with the monocle asks the Sword Elder why he believes they can defeat the Black Guild even with their help when the guild is in such bad shape. The old swordsman says it depends on the boss. He wants him to give up this card guild and return as vice president of the Sacred Guild. Sacred Guild. The boss is surprised and says he has been gone too long to return to that position. But the elder insists he is qualified. Cards also count as weapons, so they could open a new division and even make Yelifu an elder. That makes Yelifu panic. She says she is nowhere near good enough to be an elder in the Sacred Guild. The Sword Elder tells the boss that if he accepts, everything will go smoothly and the guild's resources will be at his disposal. Even the elder himself will follow his orders. The man with the monocle tells him to think it over carefully. It would be much easier to help the Sacred Guild this way than to build a whole new guild on his own. The boss turns to Li Ping and asks for his opinion. Under the Sacred Guild, the cards would spread quickly. Surprised, he says that in his land it is easier to be an executive than to start a company. Still, ambitious people create their own. So the choice belongs to the boss, to be someone else's tool or to build something bigger by himself. The protagonist adds that if the boss still lacks ambition after everything he has been given, that would be disappointing. Still, he is worried. The old swordsman is pushing hard and refusing could infuriate the entire Sacred Guild. The old swordsman says that if the boss is still not satisfied, he should name his conditions. The boss stands up and interrupts him. He did not found his guild for fame or money, but to take the card game to another level. He assures Li Ping that his will is unshakable. The old swordsman asks if he is sure. At the same time, he wonders about the protagonist. He cannot sense any aura from him, so if the boss claims this boy taught him everything, maybe he is hiding something. The protagonist praises the boss, but inside he feels disappointed. He was hoping to use the connection with the sacred guild to learn swordsmanship. The boss continues. Even if he does not rejoin the sacred guild, the old swordsman need not worry. Fighting the Black Guild remains his responsibility, and he will support them completely. The old swordsman accepts that and says the Card Guild will be officially recognized. Li Ping looks at the boss and says that took courage. The boss says he did it for him. The others also promise to do their part. Then the old swordsman asks the dwarf when their king will come out of retirement, as they need his high-tier weapons for the war. The dwarf, who is the prince of the kingdom, says he cannot answer that. The real issue is the lack of sharpening stones. They are scarce throughout the kingdom, and even Aristotle refuses to help, so his father locked himself away to find a solution. Next, the old swordsman asks the man with the monocle, Tagore, if he can offer weapons or combat magic. Tagore says he plans to remain neutral, but has no problem lending some magic. The old swordsman proposes a deal. In 2 months, they will join forces. Until then, everyone should work on their remaining issues. He then asks if anyone has questions. Li Ping raises his hand and says he also wants to participate. The elder asks if he means joining the war against the Black Guild. The protagonist says no, that he wants to join the guild to learn swordsmanship. He may have started late, but it is not too late to learn. Both father and daughter look at him in disbelief. He wants to study swordsmanship. Li Ping says it was the princess's idea and that if they want to know the reason, they should ask her. Elizabeth continues quietly eating her endless magical pudding, but neither the father nor the daughter dares to question the queen's choice. The old swordsman says that is fine, but that there are many styles of swordsmanship, so he needs to know the protagonist's magic level. A bit embarrassed, he admits he already tested it before. It is very low, 0. Basically, he is terrible with magic. The butler behind the elder says that without magic, he won't be able to use the elder's techniques. Li Ping asks if there isn't a basic style of swordsmanship that doesn't require magic. The elder says there is, but only one person in the guild knows it, their president, the Sword Saint. If he finds her, she can teach him. The Sword Saint is a woman. The boss believes only she is fit to train him, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. To him, it sounds like no one wants to help, and they are just sending him off to find someone impossible to locate. Then Tagore suddenly steps in and tells him to wait. He begins writing something, draws a floating symbol, and says he recently learned some sword magic that might be useful. Li Ping takes it and looks at it, wondering how he is supposed to use it. At the same time, Elizabeth finishes her pudding. The protagonist shows it to her and excitedly points out the sword skill. She gets angry and snaps at him, saying she just finished her pudding and already someone is bringing her trouble. She crushes the empty pudding cup and then strikes Tagore with such force that his body bursts into pieces. She says she merely got rid of a bug that was trying to play smart. Then the story shifts to a desert where an explosion occurs and someone appears. It is the Sword Saint, Chisi Saugus. She screams for her enemy to stop hiding and come out. The Axe Elder appears and asks her why she is there causing trouble. Chisi tells him she has come to punish him for the crime of joining the Black Guild and that today she will finish him. She waves her hand and the slash slices across the desert. The Axe Elder blocks it and throws a black aura back at her. She dodges it with ease. The Axe Elder says his bond with Demon Burial is deepening, so her threats mean nothing to him now. He will start hurting her. Chisi warns him that if he continues like this, the axe will completely control him and he will lose his self. She tells him to wake up, but the bearded man just laughs. Lose himself? So what? After tasting this kind of power, he says being consumed by it would be an honor. Then he calls Demon Burial and tells it to take his body. A dark aura runs through him, and the madman adopts a strange form, like a woman's chest. Now, speaking in a woman's voice, it says resentment will not abandon him, and it will not allow it. The transformation continues until from the neck down, he turns into a heavily curved woman. Chisi calls him an idiot and says the black gear has completely possessed him. Now, speaking as Demon Burial, the transformed elder asks if she means this. She grabs the gear and rips it out, tearing the elder's face along with it. and then the true form appears. She greets Chi-Si and says this is what true power looks like. After fixing her hair, she says it is much better like this. Chi-Si declares she will destroy her now. She unsheaths Phantom, a sword made from materials of the Phantom Horse King and forged by the Dwarf King. The demon woman, still unnamed, points her huge axe and tells Chi-Si to come at her. In the next instant, the Sword Saint is already behind her. She unleashes a fog slash, exploding the ground and opening a crater. Chi-Si says the Axe Elder is already dead, so she no longer has a reason to hold back. It's over. But then, her sword begins to crack and breaks. The demon looks back and says she only felt a small hit from that attack, though it proves Chi-Si is strong. Then she asks if that is all she has. Now Chi-Si is bewildered. That sword was almost impossible to break, and yet it barely hurt her enemy. The demon says that if Chi-Si is done, she will begin her warm-up and warns her to be careful. In fact, she starts stretching while Chi-Si prepares herself. She begins summoning all kinds of weapons. A scroll appears and she launches her whole attack into the air. She combines a spear, a scythe, and a dagger into a single brutal move. Explosions burst everywhere, and even her eye takes on a pentagram. Then Chi-Si uses spatial distortion and shoots a black sphere of light toward the demon. The demon, still finishing her transformation, only says she has finally cut loose. Chi-Si throws 2 more scrolls to trap her while the distorted space closes in. As she continues stretching, the demon says Chi-Si is underestimating her. Chi-Si decides she has to use destruction magic. She pulls out a hammer and strikes it against the distorted space. With the spear out front and the scrolls wrapped around it, she launches the entire attack all at once. But in 0.001 seconds, the demon smirks and throws a slash. And another 0.001 seconds later, that cut slices through everything Chi-Si sent, carving its way across the entire desert. In 0.004 seconds, the attack is already right in front of Chi-Si, and she knows she's about to be split in 2. She quickly summons the protection of the 7 sword guardians, but the blow lands and begins to shatter the swords. At 5 milliseconds, she realizes she is still going to be cut. This time, she has no answer. The blow impacts and the swords burst to pieces. In less than half a second, she is finished and falls to the ground. From above, the demon looks down at her and calls her pathetically weak. Now that she is warmed up, she says it's time to take care of the real problem. The axe demon looks around using a strange eye to search for something. Her gaze sweeps across the entire planet until it locks onto Elizabeth. She says she is heading there now, while Elizabeth runs to get the remote control and some chips so she can relax. She tells Li Ping that he was right from the start. Staying at home, eating chips, and watching TV is better than dealing with world domination. The protagonist also flops onto the sofa, saying he is mentally exhausted, that ruling the world really isn't his thing. Elizabeth tells him not to stress out, that since they made the deal, she will help him. Li Ping grumbles that she should have warned him before doing something like that. While chewing on a chip, she tells him he is too demanding. When Tigor exploded, the old sword was stunned. The butler behind him unsheathed his sword and everyone else tensed up as well. Even Blue, barely holding on, drew strength from nowhere. Meanwhile, the dwarf calmly drinks and says this should be fun to watch. The boss stands up and tells everyone to calm down and listen to him. He turns to the protagonist and asks for an explanation, but he has no idea what to say. Then Elizabeth steps in, saying that with such poor security, it's no wonder the Black Guild got in. When he asks what she means, she tells everyone to pay close attention. She uses deconstruction magic on the power Tigor had passed to the protagonist, and a parasite drops to the floor. The tiny creature looks around, searching for a target, then sees Li Ping and jumps toward him. The protagonist startles as the creature approaches him, as if it were excited to see him. Elizabeth snaps her fingers and crushes it instantly. She uses deconstruction magic on the power Tigor had passed to the protagonist, and a parasite drops to the floor. The tiny creature looks around, searching for a target, then sees Li Ping and jumps toward him. The protagonist startles as the creature approaches him, as if it were excited to see him. Elizabeth snaps her fingers and crushes it instantly. At that moment, the butler nearby notices that Tigor's body is also decomposing. Even his flesh was part of a spell. Luna realizes that if someone as important as Tigor joined the Black Guild, it explains why so many others did as well, and Anna agrees. Elizabeth says their methods are absurd, just a bunch of stupid gears. Li Ping, still biting his nails, wonders what that parasite was and if it would have hurt him had it bitten him. Golden Sword asks, how did Elizabeth know? But she only gives him a cold glare and tells him that is none of his business. The old man starts to lose his patience, saying that the Sacred Guild might be weaker now, but he will not tolerate such disrespect. The boss is stuck. Dan the Elder is very sensitive about his pride and has no idea who Mr. Li Ping and the Queen really are. If he goes too far, this could turn into a disaster. So the boss tries again and politely asks Mr. Li Ping to explain. The protagonist admits that he doesn't understand any of this yet either. Elizabeth grabs his arm, pulls him close to her, and then says it is time for afternoon tea and they will talk later. The protagonist just waves and says goodbye. The boss can already tell that this whole mess is about to fall on him, and now he has to explain it to the main boss. Elizabeth looks at him and asks if he is done. The boss remains silent. After they leave, Golden Sword orders the butler to investigate the southern region. Back at home, Li Ping says that if she is going to do that again, she needs to warn him first so he can prepare. Elizabeth thinks about two key points. That eye was definitely made by Jim, the red-eyed demon, and the dark magic Tigor used was not the same as the Black Guilds. That means there are still more powerful forces out there. Though thinking about it, maybe it doesn't matter much now that Amelia eliminated the Black Guild's headquarters, leaving only a few demons for the protagonist to play adventurer with. Lying on the sofa, he says that parasite really scared him. He asks her how she knew Tigor was bad and begs her to teach him, though he doubts he has a talent for magic. Elizabeth thinks that eye allows people to see reflected magic, and detecting that would require power at her level. Li Ping's clothes work differently. They detect hostile intent before the person even acts. In his head, the protagonist boasts that his clothes surpass all her powers. Annoyed, she bites a potato chip and says she isn't going to teach him anything. The protagonist asks, "What am I supposed to do now? Are 1,000 sword swings a day really enough?" 3. She will go with him, but she will not teach him magic or swordsmanship. He says he also needs other techniques, and since the Sword Saint is gone, maybe Elizabeth can train him a bit. Elizabeth says no, that their deal has 3 rules. 1. He must conquer the world with swordsmanship and magic. 2. Aside from his clothes, he cannot carry any item he created. 3. She will go with him, but she will not teach him magic or swordsmanship. He protests, saying they never agreed to that, and she casually replies that they just did. So he says he will ask Uncle Boss for help instead. Even if the guy switched to cards, he should still know something useful. Right at that moment, the returned sword Alpha says it would be better if he gave up because none of them used true swordsmanship and cannot teach him. When Li Ping asks what that means, Alpha explains that everyone mixes magic into their swordplay. Pure swordsmanship can only belong to someone who has no magic at all. That actually makes sense to the protagonist. In a world full of magic, of course everyone would enhance their sword with it. Then he gets up and says he knows what to do. Alpha tells him to stay, but the boy is already gone. Left alone, Alpha wonders what kind of place this is, where the protagonist would rather stay here instead of conquering the world. Then he decides to take a look around. He finds a microwave, a fan, a small cleaning robot, and all kinds of strange things, leaving him completely confused. Suddenly, he feels something like a blade cutting him and freezes. What was that? Could it be Li Ping? No, he wouldn't emit such a strong killer intent. Elizabeth? Neither. Her bloodlust would feel much harsher. Then he realizes it comes from the kitchen utensils and can barely believe it, saying that he is the sacred sword. There is no way a kitchen knife should scare him like that. Suddenly, Li Ping shouts, scaring Alpha. The poor sword runs off, saying he doesn't want to stay there anymore. Meanwhile, our hero still has no idea what just happened. Then he says, "Whatever, I finally found it. A Tai Chi sword exercise book on longevity, curing illnesses, staying in shape, and learning the secrets of nature." He opens it with confidence and says he always thought it was useless, so he is glad he left it on the bookshelf. He reads it and then closes it. There are 13 moves and they seem simple enough for anyone to learn, but he still wonders if they can actually work in a fight. He tells Elizabeth that he found a sword manual and asks her to help him with it. Stuffed with potato chips, she says she is tired and just wants to lie there. So our hero says that it's fine. He will go try it out with Alpha instead. As he leaves, the crafty Elizabeth thinks to herself that he has no idea how to truly perfect his swordsmanship. Soon he will hit a wall and won't know how to overcome it. That's when she will step in and prove her superiority. Li Ping goes out into the garden calling for Alpha, but finds him in sword form. He complains that if Alpha keeps ignoring him, he will start training anyway. Alpha says nothing, so the protagonist opens the book and starts with the first move. He stretches his arm and calls it the dragonfly touching the water. The story jumps 3,000 kilometers away, where Wang Kai's giant toad friend is being crushed. He tries to counterattack with magic, but the demon woman tells her subordinates to kill him, so the others obey. Then, she attacks with wild speed, flexibility, and strength. A heavy kick to the stomach sends the toad flying far before crashing to the ground. He has a hole in his chest as she approaches, and tells him he had many high-level creatures protecting him, but she will eliminate them all, so he has nowhere left to hide. From now on, she tells him, your days of peace are over. Just at that moment, a barrier appears over him. Wang Kai calmly observes from above. The demon woman recognizes him immediately and realizes this enemy could cause real trouble for her. Wang Kai looks down and lets out a short bark. The battered toad says that if Wang Kai is going to fight, he is taking a break, and disappears in a cloud of smoke. The demon woman warns Wang Kai to move aside unless he wants to die. Wang Kai performs an analysis. He sees she is not on the whitelist, marks her as high risk, and triggers the rule that no one may bother the master. He raises the threat to level 3 and launches a barrage of missiles. The entire area explodes. Far away, Li Ping continues practicing his Tai Chi sword moves and after a while starts feeling pretty good. In fact, he managed to do them all. It is not until then that Alpha returns to his human form. The protagonist quickly asks him what happened to him, but then realizes that Alpha is busy cultivating. After a moment, Alpha opens his eyes and says he has finally recovered. Li Ping immediately asks him for advice on the sword art he has been practicing. Alpha blinks confused. Sword art? What is he talking about? Stroking his head, he admits that the moves feel more like health exercises and probably aren't very useful for a real fight. But Alpha's mind is elsewhere. The weapons in that house were unbelievably powerful. He panicked and ran away. Then he collapsed by a tree. That's why he turned back into a sword. The pressure knocked him unconscious, reducing him to a simple blade. Without Li Ping's energy, Alpha would be an inert sword forever. Why save him and wake him up just to ask for training? In Alpha's head, the protagonist seems to be saying that the world is much deeper than he knows. Compared to everything here, Alpha is just a piece of junk. Trembling, Alpha blurts out an apology and admits he was a fool. He starts spiraling, wondering why he came here and who he really is. Unable to take it, he turns back into a sword and flies off, desperate to escape. Li Ping can only shout at him that he still needs someone to teach him. Back with the demon woman, the explosions continue and she is getting tired. She asks if Wang Kai really plans to remain a servant forever, then urges him to join her and destroy the world. Wang Kai's only reply is a bark. She tusks, saying she offered to cooperate just to save time, but he clearly doesn't appreciate the favor. Showing no fear, she lunges forward and fires a sharp slash at him. Wang Kai calmly sidesteps and the blow slices open the ground. He analyzes it instantly and realizes it could cut deep enough to trigger magma and ruin Li Ping's entire area. That means it must be stopped. So he extends a tiny paw and catches the attack. She takes advantage of that opening to throw another strike. Wang Kai brings out a second little paw and stops that one too. Then he begins absorbing both attacks, completely erasing them while storing the energy for himself. Enraged, the demon woman screams that he is absorbing her attacks. Wang Kai calmly thanks her for the energy and says that if she wants to leave, he will allow it. Instead, she pulls out the demon burial axe and says that move was meant for that heartless person, but now she will use it to kill this dog. All hope destroyed, the endless waiting, and the pain of being abandoned. 500 years of hatred are concentrated into this strike, and she vows to cut him in two. Then she unleashes the attack, called the Grudge of the Final Deadline. Wang Kai remains relaxed, scratches himself, and pulls out a small mirror from behind him, one of Li Ping's creations. The entire attack hits the mirror and bounces straight back. The demon woman freezes. Even the axe's eye looks stunned as the power reverses, blasts off into space, and blows up several planets. Staring in utter shock, she can barely believe her 500 years of hatred vanished so easily. Wang Kai then deploys a few drones. She tries to move, but they encircle her first and erect a force field around her. Lying down, Wang Kai remarks that she is the second powerful woman to invade. After losing to the first one, he upgraded this device to face any danger. Then, he turns the force field up to 50. The demon woman begins to burn and melt, crying out that it can't end like this. She screams that she won't give up, but the field is already maxed out at 100. As the weapon's eye howls, everything explodes, and the demon woman falls to the ground. Stretching out, Wang Kai comments that his recent enemies have been quite strong, so he will need more upgrades. Then, suddenly, a hand bursts out of the ground, scaring him. The Sword Saint arrives just in time to give him key lessons. A legendary amulet saved her life. Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth is watching TV and getting ad after ad. Annoyed, she mutters that there are too many and decides to make Li Ping buy the premium version. Then she notices the potato chips are gone, looks inside the bag, and says the best part is always at the bottom. She sticks a finger into the bag to retrieve the last crumbs, clearly enjoying it, and jokes about how satisfying it is to leave it completely clean. After that, she throws the bag in the trash, puts on her slippers, and walks to the door, thinking it must be time. Li Ping must be suffering with his sword training and has no idea everything she went through to master it. Just when he is on the verge of giving up and thinking it's impossible, she will step in to guide him. In her mind, that proves she is stronger. Out loud, she asks if he is slacking off and says she came to see him. He tells her to be quiet, and when she looks at him, she is surprised to see him meditating. Confused, she asks why he is sitting cross-legged if he said he was going to practice swordsmanship. He doesn't answer. Irritated, she snaps at him to reply, believing he is stuck and too embarrassed to admit it. Ignoring me won't work, she says, but if he asks for help humbly, she will teach him for a price. Right at that moment, Li Ping finishes and opens his eyes. He greets Elizabeth, says he didn't realize she was talking, and apologizes because he was deep in concentration during meditation. Still annoyed, she just says, "So that's what this is about?" She admits he trained well, but reminds him he was supposed to practice swordsmanship, not meditation. Li Ping raises a wooden stick in front of her and says, "It isn't useless at all. These are strengthening moves, and both body and mind matter." While she was eating potato chips and napping, he learned the 13 forms of Tai Chi sword. Then he asks if she wants him to demonstrate so she can give him feedback. She lets out an arrogant chuckle and agrees, thinking she won't stop him from making a fool of himself if he really believes he mastered sword skills that quickly. The protagonist twirls the wooden stick and says the key to Tai Chi is a calm mind, closed eyes, and an upright posture. Then he begins with the first form, the dragonfly touching the water. Elizabeth watches and senses real power in that move alone. Still, it is so calm that she can't tell where the destructive force is supposed to come from. Li Ping continues with the second move, the swallow catching insects. Then comes the third, dust floating in the wind, and a tornado begins to form above. Elizabeth is left stunned. Is the power shifting? Li Ping doesn't stop. He says it's time to switch stances, tosses the branch into the air, and moves to the fourth form, sudden storm. Elizabeth also begins gathering power, wondering how he got so strong so fast. Now she feels she must surpass him. She unsheaths her sword, her horns appear, and she says it's not bad, so she'll give him a bit of guidance. The protagonist continues with the fifth move, blue dragon emerging from the water. A real dragon emerges from the water. Elizabeth responds with her demonic sword of destruction, summoning a dragon of her own and sending it against his. The two dragons collide, and hers is destroyed. When everything settles, the sky is calm and blue once more. Grinding her teeth, Elizabeth mutters that this makes no sense and asks why she is so much weaker than him. Li Ping continues, "When you are calm, your mind lacks nothing. When you are still, you are at peace. Every move must remain serene no matter what happens. Only then can you grasp the true heart of Tai Chi." He touches the water gently and begins the 8th move, the moon over the water. A real moon actually appears over the water. Then everything starts to crumble, and Elizabeth screams that he tricked her again by pretending to be weak. Fine. If this is about swordsmanship, she refuses to lose to him. As the moon keeps growing, she declares that she is no longer going to hold back. But the moment her feet leave the ground, she begins to float, realizing that he is trying to crush her with gravity, something she refuses to allow. Then she sees that the entire area has changed. She is now standing on a moon that he created. With his eyes still closed, Li Ping says that as the Tai Chi sword forms continue, the mind becomes calm and vast, allowing you to comprehend the secrets of nature. 9th move, meteorites striking the moon. A rain of meteorites falls, and Elizabeth thinks that each one is as strong as her destruction magic and that there are far too many. As they approach, she transforms into her demonic form and admits she made a mistake in underestimating his skill with the sword. She then slices the moon in half just as the rain of meteorites approaches, shouting that he is wrong if he thinks he is above her, slicing through every single meteorite with her sword. After that, she charges straight at Li Ping, who still seems to be deep in his cultivation. She screams that her skill with the sword is the strongest in history and unleashes a massive slash right through him, only for his body to split and fade away. The entire moon is shattered to pieces, and then fear grips her. Did her urge to defeat him cause her to accidentally kill him? But another Li Ping appears in the sky, calmly saying that in the great void, one must be sincere and at peace. She looks up at him, completely confused. He continues, saying that this broad state of mind is Tai Chi, becoming one with nature. Then, as a recap, we are reminded that the last part ended with Li Ping facing the Demon Queen. Even then, he stayed calm and said that in the infinite void, a person must be sincere. She looked up and asked what that meant, and the protagonist replied that the mind must remain calm and connected to nature. With that, he used the 10th move, holding the moon, and rebuilt everything she had destroyed. That only made Elizabeth even angrier, especially because she had worried about him, even if only for a second. Still, she decided to finish him once and for all. She released her magic into the sky and claimed before Li Ping that she equaled his power. The protagonist, untroubled, launched the moon, warning that the final form dispenses with a sword. He used the 11th move, Awakening of the Sword. 3 copies emerged. Elizabeth laughed and accepted the challenge of the clones. She then launched deadly attacks. Li Ping kept cultivating, stating that everything returns to unity. Elizabeth and her clones screamed at him to stop running away, then attacked together, but she quickly realized that none of the attacks had landed. He was standing on a yin-yang, and that only infuriated Elizabeth more when she saw that she couldn't reach him in that state. Li Ping said that just because her attack failed didn't mean she was out of options, so she responded with a massive storm of attacks. She swore he was about to face the strongest strike this Demon Queen had ever delivered. But the protagonist used the 12th move. 3 lives give rise to everything. Above him, an entire world exploded as Elizabeth's sword descended. Then she watched her full attack crumble the moment it touched the universe he had created. It was the strongest move she had ever created, yet it was reduced to dust. That entire universe could be seen inside a single droplet that fell onto a leaf where they were now standing. For a brief second, she touched the water, and Elizabeth understood that she was still facing Li Ping. She admitted that her training was not enough. He said that the mind travels through time, returns to its origin, and finds peace. That infuriated Elizabeth even more. Now he was instructing her, but then her tone shifted and she said it was fine. After seeing that vastness, she accepted that understanding his path was the right way. Suddenly, her hands pressed against a strange barrier, and Li Ping said the final move was near. Elizabeth replied that beyond time and space, she too had a move without a sword. To kill him, she would have to break the rules of the world. She launched her final blow, saying this was her end, so nothing before mattered. Once he died, she would have no reason to stay in this world. But in the end, it was she who lost. Li Ping merely uttered the name of the last move, slowly raising his hand and using the 13th move, One is All. Her attack stopped before it could touch him. With that, everything she had destroyed was restored, and Li Ping, his eyes still closed, pulled her toward him. Face to face with him, she asked him what he was trying to do. The protagonist only asked what she thought it was. A second later, they were back inside the house. Calmly, Li Ping called her name, now that he had reached the level of a 7-star demon. Then he asked her if she thought he could do it. She just stared at him, confused by what he meant. He said he was obviously talking about swordsmanship. Even with just simple forms, he thought maybe he was improving. The poor girl was stunned and a little smitten. Meanwhile, Li Ping genuinely wanted to know if there was anything he should correct. She just kept looking at him in silence. That made him uncomfortable, and he began to wonder why she was staring at him like that. Elizabeth finally realized how flustered she was and pulled away from his arm. Li Ping stood there awkwardly while she froze beside him. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he tried to ease the tension. She told him that even with his eyes closed, he felt every bit of her guidance, so of course he must be an expert. As he kept talking, she spiraled into another wild misunderstanding. In her head, the protagonist was only pretending to study swordsmanship so he could help her evolve. First, he expanded her senses. Then, he backed her into a desperate fight. After pushing her beyond her limits, he brought her back to the beginning, and she advanced. She told herself she was a fool for ever thinking she could beat him one day. Obviously, he wasn't fighting for fun, and he didn't want to risk destroying the whole world either. If so, there could only be one reason why he kept helping her. At this point, even this YouTube channel would have to censor what she's thinking. Now she is convinced that Li Ping wants to have the strongest baby in the world. He keeps trying to talk to her, but she can't focus at all, because now she thinks he is making her stronger so she can bear his child. Then, suddenly, she comes back to her senses. She blurted out that he should stop looking down on people like that. Li Ping gave her his usual confused face and asked what she was talking about. But now she was sure that every time they fought, he held back because he was afraid of hurting her. In her mind, he had always trained her as gently as possible so she wouldn't break. She says she will have to swallow her pride, but she needs to say this. Then she promises him something if he answers a question. Li Ping, completely lost, asks her what she wants. She tries to say it but cannot find the courage. Then suddenly, something drops right next to them. Confused, he turns around to look. Of course, it is the little dog dragging Shishi. Li Ping walks over and asks Enki what happened. He has no idea. Once again, the little dog brought home someone severely injured. Seeing her covered in wounds, Elizabeth asks why Enki hit her so hard. Strangely, the dog takes it as a compliment. Right at that moment, the poor creature feels a terrifying aura. Obviously, it is Elizabeth, demanding to know why this stinking dog brought someone else, and asking if he forgot her warning from last time. Meanwhile, the sword keeps flying around and Alpha appears in the distance. He is exhausted after running in terror for more than 30 kilometers. The poor thing just woke up, and all of this completely overwhelms him. The legendary hero has completely gone off script and somehow ended up in a strange situation with the Demon Queen. On top of that, everything Li Ping creates is stronger than him. Inside that house, he is nothing more than useless junk. So what is he even good for? Why is he only good for cutting firewood, and why was he brought into this world in the first place? Even so, he decides he will find the meaning of his existence and regain his confidence when suddenly someone cries out for help. Startled, he turns around and asks, "Who is there?" It is the girl from Demon Burial, battered on the ground. Alpha quickly realizes that she is a spirit weapon. He walks over and asks her what happened and where her true body is. She says a bad guy destroyed it and begs him to help her. Alpha is moved. She is amazing, and for once, someone actually needs her. She says she doesn't have much time left, so they must act fast. Alpha asks what he can do since finding her true body so quickly is impossible. She says the best option is to enter his body for now. He agrees, thinking he does have enough energy to sustain her for a while. At that moment, the scheming girl thinks she tricked him, but Alpha suddenly laughs in her face, leaving her confused. Then he asks if she really thinks he doesn't know what she is trying to do. She thinks that, tired or not, she might just have to force this weak idiot. Feeling proud of himself, he says she must know that he is the legendary sacred weapon Alpha. The poor guy was just abandoned, and now he has already found someone who needs him. He holds out his hand and says that because it is her, he is willing to consider it. Anyone else he would reject. She thinks she might have found the biggest fool in the world, but later on she can always replace him with someone better. Then she sits up a bit and, using all her charm, asks him to come closer. He leans in and asks what's wrong, and then a little hand appears. She pulls him close to her face and tells him to look deep into her eyes. He clearly doesn't have the courage for this and awkwardly asks what's next. She tells him to look her straight in the eyes, and he awkwardly apologizes. Then he says that whatever resentment she has, he will help her resolve it. A strange hypnosis begins to take hold of him. Alpha wonders what her resentment even is. Under the spell, he admits that he has been losing the meaning of his own existence. She tells him that if that's true, he should hand over his body to her and let her take care of everything. With that, she leaps forward and begins taking over his body. Alpha stands up with his aura surrounding him, now under her control, and says he will finally get the revenge he wants. She finds it strange that this body feels quite weak for a supposed sacred weapon, but whatever, the resentment inside him is definitely strong. Now she plans to avoid that dog and find a way to kill Elizabeth once and for all. The scene changes to someone waking up and seeing Elizabeth. Of course, it is Chisi, and now she is about to face the queen. The moment she opens her eyes, Elizabeth is already there watching her. Chisi asks who she is and why she saved her, but the queen interrupts her, saying she is not in a position to ask questions. Leaning over the bed, Elizabeth tells her to listen. She came solely to give a warning to the frightened girl. She reminds her that she was the first to arrive here, and everything in this house belongs to her, including the man who lives in it. Chisi, totally confused, only says she understands. She cannot tell if she is too weak or if Elizabeth's aura is truly that overwhelming. Then the door opens. Li Ping enters with soup. That is when he realizes the girl is awake and witnesses a scene he completely misunderstands. The poor guy is embarrassed, clearly not knowing what he is seeing, and begins to back away in silence. A little later, in the living room, Li Ping tells her to stay and recover. Then he asks what happened and how she got hurt like that. She explains that she was chasing a traitor from the Black Guild. Hello, she thinks hiding is the safest option. She can't believe the Black Guild is involved again. Elizabeth asks if she is sure, since that guild was supposed to have disappeared. In her head, she is already thinking that if Amelia shows up, she is going to beat her up. Those people should have left already. Chisi says her name and states that the Black Guild is still very active right now. Li Ping introduces himself and says he has been trying to become a hero so he can wipe out the Black Guild as well. Then he introduces Elizabeth as Xiao Bei, his roommate. Chisi clearly misunderstands the situation. Elizabeth ignores that and asks if she has anything important to add. Li Ping says that even though Elizabeth looks angry, she changed the girl's clothes and healed her wounds. That shocks Chisi. So it was Elizabeth who healed her with magic? That makes no sense to her because healing wounds like those would require someone stronger than the leader of the Elven clan. Then she notices Elizabeth's pointy ear. With that aura and that level of healing, she is sure this woman is not an ordinary person. The protagonist says that magic is amazing and he can't help feeling jealous of his friend. Chisi says this house is full of strange things and asks if they have lived there a long time. Li Ping politely replies that they have. However, Elizabeth wants to know why she is asking so many questions. To Chisi, their auras are completely different. One feels kind, the other feels downright evil. She has met many strong people, but these two are the first ones she cannot read at all. Elizabeth says that if she has already recovered, she can leave and stop making a mess of the house. That comment startles Chisi. Li Ping tells Elizabeth to relax. The girl has only just woken up. Annoyed, Elizabeth turns around and says he can do whatever he wants. Chisi quickly gets up and apologizes for causing trouble. She says she still has someone to return to and a job to finish. If she doesn't, the entire continent could be in danger. She signals for her sword to appear, but nothing happens, and the other two just look at her. Li Ping asks what is wrong. Qixi keeps calling for her sword to come out. Then suddenly, her finger sparks and she falls backward. Confused, she says she can't remember a single sword formation. Elizabeth tells her that she lost those skills by forcing her body to go to a place it should have never gone, creating impurities. Li Ping has no idea what that means and asks her to explain. Qixi says that to fight the Black Guild, she made a contract with the Sea of Darkness. He is even more lost after hearing that. Elizabeth dismisses it as garbage, though she admits she does have a small link to both. Qixi lowers her head and admits that this happened because she gave in to temptation. Li Ping says she can stay here if she wants and learn swordsmanship with them while they train. Elizabeth steps in immediately. She never agreed to teach anyone else. The protagonist apologizes and says he thought she also wanted to destroy the Black Guild. Qixi stands back up and says it's fine. She will leave so she doesn't cause them any more trouble, and thanks them again for saving her. Li Ping stops her and says she must be hungry. He even made instant noodles for her. The bowl is on the table, emanating a strangely powerful vibe. Even so, she thanks him and says she needs to calm down before doing anything else. Then she heads for the door. Seeing that she won't change her mind, the protagonist warns her to be careful because it's dangerous outside. As soon as Qixi leaves, Elizabeth steals her noodles. She says the girl was smart enough to realize that only she deserves to eat them. Li Ping asks why she won't help if Qixi got hurt fighting the Black Guild. Elizabeth turns away and says she isn't getting involved in that, and that he can do whatever he wants. Outside, Qixi sits on the grass and begins to recall the battle. She remembers the moment the demon dealt the final blow. All she saw was that strike coming toward her, and then she was on the ground, completely broken. Right after that, the woman vanished. It happened when the crystal on Qixi's necklace broke. A little while later, she saw Wang Kai appear. Qixi finally says she remembers everything now. If it weren't for that lucky gem, she would have died right there. She feels foolish for ever thinking she was the strongest on the continent, just as Li Ping walks up and tells her that she actually didn't make it very far. He tells her he understands. He also wanted to learn swordsmanship once, but ended up focusing on countryside life instead. However, lately he started training again and realized he is still a fool, without enough power to defeat the Black Guild. Qixi cowers and says he doesn't understand because what she learned wasn't normal swordsmanship. It was demonic swordsmanship, something she found by luck in some ancient ruins. Li Ping says she still has power inside her and could change her path. He even knows an old man who did that and became much stronger. But Qixi is devastated. Losing her swordsmanship feels worse than dying to her. He tells her that the universe is vast and everything in it is tiny, so she can still start over if she wants to try together with him. Of course, Elizabeth hears all of this and immediately wonders what he means by try together. She can already picture Li Ping training his new friend. Things are going to escalate fast in this house. That's when Elizabeth decides she won't allow it. Suddenly, he says he can hear Xiao Bei's voice, and a second later, she teleports right in front of them. Excited, he asks her if she came to help after all. Elizabeth sticks her tongue out and says she does whatever she wants. Then she asks him if he forgot that he can't give anything away without asking her first. Li Ping says he didn't give anything away, but she replies that he himself counts as something that doesn't belong to him to offer. Then she pulls out a spatial curtain, throws it over Qixi, and tells her to come along. The two vanish right in front of the protagonist. He ends up thinking that Elizabeth might speak harshly, but deep down she is kind. When Qixi opens her eyes again, she is in the void. Elizabeth brought her directly into the vast space of her consciousness. Qixi knows that only someone at the level of a demon king should be able to do that. Elizabeth says she brought her here to help her. Confused, Qixi asks how. Elizabeth replies that it first has to be completely destroyed. Qixi startles as something lunges toward her eye. She barely manages to dodge the sharp, shell-like strike. Stunned, she asks why Elizabeth is trying to kill her. She also wants to know why someone with the power of a demon king saved her in the first place. Elizabeth answers with another wave of attacks. Qixi quickly realizes that dodging all of this won't be easy. She somersaults backward over and over to avoid the barrage, soon figuring out where it is coming from. Seeing Elizabeth in the distance, she declares that she is at the peak of 5 stars and won't die so easily. Elizabeth unleashes a full barrage and says she doesn't have time for chatter. Then, a shadow grabs Cheesy's arm. In an instant, all 4 of her limbs are immobilized. Cheesy screams to be released and demands to know why they are doing this to her. Elizabeth cold-bloodedly says the girl's mind is heavily corrupted. Without her demonic swordsmanship, using that kind of power will only put her in more danger. Cheesy keeps struggling and begging to be freed, but then a hand appears and strikes her directly in the face. She writhes in pain as pentagrams fill her eye. Something strange inside her stomach seems to be fighting back, and the hand Elizabeth sent grabs a parasitic worm, slowly pulling it until the creature is completely extracted. Cheesy is left in shock, trying to recover, while Elizabeth inspects the creature and asks how it entered her inner world. She demands to know what it has to do with the Black Guild. The creature merely whispers that everything would have worked if not for her. Elizabeth snaps, saying that doesn't matter. As Cheesy trembles, the creature says she will gain enough power to win and defeat the Demon King. It whispers that every time she shows weakness, something is taken from her, and that if its body were destroyed, it would use hers instead. Possessed by that strange force, Cheesy accuses Elizabeth of shamelessly breaking her promise. Elizabeth, now concerned, says that something is clearly wrong. The story then jumps back 500 years to a lava pit. The Demon Queen was there cultivating. She told herself that to defeat that cursed hero, she had to become even stronger and reach the next realm. That was when a voice offered to help her gain more power. She opened her eyes slowly and asked who he was and, more importantly, how he had entered her training grounds. The creature introduced itself as Azathoth, Lord of the Sea of Darkness. Elizabeth asked how he planned to make her stronger. He said all she had to do was let him live inside her body. His chaotic power would merge with hers, and she would never have to fear the legendary hero again. Elizabeth questions the offer as a pentagram begins to form in her eyes. The creature says it is close and that she just needs to accept. But instead of that, she grabs him and says he is garbage if he thinks she is actually afraid of the hero. The creature claims she doesn't need to worry because someone as strong as her couldn't be possessed. But Elizabeth had already read his mind and knew he planned to take over her body after weakening her. He says it is already too late, that she touched the spiritual sea, so the contract has already been formed. If she rejects the union, things could get ugly for her. Elizabeth throws him aside and says she absorbed chaotic energy a long time ago. The power he offers would only fool someone weak. Then she throws him straight into the lava. Back to the present. With Cheesy possessed, she attacks, screaming that Elizabeth must die. Elizabeth calmly raises an unbreakable barrier and blocks the entire explosion. The creature cannot understand why it is so difficult to defeat that woman. Elizabeth tells her that the sword style originated from her, so of course she knows every flaw in it, and now says, "You no longer deserve to be called the strongest." The creature cannot understand it. It is already a 2-star demonic being, so this shouldn't be happening. Elizabeth simply calls her a frog in a well, someone who thinks they are powerful just because they haven't seen how big the world really is. Then, the creature slammed its hands on the ground and tried to back away, telling her to wait. Maybe it couldn't defeat this now, but soon it would unlock the seal on its body. As it struggled to break free, it complained that her hand was in the way, then warned her to stop because no spell could break the contract it had made. Elizabeth threw the noodles at Li Ping. She says, "No need for anything else. His noodles are enough." The creature feels totally insulted and demands to know how she dared to do that. Then it began to react to the chaotic energy, and the creature suddenly writhed in pain. The energy slowly flowed back into Elizabeth's pot, and she muttered that in the end, she relied on him again. Once again, his plan worked, and she couldn't do anything about it. At the same time, Li Ping was in the garden when a portal opened behind him. He turned around and said that was fast. Then he asked if they were okay. Elizabeth had changed into an oxygen-made uniform and said everything was fine. However, Li Ping wanted to know why the women were acting so strange. Meanwhile, Alpha was flying when the woman from before said she had finally found where they were and slowly approached their house. Then she sensed Wang Kai's presence again and froze in midair, realizing it was him. She knew right away that he was someone she had no hope of beating, so she abandoned that route instantly. Even so, the poor little dog had already been hit by Elizabeth for bringing Chi-Si, and after the hit he took from her in her transformed state, he had to stay on the ground just to recover. The demoness couldn't understand how this dog kept appearing all over the house, so she tried to approach from another side to avoid him, but he was there again. She ran off looking for some other path, and an hour later she was still moving all over the place, trying to figure out how he always reached wherever she was going. By then, she was sure she had been discovered and that the dog was mocking her. So she transformed into Alpha and declared that if she couldn't defeat this dog, she would never see that person again. She charged at him, screaming that he could kill her, but that he had no right to humiliate her like that. Alpha began analyzing her as she approached. She gathered a dark attack, ready to finish him off. He identified Alpha as a bee and instantly switched to whitelist mode. Then he moved behind her and pulled out a stick, extending it until it turned into a welcome sign. That completely baffled her. In front of the dog, who was basically asking her why she was sneaking around if this was her home, Wang Kai simply raised a paw and pointed toward the house. After that, she approached and soon was right in front of Li Ping's house. The strange thing was that she just stood there, looking around. She looked at the house and the trees, and then said she had finally returned to the place where she was born, a long time ago. Li Ping was forging metal and shaping wood, and that was how he created his first axe. It was one of his most amazing works, and also one of the first weapons he made with its own will. That day, he named her Jia Shwim, and that was the unexpected twist. The story had already left hints before, like when the axe vanished overnight in the early chapters. Now we discover that she had been cutting firewood with him from the very beginning, until one rainy day Li Ping ran home and accidentally left the axe behind. She felt abandoned. While he ran out to gather the clothes, she lay there wishing he would come back for her, but he never did. Over 500 years passed with her there, and her mind, little by little, began to deteriorate. That axe filled with resentment. After all that time, some apostles passed by talking nearby. They gave a strange potion to a man and said it was a new experiment from the Black Guild. The first owner of the axe thought it was strange that drinking it made him stronger. He wasn't afraid, so he drank it right away. His body began to tremble and he felt something was wrong. The gear mark on his chest seemed to greatly increase his power. Meanwhile, the abandoned axe Dashwim began absorbing that energy. Everyone noticed something strange and turned to look. Then, the apostles in front of him suddenly exploded. A cold sweat ran down his body as he wondered who had killed them so fast. He walked toward the axe on the ground and it ordered him to kneel. He obeyed immediately and asked who was speaking. That was when Dashwim appeared and introduced herself as a demon burial. Back at the house, she was angry. He had left her for over 500 years, so why was she feeling nostalgic now? Then the door began to open. She froze, seeing who it was. Li Ping was coming out to cut firewood. Then he noticed Alpha and said it seemed he had returned. Dashwim thought he was referring to her, but he was talking to Alpha and said it was time to cut firewood. That enraged her. This so-called Alpha had taken her place. Li Ping took the sword scabbard and told it to say something. When Alpha didn't answer, he said they should get to work. But to Dashwim, the feeling was deeply familiar. The protagonist prepared to start cutting and then said it was strange. Holding it today made him feel nostalgic. Dashwim thought he was pretending not to recognize her. Then Li Ping raised it and split the wood. Dashwim felt something strange. He cut another piece of wood and she began to remember that even after 500 years, this was still the best feeling in the world. Li Ping wondered why Alpha was making strange noises today, but didn't pay it much mind. He felt they worked perfectly together. So they kept cutting, and in a short time, they already had a massive pile of firewood. The protagonist said it had been a long time since he felt this way. He had cut firewood many times, but today reminded him of when he used to work with Dashwim. In tears, she realized that her master had never forgotten her. All that resentment finally disappeared. Li Ping said that if the barrier hadn't broken and the world hadn't changed, he would have gone to look for her. "It's a pity," he said, because this would be the last time he could feel what it was like to cut firewood with her. Then Dashwim understood that without that body of resentment, she no longer had the strength to stay. Still, she felt fortunate that he had created her and hoped the next axe would serve him well. Li Ping simply said that later he would have to make a new axe, since Alpha would now go on adventures with him. After saying that, he went to cook. Poor Alpha was left standing there alone. Then she changed shape again. It was clear she was still conscious, whispering that those idiots had reconciled. Now she had no idea how she was supposed to fit into all of this. Inside the house, Elizabeth asked Shishi what she knew about demonic swordsmanship. Shiki said it all started 100 years ago. Back then, the Black Guild was growing rapidly and capturing people all over the continent. Most people were too busy trying to survive to stop them, but after obtaining the title of Sword Saint, she went alone to gather information on them. However, the information leaked, and several apostles surrounded her and threw her into an abyss. That was how she fell into the Demon Queen's cultivation spot. There, she felt something strange. She found traces of the Queen's sword practice in that place. Although not much remained, she absorbed the energy around her until there was nothing left. She grew a lot in just 3 months, but her talent still had its limits. It was then that she realized there were people far stronger than she could ever hope to become. While she was lost in that thought, a voice asked her if she wanted more power. Li Ping asked what she did, and she said she accepted in order to defeat the Black Guild. It seems Shichi already knows he is the hero, and now she wonders if accepting the Sea of Darkness was a mistake. She adds that the creature couldn't use all that power completely and ended up giving her a tentacle-shaped weapon. Elizabeth says she already sealed that thing, and that what contacted her was actually a clone of its consciousness. Then Li Ping asks if the weapon she got is basically like an octopus. Then he starts thinking about how he still hasn't tried that kind of food in this world. Elizabeth immediately asks if it tastes good. He says it was delicious in his world, but that he has no idea about the creatures here. Shichi cannot believe that a moment ago they were talking about the end of the world, and now they are discussing eating octopus. Then the protagonist cuts the conversation short and says it's time to eat. He brings out the pot, which shines with golden energy. Shichi is amazed by the amount of magical power it emits. And yes, he made hellish curry. Elizabeth gets excited, but we already know where this is going. Here comes the first bite. She puts a spoonful in her mouth and says it is delicious. It seems she learned some self-control because the only thing she says is that it's a bit spicy. Even so, she immediately drinks some juice and says it is absurd that a 7-star demon cannot handle this flavor. Li Ping asks if it's too spicy and says he will chop up some iced onions. He stretches the mashing over his own hand, saying it won't take long. With a single touch, it falls apart completely. Shichi doesn't understand how he can think his sword skills are bad when he can do that. Then he throws the pieces into the soup like little flakes. After that, he serves another bowl and says it should be less spicy now. Elizabeth insists that she likes spicy food and tells him to stop embarrassing her like that. Li Ping offers some to Shichi while Elizabeth looks ready to kill someone. Shichi looks embarrassed, but also as if she wants to accept. As she goes to take the plate, Elizabeth calls her name. She sighs, knowing she has to choose carefully. There are only 3 options. Confused, they ask her what she means. Then Elizabeth brings out 3 objects. The first is a pot of curry. The other 2 are a sword manual and one of Li Ping's kitchen knives. He is bewildered and says it's strange to give away his knife. Elizabeth cuts him off immediately, saying this is a test of character and that he is also a part of it. Shichi realizes the test is for her. She thinks the right choice must be hidden in what they talked about before. She is sure the curry has so much power that it could make her evolve on the spot. But if even Elizabeth could barely stand it, Shichi would probably be destroyed by it. As for the knife, it makes rank-grade weapons look useless. Still, the hero clearly didn't want to part with it, so she knows she can never truly use it. That rules out both the curry and the knife, so the only thing left is the swordsmanship manual. Following Elizabeth's clue, she asks for the manual. At that moment, the door is shattered. The 3 of them turn around stunned. Li Ping asks why Alpha looks like that. Alpha bursts in full of hatred, saying he is here for revenge and plans to kill everyone. Shichi jumps up immediately, certain that this is demon burial. She asks to borrow the knife so she can handle it, but the moment she takes it, she feels an overwhelming power from a monstrous talent. She tries to control it, but the blade seems to have a mind of its own. She can't even hold it in her hand. In an instant, all her energy vanishes. The poor girl collapses, completely exhausted. The knife slips free and rolls, going straight toward Dashuang. She knows instantly that coming here was a mistake, and the blade pierces right through her. Alpha is also split in two, and the knife flies back on its own to Li Ping's hand. Seeing Shichi collapsed, the protagonist calls out to her. With Alpha also defeated, he shouts, asking how this could happen when he didn't even do anything. The story then jumps to a ruined battlefield. The sixth pillar of the Black Guild is lying on the ground. Another member, the one who looks like a machine, arrives and tries to wake him up. She electrocutes him to bring him back to his senses. The bear snaps awake, dazed by the shock. He calls out for the Golden Dragon King and says he is still ready to fight. Then a small heart appears, and he starts drooling. The girl named Vader tells him the fight is already over. Robot number 24 explains that the president was devoured. Everyone else died, and she vanished. Vader says none of that matters now. The outcome was already decided. In the center, there is a golden dragon egg. The boss admits he never expected Amelia to have such an ability to save herself. Still, he says he never wanted to hurt her. Then a tentacle approaches the egg, wraps around it, and absorbs it completely. The Eglobians come out from inside the mirror, and even the old man keeping it active begins to crumble. He says this proves that king-level power is the standard. If there had been just a little more, the master would have returned immediately. An ugly, insect-faced one asks how the Black Guild ended up in such a pathetic state. His link to a certain Dagiel was severed, so he wants to know what happened to the others. The man apologizes and says Dagiel gave his life to protect the guild. The one who was at the previous meeting asks if the old man's research has progressed, since he looks younger now. The old man says he finally got the right materials and then asks why he is here. Tagore says this body's identity was exposed, so he will need a new one. The demonic pillars ask who the man in the air is. The robot explains that he is one of those who also controls the consciousness of the Sea of Darkness. Tagore says the plan to take over the Dwarven Kingdom will have to be delayed for now. From above the portal, the boss adds that they lost many apostles. A few years earlier, while the old man was deep in his research, he thought he had finally found what he was looking for. That was when Elizabeth began to be reconstructed. He felt overwhelmed, convinced that he had finally succeeded, and number 24 praised the result. But then the body twisted into a corrupt mass and disintegrated. The old man was devastated upon realizing he had failed again. Once more, all his research had led to nothing. He couldn't understand why the body remained so unstable. By then, the constant work was weighing heavily on him. He needed to evolve soon. Something appeared, offering to help him become stronger. The old man asked who it was. The entity introduced itself as Azathoth from the Sea of Darkness and proposed they work together. A nearby specter began to mutate and lose its mind. In an instant, it turned into a giant monster. That was when the old man realized that chaotic energy could give him enough power to revive anything. Azathoth said he had all the power the old man wanted, but that he would need bodies. From there, many creatures began to be created, and the Gears joined the demon cult. In no time, hundreds of thousands of creatures were incubated. Azathoth asked why the old man didn't absorb demonic energy as well. He replied that he didn't care about getting stronger. His only goal was to bring Elizabeth back. Azathoth said that was fine, that he would control that place for a while. He had already realized that the cursed Malfoy was far too cautious, so normal plans wouldn't work with him. So he handed over the tentacles, another part of his own consciousness, to manage the place. Malfoy accepted and said he would turn him into an apostle. Azathoth smiled. Another part of his plan was already underway. Back to the present, Azathoth asks how long it will take to rebuild his sovereign body. Malfoy says it will take a long time, especially with this whole place destroyed. Azathoth tells him to stop lying, since he knows Malfoy can build a Demon King in minutes, and then asks why he doesn't hand over that clone of Elizabeth. The old man warns that if he mentions that again, He will kill him on the spot. The subordinates immediately fall to their knees, wondering if this is the president's true power. Azathoth takes it lightly, saying there's no need to get so tense, he was only joking. But on the inside, he knows Malfoy is far too dangerous, so he cannot reveal where Elizabeth is. He says he is leaving and will return when he has new information. The old man begins to lick the mirror, saying that soon it will be ready. His master will return to him in an even more perfect form. And down below, a clone of Elizabeth is already prepared. The scene then shifts to Voss City. It seems Elizabeth sent Li Ping there to explore as an adventurer. What confuses him is why the entire city is being rebuilt. Then he sees a massive church and wonders how Annie is doing. He heads straight to the orphanage and knocks on the door. The door opens immediately, which strikes him as strange. Inside, the pig is there while everyone tells him to keep scrubbing. Li Ping immediately asks why this guy is here. He kicks the door and tells them to stop. The pig starts trembling and asks why he has returned again, while Li Ping just wants to know where Annie is and what happened to her. The pig stands up and asks if Li Ping thinks he is wasting his time here. As always, the protagonist thinks he can't handle things without Elizabeth. The pig begs for help, saying he is exhausted. Then someone enters, fixing her hair. Because she spent time at home, the years seem to have passed much faster for her. The pig calls her big sister, and Li Ping is confused. He quickly rushes over to her, telling her not to worry and to go rest. Then, proudly, he tells her to look at the floor he cleaned so thoroughly. Annie thanks him and says everyone is still working hard for the church and that the monsters are staying focused. Only then does Li Ping realize he was brought in to help clean. Annie then asks him what he is doing there. A little later, she serves tea, and he tells her she has grown a lot. She explains that happened after her magical powers returned. The protagonist awkwardly says he understands, and then asks why all those beasts are working for her. She says she isn't completely sure, but something happened in the city last week. Li Ping immediately asks if it was the Black Guild, and she answers yes. Some of the beasts there started turning into monsters. People ran away in panic, screaming that an apostle had attacked. Then they came face to face with him and thought they were about to die. The pig asked what was happening to his brother and begged him to calm down. Nearby, Tagore watched and said that orcs lose control more easily than humans or elves. The problem is that they also lose their minds, which is why they work better as tools of destruction than as parasite hosts. Then the pig orc's brother attacked, and the blow struck everyone nearby. But when he opened his eyes, a plush panda had blocked it. The orc screamed and went even wilder, but Annie said she would protect this place and summoned her entire plush collection. A battle broke out right in the middle of the city, and that was why everything was destroyed. At least Annie won in the end, and all the gears embedded in the creature were ripped out. The creature fell and began to crumble, leaving the pig weeping for his brother. Annie apologized, saying she couldn't purify the power inside that monster. Tagore thought it was strange for someone so strong to live in this city. He decided she might be a good target to parasitize. But she glared at Azathoth's creature. She felt she was being watched. Back in the present, Li Ping says this confirms the Black Guild and that the observer links to her lost memories. He tells her not to worry. Those memories will return. He mainly came to check if she has any mental trauma and how she is doing. Annie says she has remained stable since he helped her recover. And, just as Elizabeth said, she will use her lineage to help bring peace. Li Ping smiles and says leaving it in her hands was the right decision. Still, Elizabeth doesn't really care much about peace in this place. And since he doesn't understand magic, he can't do much on his own. He adds that if the world really needed the so-called legendary hero, things would turn into a disaster. Annie starts trembling and asks what he means, because from her point of view, Li Ping is far too strong to use all his power. If he really had to act, the entire world could be destroyed and rebuilt from scratch. She takes it as a warning. If they fail, everyone dies. But Li Ping just smiles and says that if Elizabeth approved of the girl, then she has talent. Still trembling, she says she understands and will do her best, thinking he trusts her because he showed her a glimpse of his power that day. Her problem is that she still can't fully control it. She apologizes, but Li Ping tells her it's okay. Then he reaches behind himself and drops a bag onto the table. Inside are fruits he promised to bring her. Annie realizes that he always knew her limits and brought magical fruit to help her reach what she needs. To her, that means he has been watching over her and making sure she can handle the power he gave her. So she thanks him and promises to protect this city. He replies that if that's true, he can trust that nothing will happen there because he still has to fulfill the promise that Elizabeth will one day rule the world. That leaves her confused, but she thinks that if the sacred hero is part of it, maybe it's a good thing. He tells her not to look at it that way. Elizabeth wants to rule the world because she thinks it's the easiest way to maintain peace, but he plans to do it another way. Annie nervously asks what that means. He says he will explain later. Today, he came to ask her for advice. Since she has read so much, he wants to hear about the continents and the main powers in each of them. Annie says he can count on her. She doesn't know much about the Black Guild or the Demon Realm, only about their main forces. The Dwarven Kingdom matters less, but it is linked to the Sword Saint, and the Sword Guild is the greatest power. Anyone who wants influence needs their approval. From there, she begins to break down the world map and who controls each region. In short, the Sword Saint is the most powerful force in her isolated city, which is why no apostle came to help her. Li Ping sees that it was just as he thought. Everyone only protects their own land. Then Annie asks how he plans to bring peace to the continent. He says that real peace won't come just by destroying the Black Guild. They need an alliance strong enough to stop evil anywhere in the world. Since he believes he has no real power, his plan is to form a unit that can hunt apostles. The problem is convincing people, so for now, he is following Elizabeth's method. Annie says she is starting to understand it. This method, different from the Demon Queen's, means the entire world is basically a wager between the two of them, testing which plan works better. Elizabeth brought peace quickly, but once she vanished, everything fell apart. Li Ping, on the other hand, wants to prove that unity and shared strength can create lasting peace. He plans to travel across the entire continent and recruit people who fit his goal, while she realizes that she might just be a piece in that game. What scares her most is that if she doesn't demonstrate enough power, she could be cast aside. Even so, she tells herself not to overthink it, because it is for the good of the world. She has to grow stronger alongside the angel he gave her and help him soon. Li Ping notices she is deep in thought and asks what she is thinking about. Then he asks her about the kingdom of Aristotle, known for its magic and technology. She says she doesn't know much, only that they have massive metal machines that can move mountains with very little energy. He thinks about it and decides that it will probably be their first destination. But Annie warns him that the Elven Kingdom would be a better option, as Aristotle is closed right now. She also mentions that a guild recently approved by the Sword Saint entered the Elven Kingdom and drew a lot of attention. Of course, that guild belongs to the father and daughter. The father warns that to enter the Elven Kingdom, they must pass through the plant purgatory. He asks if Elizabeth is ready, and she answers yes. A single motion of the cards cuts through the plants in their path, but he warns that the closer they get, the stronger those plants become. And somewhere among them, it seems something is watching them. As they approach the largest tree, she says the Sword Saint surely already warned everyone they were coming. Perhaps this entire trial is just another test for them. Then, something begins to emerge from the ground. A 5-element plant appears in front of them. The father tells her to be careful because this one seems to be fully evolved. Immediately, it begins shooting spinning spheres in all directions. He tells her not to panic. 30 years ago, he made it this far too. Another card slash cuts through the attack with ease, but then the plant closes in around them and she tells him to use their dual skill. They attack together and destroy it with a single clean strike. Elizabeth says that should have been its final form, but her father tells her not to relax or underestimate it. Right at that moment, something begins to grow from the severed section. The plant's head returns, now with 4 mouths. From each mouth, more mouths open up, and they all start firing in all directions. Elizabeth blocks them with a barrier of cards. They will have to fight together or they won't make it. Even so, some of her cards begin to fall, destroyed. Elizabeth admits she underestimated the enemy and is already injured. Her father tells her not to worry as the deck wraps around her arm and heals the wound. He tells her she should rest, but she insists she can still fight. He warns her to be more careful this time because that thing is much more dangerous than usual. Then, a purple force begins to emanate from the plant, and elemental fragments appear around it: darkness, ice, metal, and fire. The father says even someone fully prepared would struggle against that. The last time they came, the Sword Saint finished it instantly, but this one is clearly much stronger than the creature he saw 30 years ago. To defeat it, they might need the true deck. Elizabeth asks if he really has the courage to use it. He says the third card should be enough for now. Suddenly, an arrow nearly hits them both. It embeds itself in the ground like a kind of new plant, and a strange pollen begins to spread from it. The 5-element plant reacts immediately. It begins to tremble and then instantly retreats underground. The daughter says the aura feels familiar, and he replies that it's because she is an elf. A spirit appears before them and holds out its hand, inviting them to enter. Then the arrow crumbles away. The father says it seems they have been accepted, but Elizabeth has a question. If her mother is in this tribe, why didn't she come looking for them herself? He tells her not to doubt her mother's love. The hierarchy among the elves here is more complicated than she knows, and soon they are about to discover the truth. So they continue through the forest until they reach the elven tribe. Everyone stares at them and whispers that the girl is half human and half elf. Some of the women even say she smells disgusting. Elizabeth asks her father why everyone is acting so hostile. He says these people have never left this place, so they don't know how to treat someone different. She asks how that fits with the powerful elves found in other guilds. The father explains that many tribes live around the Great Tree, each with its own rank system. The closer a tribe is to the center, the more resources it receives. An ordinary person in the center could be treated like a noble elsewhere, while elves from the outer areas are looked down upon when they come inward. He says there are exceptions, and she asks what they are. Before he can answer, a mist sweeps past them. A girl on horseback appears and introduces herself as Blanchette, general of the elven tribe. She says she will guide them to the sacred land and instructs them to follow her. Before they can answer, she is already moving ahead. Elizabeth says they don't seem very hospitable, but her father tells her to get used to it. The deeper you go into the forest, the more common that attitude becomes. He steps onto the cards and says her mother must be waiting in the sacred land. Then they follow Blanchette through the forest, and Elizabeth notices that the path closes behind them. He explains that no one can enter the elven forest without permission. After a while, they approach the Great Tree. She is in awe, and the father says that was where it all began when he was 19 years old and part of the sacred guild. Someone had been shouting that they had lost control and that everyone should move aside as a rider sped through the elven village at full speed. The horse was clearly out of control. Then someone jumped onto it, caught her from behind, took her hand and told her to calm down, showing her how it was done. The elf was embarrassed but thanked him. He told her not to worry and that he would help her. Then he joked that if she really wanted to thank him, she should let him ride with her. The two enjoyed the ride together. They even reached the upper part of the realm, a place humans almost never got to see. He was amazed, but the elf wanted to go back because she felt embarrassed. Not understanding, he asked why she was so nervous. She said it wasn't that. She was afraid she would never learn to ride. He joked for her to be careful, as her father was watching her. Scared, she asked him to hide. If anyone found out an outsider had ridden that horse, they would kill him. He admitted he had made it up. Her father wasn't there. That only left her more confused, wondering why he would say something so silly. He ignored it and told her to simply enjoy the view. She was left in awe, saying she had never been that high before. Hearing that, he said they should make the most of it. So they climbed to the very top of the tree. Once there, he got behind her on the horse and jokingly asked her to do the Titanic pose. For a moment, she lit up, then instantly blushed. Things turned romantic quickly. Later, they stayed there watching the stars with the horse by their side. He told her not to worry. The officers would be away for at least 3 to 5 more days. She said his calm aura made her want to see the outside world too. He told her that if she really wanted to, they could go together since he knew many places. She brightened up and asked if he really meant it. He said yes. though he reminded her that as an elite elf, she was supposed to have a better life here. She replied that living here was no different from being in chains. The elections were coming up, and to gain the support of one of her uncles, her father planned to hand her over to him. He understood immediately. Having your freedom taken away is the worst, so he promised to get a teleportation scroll the next day and they would run away together. She said a simple life was all she had ever wanted. Then the two kissed. Back to the present, Blanchette guides them forward. To get closer to the tree, they have to pass through a portal. But in the distance, someone continues to watch and notices they are using that entrance. Inside, they find a broad green field with a tree at the center. Blanchette walks toward the people waiting for them there. She thanks the servant and dismisses him, then faces the elders and reports that her mission is complete. Elizabeth asks the chief who they are. He warns her to be careful with what she says. Those are the elven elders. But suddenly, she feels that something isn't right. A wave of nausea hits her all at once. One of the elders tells Blanchette to step aside. Another introduces himself as Elrond, and Avery comments that it has been a long time since he last saw the chief. A bit uncomfortable, he admits it really has been a long time. Then Sinclair greets all the elders. Elrond says nothing, while Avery remarks on how much he has changed from the young man he used to be. Then Verdun says he already knows why he is there, to be allowed into the Holy Guild. He corrects her. They are forming an alliance against the Black Guild, and he asks the elders to join. Avery laughs as the Holy Guild has grown weak. Verdun adds that the Sword Saint has been missing for 3 months. He says that is why he needs elven help to find her. She is key to his plan, and the elves know how powerful she is. Up until now, Elrond still hasn't said a word. Avery says such a request would cost a lot of magic, so they want to know what they will receive in return. But Elizabeth steps in, saying that this is no time to think about profit. Verdun replies that the elves only help those who prove they deserve it. Then a golden plant emerges from the ground. She says that if they can defeat it, then they will talk about that so-called alliance. The plant opens up and glows with a golden light. Elizabeth asks the chief what he thinks of that. He tells her not to worry, he can handle it. The plant fires a beam of light directly at them. It is so bright that the elves cannot see anything, but her father has already used the Guardian card to create a shield in front of them. The chief says they have definitely lost some of their old strength, but he hopes they can see how serious he is about destroying the Black Guild. With that, the golden plant falls to the ground. Avery laughs and says that the little chief has really gotten stronger. Verdun is surprised that a card used sacred magic. Elizabeth says that attack felt more like an attempt to kill them than a test. She tries to say something else, but the chief tells her to remain quiet. Then Elrond finally speaks, saying that 16 years have passed. The chief hesitates, but then nods. Elizabeth cannot understand why he is being so respectful toward those people who are clearly making things difficult for him. It is then that he reveals that the man in front of them is her grandfather. Verdun then remarks that Nikita's daughter is already 16 years old. Elizabeth is stunned. She had no idea she was facing her grandfather. Out of nowhere, he starts throwing confetti and playing a trombone out of surprise. Both are completely bewildered by the sudden change. Avery tells him to stop fooling around, but Verdun says it was fun. The chief, still confused, asks why they acted like that. Elrond takes his hand and tells him not to worry. He can call him grandfather. Uncomfortable and suspicious, the old man asks about Nikita. Elrond tells him not to worry and to simply follow him, then gives a nod to Elizabeth. Confused, she asks if he understands what is happening. He says not at all, but that maybe her mother settled things between them. Even so, Elrond doesn't seem to be doing well, and from behind, Blanchette watches them in silence. Soon, a group gathers in front of the tree, and Elrond explains that the one visible from the outside is just a projection. The real one is here, born more than 500 years ago. The first elder, Tevila, used her own body to nourish this tree. Her power made the elves stronger and helped them gain influence. But that power began to fade when the tree started to wither. Because of that, many elves left and joined the outsiders. That is why marriages between elite elves and outsiders are forbidden, to prevent the tree's natural talent from being diluted, and that is why he opposed Nikita's relationship with the chief. But now he is about to show them the true home of the elves, a secret that not even the sword serpent knows. The chief, confused, asks what he means. Elrond raises his arm and removes the magic, concealing it. Instantly, Elizabeth feels that same nausea again, and the illusion of a healthy tree begins to fade. The true form of the divine tree is laid bare, with elves trapped inside it. Elizabeth covers her mouth, unable to keep looking. The chief stares intently and asks why Nikita appears to be at the center of it all. Elrond says she became nourishment to keep the tribe alive, and there, in the center, they can see the man's wife with her face completely withered. The chief begins screaming for Nikita. He grabs Elrond and demands to know how he could bring her back, only to turn her into nutrients, calling him a selfish demon and ordering him to give her back. Elrond remains silent, with drool running down his face, and then tells Verdun and Avery that the man. Immediately, they approach the tree and place their hands on it. Right away, they begin to be absorbed, and in an instant, both disappear. A small leaf grows on a branch, and their faces appear carved alongside the others. Unable to understand, Elizabeth asks why they did that. Elrond explains that it was never selfish. For them, becoming nourishment for the tree and giving their lives to the tribe is the greatest honor, and he is sure Nikita felt the same way. But the chief slams his fist against the ground, saying it is horrible. Elrond asks him if he is okay. He then explains that each new leaf adds another year to the tree's life, but now that both of them are here, he has changed his mind. Perhaps Nikita can be brought back. The chief asks how that is possible. Elrond says it can be done if they are willing to pay the price, and then points at Elizabeth. The chief immediately warns him not to even think about it. Elrond says that what he really wants are the cards at her waist. They are the true deck given by Li Ping. The chief asks if he really intends to take the hero's true treasure, while Elizabeth stays silent, not knowing what to say. Elrond says that if those cards are offered to the tree, it can recover completely, and if there is power left over, even Nikita could be revived. He promises that if it works, Nikita will be the first. The chief is moved, wondering if it could really be true. But Elizabeth says this makes no sense. A lost life cannot be recovered, and those cards are meant to save the world. Someone uses a book to interfere from a distance. Suddenly, Elrond shakes his head, turns around, and says he cannot truly promise it will work, but if it does, all the elves will help fight against the Black Guild. That excites the chief, who says his true goal is to destroy the guild and save the continent. Elizabeth warns that those cards are far too important, and losing them would put everything at risk. But at that moment, the cards begin to rise from her waist. The chief grabs them and says he will take full responsibility. He gathers all the cards and asks what happens next. Elrond tells him to hand them over. Once the tree absorbs their power, Nikita will return. Elizabeth insists on asking if he is sure. He hands over the deck, promising everything to get his wife back. As he takes it, Elrond praises him as a great son-in-law. Suddenly, branches and vines sprout from the ground, trapping them both. Elizabeth is pinned down so tightly that she cannot move. The chief demands to know what this means. Meanwhile, that sinister hand continues manipulating the book. Elrond simply laughs, saying that fooling them was far too easy. He reveals that the elves have belonged to the Black Guild for a very long time. Seeing the gears, both father and daughter are left stunned. Elrond admits that he hasn't been the real Elrond for a long time. Then, a golden plant rises and slowly blooms. Inside, someone drinks calmly, and a clown appears, saying that the entire tribe has been puppets for years. Elrond falls to his knees and offers the deck to the clown, who says that the elves were trained so well he barely had to do anything. The chief shouts for Elizabeth, but she tells him that she is fine. At that moment, both activate the power in their hands, and Elizabeth says they are going to defeat these monsters. The cards begin to rise from the deck, but Elrond turns and casts a spell that envelops them in layers of flowers, and Elizabeth realizes that her magic is being drained. Her father calls out to her, but he is fading away too. The clown praises Elrond and thanks him. Then he says that Elrond has earned a good rest. Elrond's body seems to shut down, and the clown grabs the cards, saying it feels as if they are calling to the spirits. Soon he notices that they actually burn vital energy. As the chief faints, he notices that the clown is unaware of the card's secret, so he won't be able to master them. But the clown begins to mock him, sneering that this might be easier than he expected. All he has to do is control the others and make them expend their life force. A strange storm begins to form over the forest. Everyone wonders if it's an earthquake, but they also feel a sickening and dizzying wave. Their vital energy begins to be absorbed. The souls of every member of the tribe are dragged toward the center of the tree, both humans and animals alike. The chief tries to figure out what is happening. With the deck floating in the air, the clown continues draining everyone. The vital force of the entire tribe is divided among the cards, and the clown smiles, ordering them to absorb everything. Seeing this, the chief knows there is no way the alliance can defeat something like that. The clown gathers the cards and smiles, saying he will summon every single one of the invocations. One by one, the powers begin to activate, including a torpedo that opens a rift in the sky, and even the very clown that Li Ping once summoned appears before him. By then, the chief is losing consciousness. Back at home, Elizabeth says they need to clean up that instant noodle container because something purple is dripping from it. It falls to the ground. Li Ping says he wants to talk about something, but the purple mass begins crawling toward him. It gets close enough to swallow him. Then, his little cleaning robot squashes it. The protagonist sits up and asks Elizabeth to accompany him to the Elven tribe. She asks him if he plans to take over the island. He says no, that he wants to convince her people to join them. He also recalls Elizabeth mentioning that she knows a high-ranking elf, and since elves live for 500 years, she assumes that person is probably still alive. She agrees, but says he has to make her more of that juice. Li Ping thanks her and says that is easy. When she asks about the people outside, he says to let them play with Wang Kai. Outside, the little dog remains calm while everyone gathers around him. Chi says nobody else needs to help because now she is part of the group. But someone points out that she clearly doesn't understand how big Li Ping's plans are. Alpha steps in, saying that he is the most important one there. Chi replies that the martial arts manual she got proves she matters more, and he says that he also received an incredible gift that he is still learning to use. And Alpha bursts into laughter. He says it's ridiculous for outsiders to think they are closer to Li Ping than he is. His bond with that hero goes back more than 500 years, while they are just trying to force their way in. He says he exists for him, and Annie replies that if that were true, they wouldn't even have to be here. Cheese adds that a true weapon of his wouldn't carry so much bitterness. She also says he doesn't resemble Li Ping's other creations, like Wang Kai. Alpha responds sharply that he used to be defective, but after being broken and rebuilt by the protagonist, he became the true Holy Sword Alpha. Annie asks if that is really true. Wang Kai sounds uncertain and says, maybe. He remembers when the sword snapped in two and Li Ping looked at the pieces in surprise. Then he grabbed an axe and wondered how to fix it. But the guy also had superglue, glued the halves back together, and just like that, it was suddenly perfect. Wang Kai says the master used a great invention to bring Alpha back. Alpha proudly shows off the crack on his face, calling it proof of Li Ping's love for him. Chi says words are useless. Only one person can serve the Messiah and the Demon Queen. She is sure that after getting stronger with his help, she will be able to do it. And Annie says she has the power of Raphael, so she can beat Cheese. Alpha gets angry and tells them to stop plotting for his place, but they are already charging up energy, and he asks them to wait. Wang Kai holds up a sign ordering everyone to stand still. Alpha asks for orders, but Wang Kai says he isn't going to give any. Annie says that having too many people around could disrupt Li Ping's life, and Cheese agrees that that's why only one of them should stay. Wang Kai says the goal isn't to bother the master, each of them needs a role. For example, he is the house pet who stays at home and takes care of things there. When he is outside, he dominates nearby creatures and doesn't let anyone get close. But ever since that woman appeared, things got so bad that he can't do anything. His plan to take care of Li Ping and receive all the attention is ruined. Confused, Cheese then asks what they should do. Wang Kai says that as he begins to move through the world, He will encounter all kinds of dangers that could ruin his peace, so the three of them should act as cleaners and protect that quiet life. No matter where he goes, they need to clear all obstacles and keep his path open. He adds that serving the master already brings rewards. They can accept whatever he gives them, but never ask for anything, and only Wang Kai gets the trash scraps. They all say they understand. Then he notices the door opening and tells everyone to stand still. Li Ping comes out and asks what they are doing. Everyone immediately stands around Wang Kai, smiling. Someone asks if he is already heading to the Elven tribe, and he answers that he just needs a few tools first. He heads toward the back of the house, and Elizabeth's shadow looms over the three of them. She says she has been watching everything they do. The east under N and the south under Cheese are already under Li Ping's wing. Once he conquers the Elven Kingdom, only the north will remain before he controls the entire land. She says his plan started the moment he saved that father and daughter. He hid it well, but now she sees that he has been preparing to rule this world. What she wants to know is if she is also part of that plan. Everyone freezes, wondering why the queen is staring at them, and M worries that Elizabeth thinks she isn't worthy. They all look to Wang Kai for help. He steps forward and says he will handle it. He puts his hand behind his back and says he has a way to deal with this cruel woman. The others wonder if a legendary fight is about to happen. But Wang Kai pulls out a rattle and starts shaking it, trying to look adorable. He is about to say something about being a happy dog when suddenly something comes flying toward him. The poor thing is sent flying straight into the wall from a kick. Elizabeth says she is already angry after finding all this out, and that dog still tried to fool around. The others quickly agree that Wang Kai was in the wrong and say they would never do that. Elizabeth warns that if they want to travel with them, they must understand that their lives will be on the line and they won't always be saved. They all say they understand the Demon Queen perfectly. Just then, Li Ping returns holding a chainsaw, saying he is ready. It's another spiritual weapon with a little girl clinging to the handle. She asks if they are ready and what he did this time. He says that since Alpha is going back to being a real sword, he needed something new to chop wood. He also says that the pocket dimension magic she made for him is really cool. She explains that she always had that power, but now that she is stronger, she can use it with the things he creates. Alpha suddenly reacts and asks if that's her. Apparently, he can see the spirit hanging onto Li Ping's leg. Wang Kai says he can also see spirits and that this one seems much more complex than Alpha. Alpha says it doesn't matter. The protagonist can only see him, and that's his biggest advantage. Excited, he gathers plants for his garden, says it's time to head out, and Elizabeth asks about his two companions. Li Ping replies that they will travel to persuade the elves. Chi says she is the best choice because she has been there many times and knows the current leader. Annie argues that the eyes she awakened would help much more in a negotiation. Alpha pushes them both aside and tells them to give up. There are only 2 spots. As the hero's personal weapon, he is supposed to stay with him all the time, but Li Ping stops him for a moment. For a mission like this, carrying a sword would look too threatening. Annie brightens up, and Cheese realizes she lost her chance. Elizabeth interrupts them. They have to move now, so they set off, and he tells Alpha to watch the place. Poor Alpha can't help but wonder why he always feels ignored. Even after being reforged, he has been left behind again. Then suddenly a message arrives asking Alpha to answer. He has no idea who is calling. It's that sneaky little dog, the one who always seems to be asking for a beating. That gives Alpha an idea. Train with Anqi and become stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Annie says it's time to patrol the area, and it's not just Annie. They are going with him, along with the queen. Li Ping seems curious about the tree, but Elizabeth already senses that something is wrong. A tree that massive should show some sign of life, but it doesn't. The protagonist points out that something so massive can't be ordinary. Elizabeth uses her power and says they need to change clothes. Cheese gets covered in magic. Li Ping turns around to see their new outfits. Luckily, she'd already changed back. Elizabeth says they can't wear anything the protagonist made or this journey would be pointless. Still confused, he simply accepts and tells them to keep moving. Then they venture deeper into the forest. As usual, the plants there are watching them. The clown already knows they have arrived. He kidnapped Bosker, the Alliance envoy, and now Cheese has appeared too. If so, the war with the Black Guild might finally be starting. He also needs to keep an eye on the 3 people traveling with the Shin Sword. Then he notices something strange. It seems the minds of the father and daughter are being stolen. A connected plant begins to display everything they experienced, including their time with Li Ping and Elizabeth. But then something shocks him. The woman with them is the real Elizabeth, and he can't believe she is here. After 500 years, her return makes no sense. Even stranger, she isn't acting like the proud woman he remembers. The clown orders everyone to be killed except for that guy. Blanchett hears the order and accepts it immediately. The group advances through the forest, taking down every creature that stands in their way. When Cheese reaches the 5-element plant area, she says it's weird that nothing has appeared yet. Annie is amazed by how much her friend knows, which motivates her even more to help Li Ping. To her, he seems strong enough to belong to the Sacred Guild. She is about to say that actually but something lunges at them first. An arrow flies toward them, and Cheese slices it in mid-air. Someone is watching them from above. Using her eye, Annie detects hidden enemies and says not to worry, but Cheese is already using the first move from Li Ping's book. The aura she releases reaches all the way to Blanchett. Blanchett is surprised that the girl exposed her so easily. Even so, she fires a rain of seeds and says that changes nothing. Annie summons her bear to protect the group, but when the seeds touch the ground, they burst into vines. She says that part is normal, just not on this scale. Then, Li Ping suddenly asks if she remembers their adventure from a few months ago. She says yes, confused as to why he is bringing it up. Right in front of them is total chaos, debris flying everywhere and slashes tearing through the area. He says the old him would have been terrified, but now he doesn't even need to pretend to be calm. That's because Elizabeth is with him, and he knows she will save him. With Annie and Cheese here too, he has even less to fear. Elizabeth asks if he is showing off, or if, now that he has decided to rule the world, he no longer feels the need to act weak. Meanwhile, the girls keep cutting their way through the plants. He says he isn't showing off. He's just happy she is by his side. What he wants is for them to stay together as friends forever. Right at that moment, a plant swallows the poor guy whole. As the plant begins to digest him, he screams for help. The plant keeps dragging him deeper underground. Cheese turns around in surprise. Annie is in disbelief, while Elizabeth hesitates, wondering if he just confessed to her. Then, the plants are destroyed. Smoke rises from the ground. Annie says Li Ping is gone, and Cheese suggests capturing that woman to get answers, but Blanchett declares that the capture mission is complete, so it's time for self-destruction. Instantly, the plants begin to glow, and the entire forest explodes. A figure slowly descends to the ground. It's Blanchett, who says that losing 35 plants is better than facing the Sword Saint. Even so, Annie managed to save the other 2. She says things have gotten complicated because her 2 strongest puppets are injured. Blanchett senses that the other's energy has vanished, so only humanity's strongest swordsman remains. She throws more seeds onto the ground, determined to end this quickly. Behind the creatures, another plant begins to grow, expanding at an incredible speed, and 6 more sprout around it, ready to unleash more destruction. The forest is destroyed by an explosion once again. This time, Cheese activates the sword's shield. Then she notices something. A giant plant had been aiming at the 2 of them. Even from afar, the explosion was visible. Blanchett says it was harder than expected, but now it's over. Then she freezes. Elizabeth is right behind her, saying it's time to start talking. Blanchett tries to turn, shocked that Elizabeth survived the explosion. Elizabeth tells her not to bother talking. She will answer with her life. Blanchett feels that grip is worse than death itself, so she quickly pulls something from her wrist and triggers self-destruction with arrows. Her body falls, and Elizabeth says that was the right decision. Even so, now she is certain there might be a connection to the Black Guild here. She keeps walking, though it seems someone is still watching her. Elizabeth says it's ridiculous that after only 500 years, no one respects her anymore. Elsewhere, a small plant begins to sprout. It rises from the forest floor and spits Li Ping out, covering him in slime. The poor guy has no idea what happened until he looks up. The little plant is blushing and somehow has a beard. Li Ping immediately tells the weird creature to stay away from him, but it approaches again, and he screams for Elizabeth. Strangely, the creature suddenly flops onto the ground. Confused, he cautiously opens his arms and looks. The plant is busy eating something that fell nearby. That's when he notices something slipping out of his pocket. He pulls it out to check and realizes it's the organic fertilizer he made. The problem is that it was supposed to be his gift for the elven tribe, but the little plant desperately begs him for more. Li Ping asks if it really likes it, then tells it that it can keep all of it as long as it doesn't eat him. She blushes instantly and devours it all. As she keeps eating, she begins to shrink and finally falls to the ground exhausted, while Li Ping thinks that fertilizer is useful, but too much is bad. For now, he is safe, but now he has no idea how to win over the elves, so he decides to walk through the forest and wait for Elizabeth to find him. Meanwhile, Elrond admits that he lost control of the plant halfway through. The clown says they need tracking skills if they want to find the boy quickly. Strangely, the boy has magic that conceals his true power. Now that everything is confirmed, the clown says the boy's identity is clear. After all, he saw everything in those two minds. He even saw the scene from the game they played, and now knows that this boy is the legendary hero. Another explosion occurs in the forest. Annie's little bear is more battered than ever, but the two girls survive once again. The real problem is that Annie asks if she is all right, and she says she just needs a rest. Then suddenly Annie senses something. Last time, the chapter ended with Annie and Cheese still in the middle of that fight. She looked at the side and said that a powerful magic was approaching. A surge of magical attacks was launched straight at the puppets. In an instant, both creatures were torn into plush pieces. Annie wonders if the plant did that, but Cheese says no. What is in front of them is much more dangerous. It is a creature called Little Cartoon Mage number 33,333. Annie asks if her friend feels it too, and she does. The thing has a hero aura mixed with evil energy. The monster raises its staff and begins accumulating power, but Cheese strikes first with the third move. Then she looks down and sees that her branch has splintered. The Little Cartoon Mage had activated Matrix Guard. She turns around and gets hit by a charge that launches her through the air. Luckily, Annie's plush Jacta saves her. The problem is that Annie has overused the demon's red eye and is afraid of losing control. Then, the little mage casts another spell, and a cartoon skeleton joins the fight as well. Cheese lands heavily, thanks Annie, and says she will handle it alone. But she is spitting blood. Using both her swordsmanship style and the hero style is tearing her apart. Seeing that, Annie asks if the Sword Saint can still fight. Meanwhile, the cartoon mage begins summoning several elemental spheres. These merge into a purple sphere. Annie knows that combining elements is incredibly difficult, which means their odds are terrible. The monster prepares the attack, and she realizes they could only win if the Sword Saint were at full strength. Annie discards that idea. She cannot always depend on them. To protect this place, she must overcome herself and fulfill the hopes of Elizabeth and him. But the mage casts its final spell. The fused elemental explosion struck the ground and kicked up dirt everywhere. A dense cloud of smoke rose, and then something caught the monster by surprise. Annie had summoned a giant snake that swallowed the entire spell. It brought it down hard, and the snake absorbed everything. Annie's horn glowed intensely, awakening her bloodline, and she challenged the monster to come at her. Cheese felt the change instantly. Annie had reached the level of a sovereign demon. No wonder the hero and the queen had chosen her. Annie extended her hand, and the plushies charged forward. Then the front guard used matrix protection. Cubes appeared, but the snake dodged them with ease. Annie knew a cube inside the snake would trap it, making victory difficult. Her demon red eyes foresaw the cubes. She used wind magic against the enemy. The bird launched a slash, and the knight used its shield. Then came an incessant barrage against the creature. Even so, the small monster only let out a boo, as if it were not afraid at all or simply didn't care. The giant snake bit the cube and almost swallowed it. No, it did swallow it. Both enemies were inside, and the snake began digesting them. Annie clenched her fist, certain that once the snake eats someone, it wins, no matter how strong they are. The snake slowly drains the magic until it becomes stronger than its prey. But this time it wasn't fast enough, and the snake began to tremble. Furthermore, Annie was on the verge of losing consciousness as the bloodline kept taking over her. Then the snake was torn apart. In barely 0.01 seconds, Annie was thrown backward again. A moment later, Chi sensed something and turned around, but already a massive golden barrage was rushing toward them. The attack tore through the entire forest and carved a crater from side to side. Cheese barely raised a shield that almost broke. Her clothes were torn by the explosion. Annie lay on the ground, and Cheese noticed it was the third time she had fallen in defeat. When the smoke cleared, the two were still there, but now the cartoon general stood before them, saying he would take care of it himself. The story then returns to Elizabeth, who is deep in the forest. She had reached the place where the magic was strongest and was wondering who was behind it. Suddenly, someone threw cards and shouted that the big fish had finally arrived. Another voice laughed, and right at that moment, Elizabeth passed through a barrier. She felt its power immediately and knew it belonged to someone at the Demon King level. She shouted upward, asking if they were trying to trap her and telling them to drop the cheap tricks. Then a Matryoshka doll appeared. Elizabeth didn't move, and the doll suddenly closed around her. It kept changing size and soon grew gigantic, covering the entire forest, countless layers stacked on top of one another. This was the cartoon creature's sealing magic, and the caster boasted that each layer slowed her down. Trapped in 1,024 layers, she was supposed to stay there forever. Elizabeth simply stood there until a small smirk appeared on her face. Whoever controlled the doll couldn't believe it didn't affect her. Meanwhile, Elizabeth began breaking through the layers as if it were nothing. As the pieces fell like rain, she said she had spent over a year inside a time barrier. That put the enemy on guard, and they began summoning a scythe. Elizabeth told them to stop the tricks and get out of her way. Then the scythe plunged into her stomach. She looked up and saw the cartoon reaper. The blade remained buried in her, and the creature pulled her back. Elizabeth's soul began to be dragged toward the reaper. Its special power allowed it to ignore levels and rip out the soul with a direct hit. It smiled, certain that it had won, until that soul grabbed it by the throat. Even in spiritual form, Elizabeth called it arrogant and demanded to know who had given the order. She told it to answer quickly because that was the only way she would grant it a quick death. For the first time, the Reaper felt what death was like and then crumbled away. The cards fell back into the hands of the mysterious figure, who couldn't believe that even soul extraction had failed on her. Elizabeth returned to her body, now furious. She said this felt like Li Ping's aura and wondered if visiting the Elven tribe had also been part of his plan. Dark energy surged from her as she added that testing others was one thing, but not her. Two hands tore through space as she declared that she was a chess player, not a piece. Looking up, she told her hidden enemy that their best option was to end their own life, because otherwise their death would be miserable. But the purple creature called her arrogant and said it wanted to see if she really could. Then she sent her into a cartoon maze. Elizabeth realized immediately that they wanted to keep her trapped there. With a single stomp, she shattered the entire maze. She looked up again and called the creature incredibly ignorant. Then the cartoon queen appeared and said she would take over. Meanwhile, the king sat on his throne, eager to see the queen win. Elizabeth shot up into the sky and sat upon a hand made of darkness. From above, she mocked him for calling himself king in front of her and told him he was not worthy of that title. The king's face hardened and he ordered her killed. Immediately, the queen drew several cards that transformed into swords in her hands. Sick of listening, Elizabeth attacked, telling her to shut up and die. The queen tried to use the protection of her wings and actually managed to cut through Elizabeth's attack. She even counterattacked immediately, but Elizabeth blocked it with ease, though she was surprised to see one of her fingernails crack. Then, the Queen of Hearts descended from above and attacked again. It seemed as though everything around them was being sliced to pieces. The Queen of Hearts kept pressing the attack as something from behind Elizabeth lunged forward. The Queen cut that too, but the spheres began to heal again. Then, the Queen of Hearts mocked her, saying they were just simple magic bullets. She slashed at everything around her, but each cut only made them multiply, and the number of impacts kept increasing. She then gathered all the daggers into a single giant claw, spinning and attacking in every direction. Then her expression changed. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Elizabeth kept creating more and more magic bullets. She then raised a finger and said that such a basic spell was enough to deal with her. With that, she sent them forward, and the Queen of Hearts was pierced through. She disintegrated in the sky, and the cards began to fall. But Elizabeth noticed something strange and said they really loved their little tricks. Something began to spin, absorbing all the energy around it. The Queen returned, and behind her stood Cartoon Dinosaur 999. Elizabeth understood that those were the final two cards, one to absorb magic and the other for resurrection. The Queen of Hearts laughed, certain that Elizabeth's arrogance would kill her. What she failed to notice was that the dinosaur was struggling to absorb so much energy. The magic bullets weren't vanishing at all. They were multiplying, completely tearing the monster apart. The Queen of Hearts screamed that she would double it. The dinosaur opened its mouth and fired Elizabeth's power back at her. Its ability wasn't just to absorb, it could return the magic with double the strength. Elizabeth blocked it without difficulty and reminded them not to forget their place. The Queen of Hearts couldn't understand why it had failed. Elizabeth explained that if the power originated from her, multiplying it even hundreds of times would still not harm her. She then clenched her fist and unleashed a crushing punishment. The three of them began to be oppressed by a heavy aura. They disintegrated right before her eyes. Elizabeth said she got the idea for that attack thanks to that idiot dog, but the result turned out quite well. Then the cards began to fall again, and once more she was caught by surprise. The Queen of Hearts had appeared behind her and attacked. Elizabeth dodged. There was an explosion, and the Queen froze in terror. But this time, she truly was split in two. Then Elizabeth released her transformation, saying she would start taking this a bit more seriously. The problem was that the resurrection flask activated again. Elizabeth realized that it didn't need the main body to do anything to trigger. The Queen of Hearts returned, saying she had already warned them she wouldn't die. A second later, Elizabeth's claws closed around her and activated the final confinement. Elizabeth said this restriction would limit that resurrection and allow her to play with her first. She then used the dissolution punishment, killing the Queen of Hearts once more. But a single drop fell from a leaf, and the Queen returned yet again. She said that drop came from an infinite ocean, so she could keep reviving forever. Elizabeth ignored her and used a poison punishment instead. The Queen seemed to die again, but suddenly began writhing in pain. Elizabeth kept stacking punishments, flaying, 1,000 needles, and light punishment. As the woman was crushed, Elizabeth warned that the longer she remained in the infinite confinement, the more those punishments would stack up. At last, the leaf that was reviving her crumbled away along with the woman. Elizabeth had figured it out. If eternal life became eternal pain, surrendering would be the only way to escape. Then attention turned to the king, who said it seemed he would have to step in himself. He leaped from his throne, summoned the same daggers, and used a polymerization skill. The power swirled, a circle formed, and a spear appeared. The king powered up rapidly, declaring that he had ascended to a whole new realm. He had become a one-star demon king. He said he was the king and Elizabeth the queen, but in this world, only the strongest could sit on the throne. Elizabeth laughed and then said that a long time ago, there was a king who thought he was the strongest being in existence. Looking at the King of Cards now, she realized how foolish she had been back then. The king, confused, said what she was saying made no sense and that she had no idea how strong he was now. He threw his spear and used the world-shattering martial art. Elizabeth responded with a world-shattering spell of her own. He followed up with another massive spear strike, and for the first time, Elizabeth seemed surprised. The blow appeared to hit, sending her flying backward. The king even called her weak. He laughed, saying he truly was the king of this world. He kept cackling and staggering around as if he had lost his mind. But to Elizabeth, he was no more than a card in her hand, and just like that, she simply crushed him. That made her wonder if this had been Li Ping's plan all along, to use these trials to show her how far she still had to go. It proved she still couldn't defeat him, and pursuing that dream now was just as foolish as the king before her. Still, she calmly said that one day she would reach him. Then she noticed that something wasn't right. If all the cards had been destroyed, why was she still trapped there? Looking down, she noticed one last piece remained. The throne suddenly transformed into a strange duck. Its magic level was impossible to read, and it simply let out a quack at her. She tried to speak, but confused, she attacked, telling it to go away. She slashed out, and the creature replicated the movement. She noticed it was copying her magic, and everything became stranger. A second Elizabeth appeared, except this one had a duck face. So now that was the opponent in front of her. Elizabeth looked at it with contempt and called it an arrogant bastard. The story returns to Li Ping, whom we haven't seen in a while. He happily gathers fruit and talks about how rich and prosperous the elven tribe is. While admiring all the different kinds, a rotten elf zombie sneaks up behind him. Somewhere else, a messenger reports that they found the man's body. The little clown on the throne reacts immediately, asking what they are waiting for, and orders them to bring him right away. Meanwhile, Li Ping continues gathering fruit, completely unaware that something is sneaking up on him. The creature attacks, but taking a step forward causes it to crash headfirst into the ground. The zombie contorts, does a flip, and attacks from behind again. Right at that moment, Li Ping drops a few fruits. The fruits roll away, and the twisted creature steps on them, slips, and slams its face hard against the ground. The poor creature is left in pain, while he just wonders why this forest has so many types of plants. Bending down, he starts talking about how this magical world ignores the normal rules of weather. At the same time, the little zombie gets back on its feet with half of its face rotten away. It lunges forward again, hoping that this time it can actually be useful. Li Ping grabs a cactus and turns around just as the zombie leaps toward him, and their eyes lock. He screams, thinking it's a ghost, while the zombie clutches its injured hand. He runs off, shouting that this place is terrifying. The elf zombie is already crying in pain and begging to activate the rest of the corpses because this hero is harder to handle than they expected. The clown agrees but tells it to hurry up and bring that boy. Then, from the forest floor, more elf zombies begin to rise. Li Ping runs in a panic, wondering why the center of the elven forest is full of zombies. All he wants is to find Elizabeth and the others so they can leave. But suddenly the ground begins to shake, and he stops to figure out what is going on. A second later, he realizes that the shaking is coming from behind him. When he looks back, countless tiny green eyes are watching him from the distance. Confused, he then notices that the zombies have already surrounded him. He tries to stay calm, reminding himself that he is the hero and cannot die here. The problem is that he didn't bring Alpha with him. And then the earth shakes again. His body tenses, and he starts to think the zombies are about to grab him from below, preparing for his feet to be caught. The possessed elf orders the horde to kill him, and they all lunge at Li Ping at the same time. But a green laser suddenly cuts through the entire crowd. Our protagonist is saved by that same small plant from earlier. He asks if it really is the same one, and the plant blushes, celebrating happily. The elf had tried to use plant magic, but Naomi realizes it failed because the hero had already tamed the plant. Li Ping's anti-zombie plant starts shooting everywhere, and he holds on tight so he won't be sent flying. The little plant keeps tearing through the zombies, but they just keep regenerating. Then the enemy uses a plant control spell. Li Ping questions why his helper stopped. Several zombies were former elders. The wise one admits to being unable to overcome the elves in natural magic. Using that power, they cancel the plant's evolution, and it shrinks. With a puff of smoke, it falls into Li Ping's hand, blushing and unable to explain itself. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies keeps advancing directly toward him. A wall of corpses rises, ready to bury him. Looking up, he wonders if this is how the hero's journey ends. Then the bodies collapse on top of him, forming a tight sphere. But suddenly, someone laughs, pulls out a chainsaw, and cuts through the entire pile. The strike not only splits the ball of corpses, but also reaches the elf controlling it. He crumbles right in front of the clown, who is left horrified. The corpse control magic should only transmit sensations. Why was actual damage transferred too? As zombie pieces fall through the air, the chainsaw flies back into Li Ping's hands. He remembers creating it, but has no idea how it returned on its own. The weapon's spirit grabs his leg and tells him she won't allow him to be hurt like that. A zombie begins crawling toward him, then more stand up, and another leaps from behind to attack. Spinning in panic, our hero flails and screams at them to stay away. This time, the clown controls them himself, and a slash cuts off his finger as well. He realizes that Li Ping's chainsaw inflicts true damage and can directly harm the controller. Then, one of the zombies fires an arrow, and a hail of projectiles soon follows. He simply raises his chainsaw. The outfit he sewed reflects all the damage it takes. The arrows pierce the zombies instead, and the clown's hand is also injured. He cannot understand how even reflected attacks are causing real damage. The legendary hero had truly mastered the use of magic. Even so, the clown believes he has the advantage here. This is his domain, and he has infinite magic, so sooner or later, he should win. Then, a giant clown head made of corpses forms in front of Li Ping. He strikes it wildly, still screaming for it to stay away. The blow sends out a massive shockwave that shatters the head and the forest, or perhaps even distant planets in space. Seriously, what was that? The giant clown is split in half and collapses, realizing he died from a single move. Bodies rain down while Li Ping raises his chainsaw and says these zombies are terrifying. Then, the survivors seem to regain their senses, perhaps. Everyone watches Li Ping, who is madly charging at them with a chainsaw. The other monsters turn around and run away. Back with Elizabeth, she's using magic capable of destroying worlds against the duck copy. The creature responds with terrestrial reconjuration, appearing to mimic her attack. Elizabeth prepares another spell and says she will turn it to dust for insulting her. Then, the duck version wraps itself in a cocoon, writhing and compressing until it becomes a sphere suspended in midair. Elizabeth thinks that if Li Ping set this up, then she knows what she must do. She begins to draw her sword. This is that amazingly powerful form that also empties my wallet. She uses the art of world destruction and cuts the sphere. With the shell sliced open, Elizabeth is not satisfied. Inside, the unharmed clone turns demonic. Who will face this duck monster? Elizabeth is furious because Li Ping used such a costly skill. She recalls him saying that magic level isn't everything. If you understand the principles, even the weak can become strong. That makes her wonder if this whole journey to the Elven tribe was part of his plan to help her grow. While the duck copy seems a bit confused, Elizabeth raises her fingers and says she once used this move to end a fight. The duck activates perfect replica. Both extend their hands at the same time, using the Queen's swordless technique. At the same time, Li Ping is running at full speed through the forest, holding his chainsaw high and screaming for no one to come near him. But simply raising the weapon seems to sever space itself, opening a portal to another location, right where Elizabeth is fighting. She sees him running through another dimension, and even the duck woman seems confused. Then everything begins to distort, and Elizabeth realizes she was distracted. The two remain locked in battle, while Li Ping keeps running until Elizabeth falls back into the protagonist's dimension. She sees him screaming and asks what he is doing. The moment he sees Elizabeth, he trips over a stone like an idiot and happily slams face first into the ground. The boy is left buried, and for the first time, Li Ping is defeated. As he lies pinned there, the spirit of the chainsaw begs him not to abandon her. Frustrated that she can't get his attention, the chainsaw spins through the air, and since Li Ping still doesn't get up, she takes spirit form, slips into his backpack, and swears not to abandon her father. But before that, she shoots Elizabeth a cold look. But Elizabeth is still Elizabeth. She notices the spirit's anger and deliberately provokes her further. Then he pushes Elizabeth aside and finally lifts his head to catch his breath. He says that was close and that if he hadn't found her, things could have gone very wrong. Elizabeth asks what exactly he means. Of course, Li Ping gives a nonsensical answer. He explains that the creature copied Elizabeth's swordless art. In the end, she understands that the copy acted like a reflection, and that if their movements had crossed in that place and time, something terrible could have happened. The clash of their hands could have erased her on the spot, so the protagonist caused that distraction to pull her away. He apologizes, leaving Elizabeth stunned. He says it's his fault they ended up in such a dangerous mess and that he won't let anything like that happen again. According to Li Ping's own logic, his mistake was bringing everyone without enough preparation. He never thought this place would be so dangerous. Elizabeth doesn't let him off the hook so easily. She pulls him close and tells him to stop acting like she is fragile. She is ready for whatever test he has for her. It had been a while since he blushed. Awkwardly, he asks what test she is talking about and whether they might be too close. Elizabeth begins to think that he isn't just training her as his companion. He still cares about her pride as queen too. So she tells him she already knows what he wants and that he can stop pretending. The two are incredibly close, looking directly into each other's eyes. Then, a sound comes from their side. They turn around and see Elizabeth and the duck woman standing there with their hands on their hips. Both watch as Li Ping looks around and blurts out, "What on earth is happening?" He freezes completely, because now there is an Elizabeth and a duck Elizabeth. The real Elizabeth said that now that he was there, she was done with this, and told him to get rid of the thing in front of them. Li Ping had no idea what she meant, so Elizabeth pushed him forward and told him to handle it. He stumbled forward, approaching Duck Elizabeth with an awkward smile. She shot him a glare, and then her body began to crumble as perfect replica activated. Li Ping jumped as a massive copy of himself began to take shape. Elizabeth interpreted this as proof that she still couldn't match him. Even so, she wanted to see how he would defeat something using only his own power. Meanwhile, Li Ping was nervously biting his nails and asked if she had seen that the duck copy was trying to form but couldn't. Elizabeth watched as it turned into purple smoke, fell, and crumbled into a pile of playing cards. The cards flew and landed in Li Ping's hands. When he looked at the backs, he realized they were the cards he had given to his uncle. That made no sense, so he turned to Elizabeth and asked if she had seen it too. She interpreted his question differently. That fake powers crumble before the real thing, and that the only way to win is to become too strong to be copied. Elizabeth couldn't understand how he was so much stronger when she was already a 7-star demon queen. Li Ping only said that he still had plenty of room to grow. She lowered her head and said she knew. Part of her thought he wanted her around, but she doubted she could handle it. He trained her, but feared she might get hurt. That contradiction confused her because, when he got serious, she felt like he was testing her. Then she pointed out something else. Why hadn't he teleported everyone straight to the sacred tree? Instead of answering, she raised a hand and opened a magic circle. The view shifted to a remote area. Cheese was split in two, with cards scattered around her. Annie wasn't in any better shape. It was much worse than expected, and a crater stretched between them. Then a golden hand descended between the two. An angelic figure appeared and lifted Cheese and Annie upward. A boy with white wings descended and used life resurrection. These cards really start to feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! As both of them woke up, they looked up in surprise while a magic circle formed between them. The boy said that now that his master and his people had arrived, he could finally rest and fulfill his duty. The entire elven field seemed to return to normal, and the boy appeared in front of the sacred tree. Cheese and Annie were on the ground, while Elizabeth remained standing, already furious. Li Ping looked at Cheese in confusion. He asked Elizabeth what had happened, but she ignored him. First, they needed to figure out who was behind everything. Her black hand grabbed the sacred tree and ripped it out of the ground as if it weighed nothing. Something purple was tangled in the roots. Li Ping still had no idea what she meant, mostly thinking about how terrifying it was that she had ripped out that giant tree so easily. It floated above their heads while the roots fell, covered in a purple substance. Inside the trunk, the silhouette of an elf was clearly visible. Elizabeth said that the elven tribe had changed a lot over the last 500 years. Among the flowers, he saw his uncle and his daughter. He called out to Bosca and Elizabeth. As he approached the tree, a root rose up and struck him. Elizabeth attacked again, which frightened Li Ping. He froze as the strike barely grazed his head and passed right by toward Elizabeth, who merely glanced at it from the corner of her eye, and everything shattered to pieces. A huge crater opened in the creature, revealing something fused inside it. A clown operating there muttered that they had destroyed the plant defenses, wiped out the elven tribe, and ruined the cartoon cards. On top of that, they broke the corpse magic. so his entire plan had fallen apart. Hiding behind Elizabeth, Li Ping asked if that lunatic was an elf. Then the clown said that the first person he was seeing again was the one he hated the most, and called Elizabeth by her name. The protagonist asked if they knew each other, and Elizabeth, clearly confused, said she had no idea who he was. The clown covered his face and said, "Of course you didn't know." That was why he hid behind the clown act. He took off his hat and threw it to the ground. After wiping off his makeup, he told her to look again. What appeared was a bald old man with a small robot nearby, preparing to start something. A current of 100,000 volts ran through the old man. Then a strange organ appeared, and the old man said the separation had worked. The robot asked if it should be sent to a certain room, but the old man said this sample was different and needed more tests. When the thing fell to the ground, it began to stand up, covered in slime. The robot said it just looked like another clone and asked what made this one special. The old man explained that this time he had given the creature part of his own nature, so in a way, it was a part of him. Then the clown-like boy appeared and asked if he was the old man or if the old man was him. As they looked at each other, another figure appeared. This twisted clone asked if winning this fight would truly free him from that place. The robot responded with a single command: begin. Immediately, the creature stretched its neck and said it was the perfect opportunity, but the other clone dodged and used corpse magic. Before the attack could do much, it was crushed by the other clone. The robot said that had been disappointing, though it was not surprising coming from someone who had already won before. The old man replied that survival of the fittest was what mattered most, but that the fight wasn't over. The hand crushing him began to get covered in slime. The strange clone wondered why he couldn't move, as if the other had taken control of his cells. Then that hand was torn to shreds by the corpse magic that shot through the body. The old man said it was good to see he had completely mastered it. The hand returned to normal as the figure walked toward the old man. He knelt, and the old man said he had now fully inherited the corpse magic. He would also be taught black tool technology. With both, he would become the perfect clone and be sent to invade the elven tribe. The robot suggested creating several perfect clones and attacking other places as well, but the old man said that was the flaw. If a perfect clone kept dividing, it would cease to be the same. He made this one first because he had put his humility into it, a part of himself he had wanted to discard for a long time. By cutting off that part, he believed he had finally become perfect and worthy of the master. The clone then knelt before Elizabeth's clone, who had not yet awakened. Still, it was clearly filled with hatred toward her. The robot warned that a strange electrical current was running through its body. Suddenly, it lunged to attack the clone, but the old man coldly told it to remember its place. The clone felt something, and a second later, it was thrown to the ground. The old man said he understood the clone's humility, lack of love, and hatred, but that it still had to learn why it had to keep living. Honestly, that was as confusing to me as it was to the clone. The old man simplified it. It was a tool meant to help achieve their goals. As the clone continued to dissolve, it wondered if it really was nothing more than a tool. Back in the present, the clown said that after hiding for decades, he could finally come out and reveal his true purpose: to replace the original and kill Elizabeth. Li Ping asked if Elizabeth remembered him, and she said no. Unfortunately for him, nobody really cared who he was. He assumed this was some old enemy from the days when Elizabeth ruled the world. If she had made so many enemies, being under her protection might make him a target too. Elizabeth then said that the elven tribe had fallen so low and wanted to know what the protagonist would do now that there was no one left there who could help him. He said he wasn't going to waste time on small things. The only useful thing he could do there was fix the land, so maybe she should handle the rest. Elizabeth replied sharply, asking if he expected her to clean everything up from the start. While they were arguing, the clown listened in silence. Then he stepped in, demanding to know if she really didn't remember him, Malfoy. Elizabeth barely reacted and asked if he was with the Black Guild now. That immediately caught Li Ping's attention. Malfoy declared that he was someone new now and no longer needed her approval. Even though the legendary hero had destroyed his corpse magic before, he still possessed the power of the elves and the black tools. So he used the whip of the sacred tree. Elizabeth calmly raised her hand and said that if he really was Malfoy, then she had to take action. In an instant, her black hand had him pinned down. Li Ping warned her not to hurt Bosker or Elizabeth. She placed them out of harm's way with teleportation and told him to relax. She wouldn't damage his pieces. At the same time, Malfoy realized he couldn't move at all. Elizabeth asked why he was there and where Amelia was. She had heard rumors that someone was trying to revive her, so she wanted answers. Malfoy rambled on, saying he was born from destroyed love and humility, and believed that delivering his broken body to that man would cause his mind to collapse. Elizabeth tightened her grip, crushing him with even more force. She told him to stop babbling and warned him she wouldn't ask twice. Even so, Malfoy muttered that he didn't understand what made her so special. All he felt was hatred because, as long as she lived, he would never find his own purpose. Then a scroll came out of his mouth, and Elizabeth's magic was cancelled. She recognized it as the power of a demon god. 2 playing cards appeared before Malfoy. They showed the clown from Li Ping's game, who was actually a 3-star Supreme Demon King. The clown offered Malfoy a deal. Hand over his soul to 100 years of torture, and any wish could be granted. Malfoy pointed at Elizabeth and Li Ping, ordering their deaths. The summoned monster lazily said that would be easy. Elizabeth scoffed at the idea of a superior being taking orders from inferior ones, but she knew that magic alone wouldn't be enough. She prepared to fight. The monster said a deal was a deal, and that he had wanted to face her for a long time. Since they both used dark magic, he wanted to find out which of the two was stronger. Elizabeth opened her forbidden time zone. At the same time, he summoned a cloud of flying daggers. At first, his movement seemed simple, but the attack landed anyway, shaking Elizabeth. Her time magic should have stopped him, but it didn't. The clown said that now she should understand. Raw magical power mattered less than the power of rules, and his rules were above hers. For the first time, Elizabeth genuinely looked concerned and called out to Li Ping. He turned around with a confident golden smile. The clown froze upon seeing his creator. Still, the daggers kept hurling toward the two of them, but the monster leaped in front of the attack himself, taking the blow to protect them. Groaning from the wound, he said he had barely managed to stop it in time. Elizabeth's magic faded, and Malfoy could only stare in confusion. The monster walked toward Malfoy and said he had almost been tricked. Malfoy replied, asking why he feared Elizabeth so much if the contract was already made. Suddenly, the monster screamed and fired a laser, declaring that Malfoy's soul had no value. Malfoy was erased on the spot. Then, the monster turned toward Elizabeth and Li Ping. He apologized and complained that dark mages were always this tricky. He didn't understand why the guy suddenly turned to ash, so he asked Elizabeth who she had even been talking to. She asked the monster if he still wanted to fight. He quickly said no, admitting it had been centuries since he last saw his creator, and that he didn't know they were together now. He left after saying his creator knew he wouldn't cause trouble, and bade farewell. The cards turned back into a joker, and Li Ping wondered how that happened if he gave them to Bosker. Elizabeth warned him not to underestimate that deck. In the wrong hands, it could bring disaster after disaster. Li Ping asked how that was even possible. As far as he knew, Bosker had kept the cards safe. Elizabeth interpreted that as the cards being mere tools. The real problem was the user. They remained harmless with Bosker because he was a kind-hearted man. Among the rubble, the clown's body lay split in two. Elizabeth wanted answers about what had happened over the last 500 years. She raised her hand and ordered them to stand up. Then the corpses of Bosker and Elizabeth appeared, and she demanded they explain what had happened. They tried to answer, but no sound came out. Li Ping searched his bag and said they looked tortured and dried up. What they needed was a little water. He gave each of them a small amount, and the next second they burst back to life, screaming his name. The protagonists smiled in relief. Somehow a little water was enough to heal them. But Bosker and Elizabeth soon fell again, saying they deserved to die for causing trouble for him and a demon queen. Bosker insisted it was his fault for overestimating his own strength. Li Ping told them to get up and explain what had happened. Bosker said the Black Guild had corrupted the elven tribe, tricked them, and stolen their deck of cards. Elizabeth added that her magic had been drained, and after that, she remembered nothing. Bhaskar recalled that the clown consumed much of his life force, and then everything went dark. Elizabeth said their clouded minds were likely the result of someone manipulating their memories. She approached them and said she would have to resolve this herself. Li Ping thought they should rest first, but Elizabeth had already begun a memory extraction. Both collapsed as she absorbed their memories, and he asked why she had done that to them again. Elizabeth's expression shifted, and she said now she understood everything. The protagonist asked her to explain. She said they weren't lying, they really knew nothing. While Li Ping was splashing everyone with water, Elizabeth searched for answers after the tribe's disappearance. Then, a head emerged from the ground and promised answers. Elizabeth turned around, and the protagonist recognized the person who had attacked them before. The elven woman fully emerged and said Malfoy's death had freed her. Li Ping thought that was fine, but Elizabeth asked why they should trust her. The elf touched her eye patch and said that was the reason. Beneath it was a black gear, which immediately disintegrated. It was unclear what had happened, and Li Ping blurted out that she had ripped it out, but it was actually Elizabeth who had freed him. She recognized it as the black gear that stored the dark magic those people were using. The elf said that now that it was gone, she was ready to trust them. Elizabeth responded by forcing a memory extraction, saying she still didn't trust her. She took her hand and told her that this time they would see it together. They saw the clown arrive at the tree and cover it in that purple substance. The elves consumed it and began turning red and strange. This elf tried to destroy the tree, but they slashed her face, likely when the clown implanted the gear. Afterward, it seemed she handed over 100 high-ranking elves to those people. By then, everyone in the forest was already being controlled. Elizabeth saw everything that had happened, including the moment this woman died. Near her was the cartoon archer, who was likely the one who saved her. Back with everyone gathered, Elizabeth said this was unforgivable. Then she added that what was truly unforgivable was Li Ping sharing his juice, so he had to stop giving it away. Everyone drank it happily, amazed at how good it was. Their magic increased, and they had never felt so refreshed. The elf then handed over some cards, saying she had kept them to try to save Bhaskar and Elizabeth. But in the end, everything turned out well. Elizabeth saw that one of them was the archer card. Suddenly, a huge elven woman appeared behind everyone. She seemed to be Elizabeth's mother and Bhaskar's wife. Then the scene shifted to the sky. The woman looked back and said they had finally met again. Bhaskar asked if she was Nikita. The two ran toward each other, filled with joy. He hugged her tightly, asking if this was a dream and telling her how much he had missed her. He called Elizabeth over to talk to her mother, but Elizabeth hesitated. Her mother was supposed to be dead. Nikita explained that she had died in the real world, but was reborn inside the sacred temple. She gently stroked Elizabeth's hair and told her that her daughter had grown so beautiful. Elizabeth began to cry as her mother told her she had so much to tell her. But then Nikita suddenly looked worried. She said time was running out and that she didn't know where to begin. So she began by telling how her father had forced her to return to the tribe and help. By the time she arrived, many souls had already been stolen, gears had been placed, and everything had fallen into chaos. Bhaskar and Elizabeth watched her, thinking about how lively and adorable she still was. Meanwhile, Nikita kept talking with big gestures, explaining everything that had happened. It was a long story, but as they already knew in the end, she had died. Bhaskar and Elizabeth were still looking at her with red faces, so Nikita asked them why they were acting like that instead of listening to her. Bhaskar hugged them both and said the past no longer mattered. He only wanted to treasure the little time they had together, and it was all thanks to Li Ping for making his wish come true. Nikita said she was trapped inside that card, but as long as he remained close to the creator, they could keep seeing each other. Then she began to fade and said she still had a mission to fulfill. Elizabeth asked if she was leaving already, but Nikita said she hadn't truly left. She would continue to protect her through the card. The two called out to her, but she only told them to remember this: those who believe in peace live forever. After that, she seemed to return to number 4 along with the other souls. They vanished into the sky. And back in the present, Bhaskar and Elizabeth were crying. Elizabeth quickly realized that their souls had crossed into another dimension. Li Ping had no idea what had just happened. Bosker and Elizabeth stood there with clenched fists, ready to become the MC's most loyal followers forever. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was trying to understand how he could increase his power in another dimension, save souls, and forge bonds like that, while the MC still had no idea what she was talking about. Cheese didn't really understand it either. She only noticed that after everyone drank the juice, the father and daughter became much stronger, and she assumed it was some kind of reward for fighting the Black Guild. Even so, Cheese secretly blamed herself, thinking that even as the strongest one there, she had let the hero down. Then the blonde raised her hand and made a selfish request. She wanted him to save the Elven tribe. Elizabeth immediately rejected that with a resounding no. Li Ping awkwardly suggested that since Elizabeth probably had resurrection magic, she could do it herself. Elizabeth said that was impossible. First, she could only revive 10 people, not thousands. Second, the bodies were still contaminated by the Black Guild's magic. Third, the sacred tree no longer existed, and the elves needed it to survive. He minimized the third problem, saying they could just plant another one. He cited the saying, 10 years for a tree, 100 for a person. His point, a seed is future hope. He was talking about planting a legendary tree. He went to the old tree and saw the dead roots, so saving them was useless. Then he placed his hand on the ground, scooped up some soil, and said it wasn't so different from the soil back home. The real problem was that normal seeds would take far too long to grow. Elizabeth wondered if this madman was really going to replant the sacred tree. The elf said the sacred tree was something special that couldn't simply be copied. Li Ping smiled and said he knew a faster way to grow a tree than simply planting it. Then he asked for help. The four of them immediately stepped forward, ready to take orders. But the protagonist said he didn't need so many people. Watching would be enough. Excitedly, Chi said that whatever he needed, she would give her all. He asked her if she still had that twig she took from his house. Startled, she summoned it and asked if that was the one he meant. He took it and said using it probably wouldn't cost her much, so it was fine. But she interpreted that as a sign that he was disappointed in her, as if he were taking back a sacred sword so she could reflect further on what she had done. With a serious face, she promised to do better from now on. Li Ping walked away, and Cheese struck the ground with her fist, apologizing and swearing she would never make such a mistake again. Bosker was in awe, saying the protagonist was strict even with a sword saint. Elizabeth told him to relax. What she and her father did was much worse. At the same time, Ryan said she had been beside the saint the whole time, yet Li Ping never scolded her even once. Perhaps she had fallen so low in his eyes that he didn't even bother getting angry at her anymore. Then Chise said she no longer deserved to be called the Sword Saint and asked them to forget that title. Behind them, Elizabeth praised his way of punishing her in front of everyone, so his feelings were clear. She also wanted to see how he would handle the planting, because reviving so many people should have been impossible, especially for someone without magic. The protagonist threw the twig onto the ground, reached into his backpack, and pulled out some fertilizer. He said that was how trees were grown in his homeland, so planting it this way should help it grow faster. Then he added some holy water on top of the fertilizer. That would allow it to soak into the soil, and after that, they just had to wait. Except the roots were already racing through the earth. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the expanding branches began striking nearby animals. Everything they touched turned into wood, and the entire area began to crumble. Everyone was confused, and even the elves deeper in the forest started to flee. Something had changed. This was the true birth of the World Tree. The barrier around the place began to fade, and Li Ping had no idea why. He turned to Elizabeth and asked if she understood what was happening. Then the first branch sprouted leaves, and many more appeared all across the forest. The elves began emerging from inside it and were expelled from the tree. A moment later, everyone was on the ground, confused about what had happened. Meanwhile, the tree kept growing wider and taller. Even rare creatures like unicorns began to appear. One Eye couldn't understand how so much magic was flowing into the forest, especially when this new tree was growing much faster than the old one ever did. Li Ping simply stared, surprised that it was growing even faster than he expected. Then he realized, since he planted it in elven lands, the soil contained much more energy, so the tree was feeding on it and growing like crazy. Tears filled his eyes as he realized that in terms of magic, this world was on a completely different level. Elizabeth said that bringing back so many people would cost her 10 of her own lives. Interestingly, she could recover after resting, but Li Ping had done something far greater without casting a single spell. She saw that the flowers contained souls and the roots nourish body reconstruction. Elizabeth understood that, but was clueless as to how they merged so perfectly. Not even the finest magical artifacts could recreate life like that. It was then she decided he must be something divine, someone capable of rewriting nature itself. She even fell to her knees. At that moment, she knew there were things only he could do. Perhaps that was why the clown called him the Creator. Bosker told Elizabeth that he felt something strange and asked if she sensed the aura of the elves. She affirmed that Li Ping seemed to have revived everyone as she felt countless elves nearby. Cheese thought that the branch she had wasted he had used perfectly. She admitted that even with her red eye, she didn't understand what he had done. The protagonist just scratched his head and said he was only trying to help however he could. Then he walked over and told the two women that the rest was up to them. The blonde asked what he meant, as there didn't seem to be much left to do. Li Ping explained that some saplings hadn't fully matured yet, so he was leaving that part to her. But she lowered her head and said she couldn't do it. Even as an elder, she was still one of the people who had harmed her own tribe. Then she smiled and pointed to the group ahead. She said Elizabeth's mother had saved her, and as a descendant of the elders' line, Elizabeth was the best person to look after the forest. Li Ping smiled and agreed. Since she carried both human and elven blood, this was the perfect opportunity to end that division. Elizabeth hesitated, unsure if she could handle something so big, but both of them placed a hand on her shoulder and bowed, promising to help in any way they could. She reminded her of her mother's words. If they were heroes, they had to give it their all. Then One Eye took her hand and promised to continue serving as general and do everything possible for the tribe. The three were determined to do whatever it took to make the hero proud, and he said this was a new balance of power. Now the Card Guild would help protect the Elven Forest. Cheese watched in silence until Li Ping called out to Elizabeth and told her it was time to go home. But then he noticed something strange and tapped Elizabeth on the head, asking what was wrong. Right at that moment, someone stepped forward and asked him to wait. It was Cheese, who said she had a request. He asked what she wanted, and she said she wanted to know the true meaning of the Tai Chi sword. Since she started using the 10 moves he taught her, controlling her power had become more difficult. She wanted to know what she was doing wrong and pleaded for his help. So she began by telling how her father had forced her to return to the tribe and help. By the time she arrived, many souls had already been stolen, gears had been placed, and everything had fallen into chaos. Bosker and Elizabeth watched her, thinking about how lively and adorable she still was. Meanwhile, Nikita kept talking with big gestures, explaining everything that had happened. It was a long story, but as they already knew in the end, she had died. Bosker and Elizabeth were still looking at her with red faces, so Nikita asked them why they were acting like that instead of listening to her. Bosker hugged them both and said the past no longer mattered. He only wanted to treasure the little time they had together, and it was all thanks to Li Ping for making his wish come true. Nikita said she was trapped inside that card, but as long as he remained close to the Creator, they could keep seeing each other. Then she began to fade and said she still had a mission to fulfill. Elizabeth asked if she was leaving already, but Nikita said she hadn't truly left. She would continue to protect her through the card. The two called out to her, but she only told them to remember this: those who believe in peace live forever. After that, she seemed to return to number 4 along with the other souls. They vanished into the sky. And back in the present, Bosker and Elizabeth were crying. Elizabeth quickly realized that their souls had crossed into another dimension. Li Ping had no idea what had just happened. Bosker and Elizabeth stood there with clenched fists, ready to become the MC's most loyal followers forever. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was trying to understand how he could increase his power in another dimension, save souls, and forge bonds like that, while the MC still had no idea what she was talking about. Cheese didn't really understand it either. She only noticed that after everyone drank the juice, the father and daughter became much stronger, and she assumed it was some kind of reward for fighting the Black Guild. Even so, Cheese secretly blamed herself, thinking that even as the strongest one there, she had let the hero down. Then the blonde raised her hand and made a selfish request. She wanted him to save the Elven tribe. Elizabeth immediately rejected that with a resounding no. Li Ping awkwardly suggested that since Elizabeth probably had resurrection magic, she could do it herself. Elizabeth said that was impossible. First, she could only revive 10 people, not thousands. Second, the bodies were still contaminated by the Black Guild's magic. Third, the sacred tree no longer existed, and the elves needed it to survive. He minimized the third problem, saying they could just plant another one. He cited the saying, 10 years for a tree, 100 for a person. His point, a seed is future hope. He was talking about planting a legendary tree. He went to the old tree and saw the dead roots, so saving them was useless. Then he placed his hand on the ground, scooped up some soil, and said it wasn't so different from the soil back home. The real problem was that normal seeds would take far too long to grow. Elizabeth wondered if this madman was really going to replant the sacred tree. The elf said the sacred tree was something special that couldn't simply be copied. Li Ping smiled and said he knew a faster way to grow a tree than simply planting it. Then he asked for help. The four of them immediately stepped forward, ready to take orders. But the protagonist said he didn't need so many people. Watching would be enough. Excitedly, Chi said that whatever he needed, she would give her all. He asked her if she still had that twig she took from his house. Startled, she summoned it and asked if that was the one he meant. He took it and said using it probably wouldn't cost her much, so it was fine. But she interpreted that as a sign that he was disappointed in her, as if he were taking back a sacred sword so she could reflect further on what she had done. With a serious face, she promised to do better from now on. Li Ping walked away, and Cheese struck the ground with her fist, apologizing and swearing she would never make such a mistake again. Bosker was in awe, saying the protagonist was strict even with a sword saint. Elizabeth told him to relax. What she and her father did was much worse. At the same time, Ryan said she had been beside the saint the whole time, yet Li Ping never scolded her even once. Perhaps she had fallen so low in his eyes that he didn't even bother getting angry at her anymore. Then Chise said she no longer deserved to be called the Sword Saint and asked them to forget that title. Behind them, Elizabeth praised his way of punishing her in front of everyone, so his feelings were clear. She also wanted to see how he would handle the planting, because reviving so many people should have been impossible, especially for someone without magic. The protagonist threw the twig onto the ground, reached into his backpack, and pulled out some fertilizer. He said that was how trees were grown in his homeland, so planting it this way should help it grow faster. Then he added some holy water on top of the fertilizer. That would allow it to soak into the soil, and after that, they just had to wait. Except the roots were already racing through the earth. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the expanding branches began striking nearby animals. Everything they touched turned into wood, and the entire area began to crumble. Everyone was confused, and even the elves deeper in the forest started to flee. Something had changed. This was the true birth of the World Tree. The barrier around the place began to fade, and Li Ping had no idea why. He turned to Elizabeth and asked if she understood what was happening. Then the first branch sprouted leaves, and many more appeared all across the forest. The elves began emerging from inside it and were expelled from the tree. A moment later, everyone was on the ground, confused about what had happened. Meanwhile, the tree kept growing wider and taller. Even rare creatures like unicorns began to appear. One Eye couldn't understand how so much magic was flowing into the forest, especially when this new tree was growing much faster than the old one ever did. Li Ping simply stared, surprised that it was growing even faster than he expected. Then he realized, since he planted it in elven lands, the soil contained much more energy, so the tree was feeding on it and growing like crazy. Tears filled his eyes as he realized that in terms of magic, this world was on a completely different level. Elizabeth said that bringing back so many people would cost her 10 of her own lives. Interestingly, she could recover after resting. But Li Ping had done something far greater without casting a single spell. She saw that the flowers contained souls and the roots nourished body reconstruction. Elizabeth understood that, but was clueless as to how they merged so perfectly. Not even the finest magical artifacts could recreate life like that. It was then she decided he must be something divine, someone capable of rewriting nature itself. She even fell to her knees. At that moment, she knew there were things only he could do. Perhaps that was why the clown called him the Creator. Bosker told Elizabeth that he felt something strange and asked if she sensed the aura of the elves. She affirmed that Li Ping seemed to have revived everyone as she felt countless elves nearby. Cheese thought that the branch she had wasted he had used perfectly. She admitted that even with her red eye, she didn't understand what he had done. The protagonist just scratched his head and said he was only trying to help however he could. Then he walked over and told the two women that the rest was up to them. The blonde asked what he meant, as there didn't seem to be much left to do. Li Ping explained that some saplings hadn't fully matured yet, so he was leaving that part to her. But she lowered her head and said she couldn't do it. Even as an elder, she was still one of the people who had harmed her own tribe. Then she smiled and pointed to the group ahead. She said Elizabeth's mother had saved her, and as a descendant of the elders' line, Elizabeth was the best person to look after the forest. Li Ping smiled and agreed. Since she carried both human and elven blood, this was the perfect opportunity to end that division. Elizabeth hesitated, unsure if she could handle something so big, but both of them placed a hand on her shoulder and bowed, promising to help in any way they could. She reminded her of her mother's words. If they were heroes, they had to give it their all. Then One Eye took her hand and promised to continue serving as general and do everything possible for the tribe. The three were determined to do whatever it took to make the hero proud, and he said this was a new balance of power. Now the Card Guild would help protect the Elven Forest. Cheese watched in silence until Li Ping called out to Elizabeth and told her it was time to go home. But then he noticed something strange and tapped Elizabeth on the head, asking what was wrong. Right at that moment, someone stepped forward and asked him to wait. It was Cheese, who said she had a request. He asked what she wanted, and she said she wanted to know the true meaning of the Tai Chi sword. Since she started using the 10 moves he taught her, controlling her power had become more difficult. She wanted to know what she was doing wrong and pleaded for his help. The green-haired man tried to calm him down. With the green sword and Mr. Travie there, any goblin that appeared would be eliminated. The pink-haired man, who seemed to be Mr. Travie, said he would never have come if they didn't owe a favor to the Sacred Guild. Meanwhile, the mage admitted that wild goblins made her nervous. The Minotaur said there hadn't been enough competitions lately, so they decided to take a risk in a place like this. The green sword looked ahead at something massive and promised to protect him. The mage noticed her gem react, a sign that creatures were approaching. The green-haired guy saw that they had been spotted. Drooling goblins attacked them all at once. The guy pulled out his huge sword and said he was ready to fight. The goblins looked deformed, so maybe they had a chance. They didn't. Blood splattered everywhere, and Travie was already slumped against the wall. He tried to say that these wild goblins didn't even use magic, but his head was crushed before he could finish. By then, everyone was already dead. The Minotaur's head had fallen. The green-haired man was torn to pieces, and the mage had been tied up. Then, a huge fat goblin stomped forward and declared that it was time to make babies. But suddenly, something squeezed his hand. It seemed ready to attack. Shortly after, the fat goblin died, melting into a lump under an illusion, and the mage licked her fingers. She said that no matter how wild they were, each and every one of them turned into dogs before her. Now, standing in the mountains with a gear in her hand, Ruth Vader revealed herself to be a 5-star sovereign demon. After leveling up, she said that since they had seen everything, they might as well come out. The hidden observer stepped forward. A bald, insectoid being emerged, laughing. Hands tore through its inside, and another figure emerged. I think this was Dargor. He told Ruth that if she wanted the power of the gear, she didn't need to hide who she was, nor would she even have to pursue Malfoy if she agreed to do him a favor. Ruth said she had already noticed that he and the president didn't get along and asked him if he planned to betray the guild. Heads began wrapping around him, likely due to his fatal attraction ability. He told her to stop using that useless magic. He had no interest in those desires, nor did he plan to betray Malfoy. Confused, Ruth asked him what he really wanted. She also wondered if he was at the Demon King level, since her power didn't work on him. Before he could answer, she told him to forget it, because she had no idea how she could help someone like Lord Exotote. He called her very perceptive and asked if she feared his offer wasn't good enough. Then he explained to her that the equipment she desired so much was only a temporary tool. If she accepted his contract, she could gain 10 times more power. Then, a strange, chaotic power erupted from his mouth. He said it was enough to jump straight to the king rank. It would thus exceed the power of 1,000 pieces of equipment. She was chosen for her effective charm. Seeing the chaos, Ruth, tempted by the rapid rise, accepted. Back at Li Ping's house, his small plant was on the ground recovering. He commented on how amazing the world was. Plants could even understand people, which felt strange to him. Still, he told the plant that he had to go home and wished it a long life. But right after he left, Li Ping's other plants were already staring at it. Then he told Elizabeth that he was back and asked if she wanted some freshly sliced apples. Still in her chibi form, she said no. She added that apples weren't as good as her snacks. He said that was obvious, but that she shouldn't eat so much. He told her to relax while he prepared something else. She set down the snack and grabbed a Coca-Cola. After taking a big gulp, she waited while he worked. As soon as he finished, she burped. Then, she suddenly got angry and splashed Coca-Cola everywhere. Li Ping began to wonder if she was so upset because his performance as a hero had disappointed her. He had no magic and still couldn't learn true swordsmanship, so maybe she thought he was hopelessly foolish. Meanwhile, Elizabeth thought how absurd it would be if he were truly above the laws of the world. If that were true, all her suffering and training would mean nothing. In the end, maybe she was just another step to make him famous. Or not even that, since he didn't seem interested in defeating her. Once again, she felt she had overestimated herself. She slumped onto the sofa, thinking that she once ruled the world, and yet now, even as a 7-star demon queen, life felt meaningless to her. Li Ping had no idea why she was angry, sad, gloomy, worried, lazy, and yet eating so much. Then he assumed that maybe she was on her period. But after a year together, he had never seen this before. So maybe her cycle worked differently. He called her to come eat, expecting her to float over as usual when she felt lazy. But she slammed straight into the table. Li Ping said that he hadn't just made curry, he had also made a stew. She asked what that was for, said she didn't care, and kept shoveling curry into her mouth. Then she turned around, telling him to eat it himself because she would eat more snacks later. But when he lifted the lid, he told her she should at least look first. She turned, and a bright glow illuminated her face. It was a soup made with red dates, eggs, and tremella. He explained how he had prepared it, scooped up a small spoonful, and offered it to her. Of course, she found it strange, but his expression remained calm as he kept smiling and asked her to try it. Without waiting much, she finally tried a little. Immediately, her expression changed, and she felt as if she had been dropped into a sauna. Looking down, she realized the place was actually hot. Someone in front of her called it the brown sugar sauna. 3 little figures nearby said it was excellent for blood circulation and restoring strength. Each represented a different spice and said they were there to serve her. A towel flew in just in time, and Elizabeth asked what kind of service that meant. The small woman on the right said it was a full-body massage to nourish her yin and beautify her skin. Then, the soup began to move, and Elizabeth started floating in a strange way. The 3 spun the little towel, and she fell face first onto the ground. She tried to get up, demanding to know what they were doing. One of them approached and took her hand. She told Elizabeth not to worry, to just close her eyes and enjoy the massage. Elizabeth wanted to pull away, but she also realized that it actually felt really good. Another worked on her back and told her to relax. This would calm her down, so there was no need to resist. It was an egg white treatment intended to keep her skin young. The 2 kept working on her for a while. Then, the red-faced one said it was her turn. The girl turned around and said Elizabeth was not relaxed enough yet. Even so, she thought it was fine. Elizabeth had a strong foundation and could probably handle it. The three helpers were women, which only confused Elizabeth further. That talk about endurance sounded foolish, especially when one of them was trembling and seemed too weak to do anything to her. Then the old woman said there would be no need to warm up her muscles first. In an instant, she transformed into a bodybuilder. Elizabeth jumped in fright, but before she could do anything, they grabbed her calf. The old woman warned that she wouldn't be gentle. Elizabeth tried to get away, but another woman claimed the massage would open her meridians and improve her circulation. And with that, the bone-cracking session, or perhaps myofascial release, began. Elizabeth seemed to be suffering, or at least it appeared so. The one with tight curls, Miss Tremella, was a 9-star saint. The beauty known for her flawless skin was an 11-star saint, and the redhead was a 17-star saint. As always, Elizabeth remained in that transcendental state. Back in the real world, she managed to advance to the 8th realm. Li Ping was standing there holding a ladle and asked if she felt warmer. Seeing her flushed face, he thought the soup had worked. Slowly, the queen opened her eyes. She asked him if she had borne it well, or if this version was too unusual. To Elizabeth, this only proved that he could rewrite the rules whenever he wanted, so defeating him was impossible. The difference between them was far too vast, and she had no choice but to admit defeat. Sweating, Elizabeth didn't even know what to say. Then she shrank back down into her chubby form and muttered that if he really could change the rules, she never had a chance. She slumped over the table and said that it didn't matter what she ate. Nothing would change anyway. Li Ping couldn't understand why she still wasn't feeling better, so he said he would leave her to rest and stop bothering her. Then he mentioned he was going outside to train with Alpha and asked if she was okay with that. Slumped on the sofa, she told him to do whatever he wanted. But when he went outside, he saw that Alpha wasn't at his usual tree trunk. Knowing the boy usually hung out with Wen Tai, he wondered if the two had gone for a walk. Elsewhere on the property, they were together, and Alpha was complaining about a strange sound that kept getting louder. Wen Tai asked him if he was just being lazy because he couldn't hear anything. Alpha insisted he wasn't joking. His ears had been ringing for days and he could barely sleep. Then Wen Tai suddenly stood up and told him to get ready because something suspicious was coming from 3 kilometers away. Not far from them, someone was fleeing from a pair of fat goblins. Here comes that cursed mage again with another plan. She says she never thought she would uncover such valuable information. Now she knew exactly where the legendary hero and the demon queen Elizabeth were. Tagore had given her that information. He was surely much stronger than Malfoy. He leveled her up easily. Now she had the perfect opportunity. Her charm could defeat stronger enemies, and since he was a man, she believed she could win. What she didn't expect was a torpedo hitting her from behind. Stunned, she turned around and saw that the 2 goblins had been eliminated. That made no sense. Both had dark equipment, so they shouldn't have fallen so easily. Then, suddenly, she found herself trembling as another explosion went off. Wen Tai had already lined up all his weapons and demanded to know why she was there. Ruth was trembling so much she could barely speak. She knew a wrong answer would get her killed. But Waffle, being an idiot, told Wen Tai not to scare the poor girl who was just running away from monsters. He even introduced himself as the right-hand man of the legendary hero and the true wielder of the sacred sword. The dog barked immediately for him to shut up and stop sharing information before they checked her out. An analysis arm approached Ruth while she wondered if it was some monster, a magical tool, or something different. She could feel it scanning her body, and if it discovered her secret, she would be lost. So she activated her power, realizing she had to strike first. Fatal Attraction was activated. Alpha immediately fell into a trance. He pictured himself alongside a heroic Li Ping, who asked his companion what he was thinking about. The next thing he knew, they were cutting copper, slaying dragons, traveling the world, dueling everywhere, and celebrating after every victory. Meanwhile, the real world was probably a mess. In the fantasy, he was now commanding a ship and storming Elizabeth's castle. The hero fought valiantly, and Elizabeth was already defeated, lying on the ground. Li Ping raised his sword and said that when he had been lost, Alpha had guided him. They were true companions. Alpha smiled and said that Bond would never change, and being with him felt great. Then, an explosion erupts behind Wenkai. It seems the illusion caught him too, because now he is running through the field, fleeing from Li Ping. He throws a frisbee and Alpha happily catches both. Elizabeth closed her snack bag, but he kept petting Wenkai. Then, the weapon system shuts down. Ruth said that as long as desire existed, no one could resist her charm, no matter how strong they were. But right at that moment, Wencai's system started sounding an alarm for a virus warning. Files were updated, and a security patch was installed. Immediately, the weapon turned on Ruth, leaving her stunned and unable to understand why her charm had failed. Wencai demanded her name and the reason she had invaded his system to force him to be happy. He decided she was not a threat at the moment, but since he couldn't read her intentions, killing her was safer. Ruth trembled in panic, unable to comprehend how things had gotten so far so fast. Then someone appeared, calling out to Wencai and Alpha. Everyone froze, and the little dog's eyes instantly turned into hearts. He turned everything off and leaped toward our guy. Li Ping said he heard a loud noise coming from this direction. At that moment, Ruth realized this was the legendary hero. At least he looked like a normal man, which should be much easier to handle. The classic story of him saving a defenseless girl always worked, so she decided to play that role. She dropped to the ground a short distance away, while the protagonist asked Alpha what he was laughing about. The idiot kept giggling like a fool, and Li Ping kept calling out to him. Finally, he slapped him and asked if he was okay. Alpha snapped awake and looked around confused. He said Alpha scared him by acting crazy and asked if he was sleeping well. They walked away, leaving Ruth there, asking Alpha to sleep more and chop wood. Seeing that they were leaving her, Ruth got up tenderly and begged for help. Li Ping turned around and asked who she was. Back home, Elizabeth was eating potato chips and gaining weight. Then Alpha returned with someone falling onto his head, while our guy carried the woman in his arms. Elizabeth got angry immediately, and he asked Ruth if anything hurt. She said no, just a bit dizzy, and that she needed to rest. He laid her down gently on the sofa while Elizabeth looked ready to kill her. Li Ping told Ruth to rest while he prepared some tea. From the sofa, Elizabeth radiated a deadly aura. Alpha and Anka were trembling, saying they hadn't done anything wrong. But Elizabeth had already thrown a flying kick straight into the dog's face, and Alpha reached for his sword. The poor dog went flying. His distorted scream made it clear he had misunderstood something. But then he grabbed Alpha by the head. She demanded to know why he kept bringing people home and if he had ignored what she told him. From inside, Ruth realized this really was the legendary Queen Elizabeth. She didn't fully understand what was happening, but she knew she had caused trouble between Elizabeth and that weapon. Now she just had to capture Li Ping and have him kill Elizabeth. She used Fatal Attraction, aiming directly at him. Nothing happened. He walked toward her calmly while she panicked, unable to understand why her power had failed. He simply approached and said he had tea for her. Ruth used Fatal Attraction again, sure that no man could resist. Li Ping noticed her eyes rolling and asked if she felt okay. She struggled to keep the ability active. He handed her the tea and told her not to be so tense, to relax. Once she felt better, they would send her back to the city. When Ruth took the cup, she felt an immense magical force within it. Wanting to test it, she took a big gulp and was immediately overwhelmed. Right at that moment, she ascended to a 2-star demon queen. Li Ping asked her how she felt, but the cup slipped from her hands. Clutching her stomach, she wondered what he had made her drink. Suddenly, purple veins spread across her stomach. Her neck started itching, and she scratched it. Li Ping looked confused and wondered if she was allergic to wheat. However, Elizabeth said Ruth was like Chi-Chi and that she had been infected by a dark sea contract. The protagonist asked her to save Ruth the same way she had saved Chi-Chi before, but Elizabeth refused. She had already realized that he gave Ruth that tea on purpose so Elizabeth would cancel the contract, and she wasn't going to do that for free. Writhing in pain, Ruth said he surely wanted to witness the creator's greatness. Something welled up in her throat, and she spat it onto the ground. Purple slime came out, and Li Ping said it was the same strange magic as the bugs. The thing screamed that it had hidden perfectly. So how had they found it? It swore that one day it would destroy Elizabeth with chaotic power, only to be eliminated by the small robot. The protagonist said he got scared for a moment, but it was just a bit of dirt. Elizabeth demanded an explanation from Ruth for her presence. Ruth begged not to be misunderstood, stating that she was forced into it. She noticed that her contract with Azathoth had broken, and that their combined strength exceeded her expectations. Elizabeth coldly told her not to think her lie would work. Suddenly, Ruth found herself in a world of skeletons. Completely lost, she wondered how it was possible that she was also a demon queen, and yet felt so insignificant before Elizabeth. Li Ping seemed to break the illusion a bit and said that Elizabeth had been in a bad mood lately. He asked Ruth not to take it personally, and to explain more about the Black Guild. Ruth quickly agreed. She said she would tell them everything. This guy was taking a game way too seriously. Elizabeth wanted to know what that crazy woman was up to. Falling to her knees, Ruth said that Azathoth of the Dark Sea had forced her to work for them. She claimed she never intended to do anything bad and had fled in secret, only to discover they had implanted something inside her. She begged Li Ping for help. He agreed, asking to hear the whole story first. Then he gave her some clothes, and Ruth complained about how tight they were. Elizabeth clarified that they were hers. Then, she coldly stated that, regardless of Ruth's reasons, it would be best for her to disappear before dawn. Ruth admitted that she had originally come to kill Elizabeth, but after he purified her, she had completely changed. If the Demon Queen wanted her gone, she would obey, but if he asked her to stay, she couldn't refuse. Elizabeth told her to stop acting so brazenly. This wasn't a place where she could live for free and eat whatever she wanted. Ruth said there was a saying that only a maiden could tempt a hero. Perhaps that was due to her perfect body, something Elizabeth simply couldn't understand. Elizabeth grabbed her stomach and asked if Ruth really thought that was her true form. Then she snapped her fingers and used attribute conversion. It looks like someone is back. Elizabeth asked if that was the perfect body Ruth boasted so much about. She stepped closer, and Ruth began to back away. Closing the distance, Elizabeth asked where all that confidence had gone. She told Ruth to look closely. Beside the Demon Queen, she was nothing. Elizabeth threw a mountain on top of her, but Ruth loved to fight. She reacted quickly and somehow surpassed Elizabeth. Then she laughed right in the Queen's face, leaving Elizabeth stunned. Right at that moment, Li Ping walked in and asked what was going on. Ruth turned immediately, grabbed Elizabeth's arm, and caught a slap to the face. She dramatically said that if she had done something wrong, she was willing to make amends. Elizabeth didn't care at all. Li Ping asked why she had done that. Crying, Ruth told him not to blame Elizabeth. The punishment was fair. He told Ruth not to cry and assured her it must be a misunderstanding. Then he asked Elizabeth if that was true. Ruth was sure Elizabeth would start explaining herself. If Ruth took the blame, Li Ping would protect her. But Elizabeth flatly said there was nothing to explain. She simply wanted to hit Ruth and saw no problem with it. Nervous, Ruth pleaded with the protagonist for help. He crossed his arms and called out to Elizabeth, who asked what he wanted. He gave her the green light, saying that if she hit Ruth, she had her reasons. Li Ping told Ruth that Elizabeth was a demon queen and could sense dark power. That slap was probably intended to remove any remaining magic. He patted Elizabeth, said he wouldn't interrupt anymore, and started to leave. Trembling, Ruth begged him not to go. As soon as he left, Elizabeth mocked her, saying that was a very clumsy trick. She warned Ruth that she didn't even consider her a real threat, so she wouldn't bother taking her seriously. If Ruth thought she could change anything in that house, she held herself in far too high regard. Ruth ended up completely defeated at her own game. Outside, Wonsai was fixing himself up. After dinner, Ruth had advanced to a 3-star demon king. Li Ping asked if she wanted more pork rice, but her nose was already bleeding. She said no, that she had already had more than enough. The truth was that she was evolving too fast, and her body could barely handle it. Meanwhile, the protagonist served a massive portion to Elizabeth. Ruth couldn't understand how they ate that food as if it were normal. She was in the territory of a demon king, the highest rank in the world, yet the gap between them was still enormous. That made her decide to stay with Li Ping. Now she understood why the queen had given up the entire world. She pointed out that Elizabeth ate a lot, and that maybe he wouldn't like her as much if she kept stuffing herself. Instead, he said that seeing Elizabeth enjoy her food made him happier than anything else. Resting her head on the table, Ruth said she wished she could be the kind of person someone prepared special meals for every day. That made Elizabeth slam the table. She said she had lost her appetite, wondering if the only thing she was good for was being that guy's food taster. After moving to the sofa, Ruth asked her if she no longer liked Li Ping's food. Looking at him, Elizabeth said that people stop valuing things once they get what they want, but even so, his food was still the best she had ever tasted. Despite all that, Elizabeth kept eating her potato chips. Meanwhile, our hero thought her mood swings were getting worse during her period. Still, seeing her so down gave him a strange sense of unease. Then the scene shifted to the bathroom, where Ruth was relaxing in the tub. This place even had Li Ping's liquid soap. Just by rubbing it on her body, she advanced to a 4-star demon king. She couldn't believe how incredible this place was. Drinking water, eating, even bathing gave her unbelievable benefits. Before, she thought following the strong was the best way to grow, but she never imagined she could have it all. Now, with Li Ping around, she was sure she could reach that level. If she had him, she could have the whole world. From then on, she decided to leave her old self behind and focus solely on conquering the protagonist. In the living room, the protagonist heard her calling out to him from the bathroom, asking for clothes. He was going to get her something, but she came out in a towel and asked him not to bother. Li Ping wanted to clarify that it was his towel, but Ruth sat between them, ignoring him. Elizabeth's clothes fit her very tightly. Then she asked him if he was watching something called Iki, or whatever it was named. Clinging to him, she said that whatever it was, she wanted to watch it with him. He pulled away, and she bumped her head against the sofa. Li Ping told her not to worry and that he would get her some clothes. Ruth interpreted that as him trying to run away again. She stood up and said it was fine. She could keep pursuing him until he fell in love with her. Suddenly, she was silenced. Elizabeth said she had no intention of lowering herself to someone like Ruth. Before Ruth could react, Elizabeth said she wanted to ask about a friend in the Black Guild. Ruth panicked, and Elizabeth told her to adjust that towel before they got this YouTube channel shut down. She promised Ruth she wouldn't die as long as she cooperated. Ruth told herself she couldn't afford to lose if she wanted Li Ping. She activated Fatal Attraction and declared she would show the power of a 4-star demon king. But in an instant, she was wearing prisoner clothes in a room filled with torture instruments. She really needed to get out of there. Oh no, someone was coming, and even I was scared to see who it would be. The door opened slowly, and Ruth was terrified. She asked what was happening. This person should have been trapped in her illusion. Elizabeth remained strangely calm, holding a whip. She explained that Ruth had fallen into the trap on purpose, but Elizabeth had also dragged her there for that exact reason. Ruth asked if Elizabeth wasn't afraid of what Li Ping would do if he saw her like this, but the queen said she had modified the crude illusion. An hour here was only equivalent to 10 seconds outside. When it was over, Ruth would return, and it would seem as though nothing had happened. Ruth laughed and asked if this was supposed to make her give up on him. That would never happen. She knew that even his smallest favors made her evolve, and that her future was limitlessly bright. The first lash fell. Elizabeth said Ruth went too far. She only wanted to know where Amelia was. More strikes followed, hitting her thighs, face, and neck. Elizabeth said it had been a long time since they heard anything about Amelia, and since the Black Guild clearly still existed, she wanted to know if Amelia had been captured. Despite the pain, Ruth said she knew nothing about that. Elizabeth whipped her, saying Ruth just had to endure it. The whip snapped again. Ruth trembled and insisted she knew nothing. At last, she begged the Demon Queen to let her go. Elizabeth began to believe her and instead asked where Amelia had gone. At the same time, it was obvious she was enjoying the revenge. She wondered if it felt so good because she was jealous over Li Ping. Suddenly, someone shouted and asked what she was doing. It was our guy, sounding far too confident in himself. Asking what she thought of his outfit, Elizabeth blushed and couldn't answer. Ruth was practically drooling and said he looked great, but in reality, he was just holding a simple white shirt and asking if it was the right size. Then the door slammed shut and Elizabeth ran out. Ruth was left exhausted, swearing she would never try something like that again. Li Ping was surprised to see Ruth in that state. Later that night, Ruth lay wrapped in blankets. She still had no idea what had just happened, but the fear remained with her. Even as a 4-star demon king, strong enough to rival the Sword Queen or even the Black Guild, she still felt like an ant before those two. Then suddenly, she cheered herself up, saying she wouldn't give up and had to push further. But then she noticed something. Elizabeth was by the window, staring at her. Pointing to her own eyes, Elizabeth told Ruth that she was watching her. Ruth immediately hid under the blankets again. Elizabeth remembered making Li Ping promise that he wouldn't let anyone else sleep in her bed. He must have agreed to bring this woman in as some kind of challenge. He could bend the rules of the world, but not people's feelings. Little by little, Ruth would think about this competition and in her own way defeat him too. Morning arrived and our guy woke up. Something caught his attention. He noticed Ruth was scrubbing the floor and told her the little robot could handle that. Then he turned to Elizabeth and asked what had happened. She immediately replied that she hadn't forced Ruth to do anything, so it wasn't her problem. Ruth smiled and said she had made a mess yesterday, so she just wanted to clean it up. In reality, Elizabeth was glaring at her, and Ruth just needed something to keep herself busy that morning. Li Ping walked over and told her to get up. He helped Ruth up while Elizabeth watched from the side. Then, Elizabeth slammed her juice onto the table. A second later, she pushed Ruth. Grabbing Li Ping's sleeve, Elizabeth said cleaning the floor was easy, so there was no reason for him to make such a fuss. She tried to take the rag from him, insisting she would show him how it was done. But he wouldn't let go. And when she demanded to know why, he said it was because of the rules. So she had to let go. She let go immediately, and he stepped back. He said he would clean it himself and that they just had to wait. By the rules, he meant that she had prepared tea that morning. Her period wasn't over. She was still in pain, and in his mind, that meant he couldn't let her work. Proud of himself, he thought he had solved another problem perfectly. Ruth mocked Elizabeth and backed Li Ping up, saying she could be bossy and rude. Elizabeth coldly warned that Ruth was leaving today and that this was her last chance. One more stupid comment and she would eliminate her on the spot. Trembling, Ruth quickly said she would leave soon. At that moment, the protagonist felt like a priceless treasure protected by the second strongest person in the world. Soon, eggs were frying and Li Ping made ramen. He gave them the green light and called them to eat. Ruth hesitated and whispered to Elizabeth if she could eat. Elizabeth snapped at her to eat quickly and disappear, so Ruth started eating, sad because maybe this would be the last thing the hero would give her. The protagonist asked why she had to leave so soon. Elizabeth replied that as soon as Ruth finished eating, she would open a portal and asked why he cared so much. He said he just wanted to ask Chisi and Mr. Bose for help, since everyone was fighting against the Black Guild. Ruth asked if he meant Chisi and Bose from the Card Guild, but Elizabeth interrupted her and reminded her she had already decided to leave. Ruth knew she had no more room to stay. Still, she now realized that this place was tied to both the rise of the Card Guild and the disappearance of Chisi. Li Ping said they could keep talking about it for now. Ruth took a sip of water and went back to her eggs. Suddenly, Elizabeth asked why she was eating so loudly. Li Ping told Elizabeth to stop pouring so much vinegar on her food. It seemed like he was telling her not to be jealous, but in reality, she was pouring a lot of vinegar. The queen became even more embarrassed. Sure that he had caught her, he said the vinegar would ruin the flavor. Looking down, she saw he was right. Still, she slammed the table, saying that's how she liked it. Then she kept eating. Li Ping asked if it was really that good, and even though she was suffering, she insisted it was delicious. It was obviously way too sour. She tried to hold it in, but the flavor kept building up like a bomb, and when it finally exploded, all the memories she had shared with Li Ping came rushing back. From their near kiss, to that fateful encounter when she descended from the sky and fought Wang Kai, to traveling the world together as friends and facing everything side by side. Whether she wanted to or not, he was always guiding her forward and staying by her side. But now she knew that he was the one who made the laws of this world, something she could never aspire to. To him, maybe she wasn't special at all. Still, he was always so kind. She wondered if it meant something more or if she was just imagining it. The sauce dripped as tears welled in her eyes. She stood up abruptly and said it was very sour. Then, frustrated, she called out to Li Ping, slammed the table, and demanded to know if he had ever liked her. He froze, not even sure what she meant. Was she really asking if he had feelings for her? Immediately, Elizabeth felt embarrassed, realizing that jealousy had made her speak without thinking. Ruth, stunned, was trying to figure out if the queen had just confessed her feelings. Alpha and Wang Kai were looking through the window. The blonde announced a big show, and Elizabeth barked at them to leave. They quickly retreated, whistling and saying they had to patrol as messengers. Then Elizabeth ordered Ruth to get back to her ramen, which made her jump. Ruth turned around immediately. Li Ping looked uncomfortable, but Elizabeth insisted she had asked him a question. Nervous, he asked if she meant she wanted more eggs and ramen, because he could make more. Tired of the act, she told him to stop pretending and answer her properly. The question was obvious, so she wanted a clear answer. His heart was pounding, his mind racing. Should he keep playing dumb? Had she figured him out? He didn't know if he should run away or if he could even say yes or no. He didn't want to upset her, but he also needed her name to survive in this world. Maybe she liked him too, but that seemed impossible to him. After all, they came from different worlds, and she was much stronger than him. In the end, he decided that even if the answer cost him his life, he had to speak honestly. Blushing, he hesitated until Elizabeth slammed the table again and demanded a yes or no answer. Finally, he admitted that he liked the way she got angry with him, how excited she got over his food, the time they spent exploring the world together, and how she always protected him when things got dangerous. He wanted to say more, but he kept thinking that beside her he was more like a servant than a true friend. She was the strongest being in this world, the Demon Queen. Elizabeth grew more anxious and pressed him to finish, so he decided to cheer her up with what he thought was the perfect response. He said he had made pudding and went to get it. As he stood up, he added that the year they spent together had made him truly happy. If she had never appeared, maybe he would still be alone in the world he created. He returned with the pudding and told her that once she ate it, she would understand his answer for herself. Excited, Elizabeth said she already understood what it meant. He couldn't say it directly because that would break his creator rules, so that perfect pudding was his answer, and if she accepted it, it meant she also accepted his love. She tried to take it, but he pulled it back and told her to forget it. Confused, she asked why, and he answered that it was because of the rules. Poor Elizabeth was already imagining their wedding, so she couldn't understand why he still wouldn't say how he felt. With one hand in his pocket, he said it was simple and that he didn't understand how she couldn't see it. He leaned in and placed one hand against the wall. Then he explained that whether she liked it or not was decided by the rules. As president, he was the one who had created those 10 rules. Lifting her chin, he asked her if she understood. Back at the house, Elizabeth muttered that those rules were nonsense. She told herself that those strange illusions just kept confusing her. Li Ping explained that in the world he came from, that was how rules worked. He was getting nervous because on Earth, women aren't supposed to eat cold food during their period. That was the rule. And Elizabeth started crying, saying she understood now. All that talk about rules, and more rules only proved that to him she was no different from anyone else. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she teleported away. Li Ping was left completely lost. He assumed she had understood his feelings and taken offense, which was why she disappeared. Since he had zero dating experience, he had no idea what was going through her head. He never wanted his feelings to become so obvious. He'd had always tried to keep a proper distance. Ruth, however, understood everything. Those two idiots were obviously in love, and at that moment, she saw a new way to win. Since Elizabeth was gone, Ruth asked to try the pudding, but he immediately refused. She made a whole scene asking why, especially now that Elizabeth wasn't there. As he walked over to the refrigerator, He said it might sound strange, but that pudding was something meant only for him and Elizabeth. That special fruit pudding was just for her. If Ruth wanted, she could have the pudding he brought. Her expression changed. She didn't care about those other sweets. She only wanted Elizabeth's, and this was her chance before the Queen returned. Then the scene shifted to Elizabeth. Back home, Elizabeth decided that her feelings were clear and she was ready to act. But when she looked, nobody was there. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. She walked toward it cautiously, terrified of what she might find. Upon opening it, she demanded to know what they were doing. It better not be what she thought. Li Ping was standing there, blushing, and Elizabeth collapsed to the floor, begging them to stop whatever they were doing. Meanwhile, Ruth muttered that it was already too late. The fruit had ripened, and now the protagonist belonged to her. She was completely out of her mind when someone brushed her face with a hand. It was Li Ping. She had only fallen into an illusion. He asked her what she was laughing about and if she was still hungry. She said no, just a bit dizzy after breakfast, probably because the Black Guild's power was still affecting her. The protagonist grew concerned when she almost fell again and said she might faint. He placed a hand on her shoulder and told her it was fine to rest on the sofa. She asked why, and he asked her if she didn't want to. Ruth said that if she really wanted to recover, she needed Li Ping's bed. It would be much more comfortable. Would she be comfortable? He would be comfortable too, so everybody wins. He was completely confused, especially about why he had to be comfortable too. Before he could think it through, Ruth was already dragging him along. She stumbled toward the bedroom, saying she felt really weak. Once inside, she said his room felt nice and cozy. She found her target and moved closer. Li Ping tried to stop her, but Ruth already had a plan. Once he got close, she would pull him in. The protagonist reacted quickly. He grabbed a rolling chair and pushed it toward her. It rolled straight into Ruth, a clean hit. She slid backward and crashed into the desk. The books vibrated, and Li Ping quickly apologized, saying the ergonomic chair was really comfortable for resting. With a bump growing on her forehead, Ruth had to admit it was actually quite nice. Then a few books fell, hitting her on the head and making her crash against the desk. Li Ping apologized, explaining that those were notes from his alone time. Ruth was still upset, not understanding why he didn't grasp her intentions. Her attention shifted to the books he had written. She jumped up and asked if she could read them. He said yes, though they might be boring. Ruth started gathering as many books as she could. He might have infinite power, but if she uncovered his hidden desires, she could defeat him. Spinning in the chair, she held up a book and said she would start with that one. When Li Ping leaned closer, she activated Fatal Attraction. She had finally caught him. Now she was in a nightgown, saying he had finally come. But Li Ping appeared as a repairman and asked what needed fixing. Playing coy, she said yes and asked for help with the shower. In the bathroom, she claimed the water wasn't working, and he calmly replied that it would be an easy repair. He reached for the fixture and suddenly, water drenched her completely. Ruth awkwardly tried to look embarrassed, but Li Ping simply shut off the water and said the repair was done, so he was leaving. Desperate, she said she had a special skill and asked if he wanted to see it. Protagonist seemed interested and asked if he really could. She told him he could look and even touch. Then, suddenly, he appeared in a workshop mounted on her back. He picked up a Nimbus 3000 drill and said it was the perfect model. Ruth was completely lost, wondering why this was appearing in her illusion. The book she had chosen was titled The Last Temptations of the Repairman. Li Ping said he wrote a short book about tools when he arrived here and felt moved by the time that had passed. Annoyed, Ruth asked why it was even called The Last Temptation. The protagonist looked away and said being direct wasn't working. Maybe he should try adapting to her tastes instead. So Ruth grabbed another book, Reflections on Medical Care. The illusion shifted to a clinic. She walked in and called for the doctor. Now, wearing a white coat, he welcomed her to his health club and asked what was wrong with her. Sitting down, Ruth said she felt exhausted and wanted help. He took her wrist and checked her pulse, then said her energy was weak, her heart was unstable, and she had a kidney deficiency. Ruth asked for treatment, hinting that if she liked it, she could reward him handsomely. But before she could finish, something splashed onto their faces. Li Ping calmly offered her herbal medicine twice a day for a full recovery. Ruth apologized and said she couldn't stand the smell. Perhaps a massage would be better. The protagonist nodded and said he knew a bone adjustment massage that worked even better than medicine, but she would have to remove some clothing. Curious, Ruth agreed, confident that she was finally in control. Li Ping placed a hand near her neck and told her not to worry, that it was just her collar. As she leaned in to see what he would do next, he suddenly cracked her neck like a chiropractic adjustment and then delivered 2 quick thumps along her spine to align her vertebrae. It looked brutal, and yes, she was absolutely suffering. Li Ping placed a hand beside her head and told her to stay still. If she survived, the impurities in her body would disappear. Then came a louder crack. He asked her how she felt now. Was she more relaxed? Trembling, Ruth said yes. Her body felt lighter, and suddenly she dropped to the floor, leaving her horrified. Back in reality, she clutched her head and screamed in pain. Li Ping warned her to be careful. The things in that book were done by professionals, and copying them could hurt her. He apologized and said he finally understood that she had even dropped from a 4-star demon queen down to 3 stars. Now, Ruth realized that it wasn't her charm affecting him at all. The book was pulling her into his world. But there was one book left, Memories of a Complex Relationships Campus. She was sure that one would give her what she needed to conquer the legendary hero. This opportunity was too rare to waste. The next illusion placed Li Ping in a school. A tall female teacher asked him if he had finished his homework and said she was going to check it. He said there was no need. He had finished it a long time ago and was now solving his own problems. Even so, the teacher leaned in to see what he was doing. It was a bunch of geometry problems, angle conditions in triangles, 2 semicircles inside a square, and area calculations, one spatial and circumference problem after another. Ruth wondered if this had something to do with magic circles. The problems felt ancient and powerful, and just looking at them made her feel pressure. She thought that mastering them might reveal the truth of the world, but they were too difficult. Li Ping said it was all easy if you knew high school math. Weakly, Ruth told him not to push himself so hard and to take it easy. Then, something caught his attention. His phone started ringing and a girl's photo appeared on the screen. He stood up and told the teacher he had to leave because his girlfriend was calling him. The teacher scolded him for bringing a phone to class and for having a girlfriend. Li Ping calmly replied that none of this was real. He had graduated a long time ago. If she wanted, he could recite the entire table of derivatives. He began reciting endless formulas and calculations until the teacher begged him to stop because her head hurt. Ruth fell to the floor while Li Ping stood quietly beside Elizabeth at the door. Numbers kept spinning in Ruth's mind until she felt her brain couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Elizabeth simply stared at each other. He took a step into the light, and Ruth desperately pleaded with him not to leave her like that. Then a noise echoed, and the illusion crumbled. The book slammed shut. She was back home with Li Ping handing her something. He admitted the book was a bit embarrassing and asked her to forget about it. It was supposed to be a geometry collection, but somehow it ended up becoming a high school romance novel. Ruth began to think about that idea of pure love and finally understood why seeing it made her chest hurt. A memory emerged. She called out to her captain, and he promised to take care of her forever. They embraced, but everything fell apart, and now she remembered herself broken. She asked why. If he had promised to protect her, he was abandoning her as the guild leader. It wasn't even a betrayal. He simply discarded her, telling her coldly that if she didn't please the old man, they wouldn't pick her for the upcoming dungeon teams or let her make money. So she stabbed him in the chest and drained all his energy. After that, her charm power awakened, and she wandered the continent seducing people and feeding on their life force. The more twisted she became, the stronger she grew, and that was how she joined the Black Guild. But deep down, everything she did was just a way to forget the true love she had lost long ago. Then, she touched the object Li Ping had handed her, and it began to emit a soft sound. The protagonist called out to her as she began to float. She had literally become a saint. Li Ping just stared at her, confused by the transformation. Ruth thanked him because he had awakened her, and now she would spread true love. She also wanted to fight evil, but a musical note made her disappear. He was left wondering how anyone in this world even thought. The scene shifted to a remote location in the demon realm. A mutant crab moved on gears until a cat appeared, crushed it, and ate it. Then it looked down and saw a swarm of flies and a rat fused with its own hand. Whatever was happening, energy was pulsing through a tunnel that led to a giant egg. Inside the purple egg was a golden one. In front of it stood an exhausted clone of Malfoy. The egg belonged to Amelia, and Malfoy muttered that he was jealous she had gotten so close to the queen. He had seen all their shared memories and was surprised at how unchanging Her Majesty remained, as beautiful and captivating as ever. Then the small robot beside Malfoy spoke to its master. It reported that Samui and Ruth had been missing for a while and had probably betrayed him. Then it asked what he planned to do. Malfoy said it didn't matter. If they wanted to leave, they could. He wouldn't bother. The robot went on to say that the person Malfoy had sent to the Elven realm had also disappeared. Worse yet, rumors said the Card Guild had taken over that place. Since Malfoy had already drained the magic from the egg, why wasn't he confronting the Demon Queen? Malfoy repeated coldly that none of that mattered. What was lost was lost. In the end, he had achieved one thing. He got Elizabeth's attention, since she sent Amelia to kill him. The robot wondered if his broken state was due to losing all the power he had accumulated and decided it needed to help him recover. Suddenly, the egg began to shake. Malfoy asked what that pressure was. The robot warned him that she had returned. Malfoy said he knew, but in his current state, there was nothing he could do. Outside the demon realm, Elizabeth appeared crying. She thought about the rules surrounding the Creator and how her feelings meant nothing. When her tear touched the ground, life began to bloom. A field expanded, and she sat there, drowning in self-loathing for desiring all of this. She couldn't believe how pathetic she was for suffering over something like that. Then she decided that it didn't matter. She could live without them. But for them, losing someone as irreplaceable as her would hurt much more. Then she felt something. Amelia was in this realm, so why hadn't the mission ended? In an instant, she launched herself into the sky while creatures shrieked below, and she flew over them, tearing dark gears from their bodies. She threw them into the air and then eliminated them with a simple flick of her hand. Calling it disgusting filth, she decided that even if she had only come to observe, she had to erase it. Then she stopped herself. She was no longer bound to him, and she needed to focus on her own duty. Elizabeth spotted a dark pit and wondered why Amelia was hiding there. If Amelia had absorbed that vile power just to grow stronger, then Elizabeth had valued her too highly. She called out to Amelia again. Still, the egg did not react. Their contract meant Amelia couldn't ignore her, so only one answer remained, and Elizabeth didn't want to believe it. Amelia was a golden dragon in the domain of a demon king. The idea that someone had beaten her seemed impossible. Elizabeth raised her hand, and a dark power sank into the ground. A hand emerged, dragging the egg from below. She examined it closely, then, with a squeeze, the shell cracked and the egg floated toward her. Elizabeth used a spell and touched it. The egg began to break, revealing Amelia. But when Amelia came fully into view, Elizabeth saw a mark on her chest. That mark told her everything. The Black Guild had drained Amelia's life and magic, leaving behind only an empty body. Elizabeth kissed Amelia's forehead and cast a 1,000-year life spell. The resurrection was complete, and Amelia opened her eyes. Immediately, Elizabeth asked what had happened. Amelia only looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, she seemed unsure of who she was herself. Elizabeth realized right away that Amelia's soul and memories had been stolen. She swore she would find that damned Malfoy and destroy him. Her aura spread across the entire planet, triggering the Demon Queen's gaze. In the middle of battle, Anne felt herself being watched. The Sword Saints Guild felt the same, as did those on the Tagore. Tagore muttered that it was time to return to the Dark Sea. Elsewhere, Alpha and Ankai kept walking, as if this were already normal for them. However, our guy looked devastated, almost on the verge of tears because of how distant they had grown. Looking at his system screen, he wondered if this was a challenge and if he should attack first. Elizabeth saw it all. Seeing him hurt like that made her feel a little better. She had finally caught him off guard. but she quickly brushed those feelings aside. Now was not the time for that. She gently held Amelia's face and embraced her, promising to give her memories back. The scene shifted to another location. A map showed the Black Guild, the Sea of Void, and the poisonous swamp. It also marked the next stop, the Infernal Volcano. At the Demon King's training ground, Elizabeth's purple egg was waiting there. The robot asked why they had teleported to that place. Malfoy pressed a button on his throne and said he had a barrier that could block Elizabeth's magic, so she wouldn't find them. The robot, confused, asked if finding Elizabeth wasn't his main goal. Malfoy said it was, and that was precisely why he had to face her with all his strength. Trying to stay calm, the robot asked what it could do to help. Malfoy replied that there was nothing for now. This was a battle of patience, and whoever waited longer would win. He continued, saying that patience always brings victory. After waiting for so long, waiting a little longer was easy for him. Once again, he watched Amelia's memories. Whatever happened, he could still enjoy watching them, and that suited him perfectly. The robot got annoyed. Easy for the old guy to say, but while he sat there, the other guilds kept getting stronger, and theirs kept losing ground. Back with Li Ping, he casually commented that she had been gone for quite a while. Chopping onions made his eyes water. He thought onion soup might help, since it always cheered her up. As he threw the onions into the pot, he wondered if his feelings were really that obvious. And after everything that had happened, could they still be friends? He looked at the clock. With the soup ready on the table, he couldn't understand why she still hadn't returned. Then the door opened and his face lit up with hope. But it was only Alpha and Wang Kai. Disappointed, he asked them if they had seen her. Please like this video. The last chapter ended with the protagonist at home, thinking that Elizabeth had returned. Instead, he saw them and quickly asked if they had seen Elizabeth outside. Alpha said no, and then asked where to put the meat. Li Ping just stood there, quiet and head down, when suddenly something appeared right in front of him. He looked up and saw her, blushing, as she said, "I'm back, so what's up?" On the inside, however, she was trying to stay calm, telling herself that she had erased all memory of that woman using magic, so there was no reason to feel embarrassed about returning. The protagonist brightened up and admitted he really thought she wouldn't come back. She told him not to make things awkward because the atmosphere already felt strange enough. Then, something else caught her attention. A little dragon girl, Amelia, suddenly appeared beside her. The protagonist stopped and asked who she was. Elizabeth explained that this was Amelia, the golden dragon he had found in the treasure dungeon. He remembered the girl and asked how she ended up like this. Elizabeth said the Black Guild was behind it. She saved Amelia, but the girl lost all her memories. There was no clue as to who had done it, and now she needed help restoring her memories. Li Ping blamed himself. Elizabeth had been sending Amelia after the Black Guild while he, the supposed legendary hero, hadn't done anything useful. So he apologized, saying it was all his fault. Elizabeth interrupted him and told him to stop apologizing and help Amelia instead. Then Alpha chimed in, saying everyone should calm down because he had already dealt with this before. Both turned and looked at him, asking what that was supposed to mean. With Amelia already placed on the table, Li Ping asked what exactly Alpha was planning to do. Alpha just told him to relax and trust him. Then he called Wang Kai to help him, promising he would return the favor later. Elizabeth told him to hurry up and asked if this would really work because they had no time to lose. Alpha said fine, that he would start right away. Suddenly, the two seemed to be trying to scare Amelia. She started trembling all over and then ran off. Elizabeth, unimpressed, simply asked if that was all. Alpha said the plan was to trigger her memories through extreme fear. But before he could say more, Elizabeth slapped them both. She called them a pair of boring idiots. The two quickly apologized, thinking that trick had worked on Alpha before. Elizabeth kneeled down and gently told Amelia not to worry, that she would find another way to restore her memory. Then, suddenly, Li Ping came up with an idea. The scene shifted to the garden as they walked, and he said that memory comes from the brain, right? Since walnuts are supposed to be good for the brain, maybe they could help. Elizabeth looked confused, but Li Ping was already picking one and assuring her it would work. She said she had already tried everything that grew in that place and was sure there were no walnuts. He explained that he had recently wanted to bake a walnut cake, So he asked the wishing tree for some, and they grew right away. You just have to think about it, and one appears in your hand. Elizabeth took one and asked if it really helped with memory. He said that's what people believed in his world. She tried it, made a face, and said it was disgusting and sour. Li Ping laughed and explained that wasn't the way to eat a walnut. You only eat the inside. He pulled out a knife, cracked it open, and the inside looked exactly like a little brain. Elizabeth stared in surprise, asking why there was a brain inside, but the protagonist simply handed it to Amelia. Then he asked Elizabeth if she wanted one too, saying the inside tasted much better. She looked away, thinking that fruit meant nothing to her, but maybe it could be important for Amelia. So the three of them took a bite, and immediately she felt something strange, as if she were being dragged into another realm. Then she remembered that this condition existed after all. Perhaps the fact that Li Ping both created and ate the walnut helped trigger it. A giant screen lit up like a movie trailer for a magical world, and of course, the two of them were the stars. She looked around, wondering if there was anyone else in that place. Was anyone there? A huge cave woman who was complaining about how terrible that movie was. She said that if those two already liked each other, they should just say so. In her world, she would have already knocked Li Ping out, dragged him to her cave, and they would have already started a family. Beside her, a cultivator said that was too direct. In his world, the Li Pings she knew served in the army for years, rose through the ranks, gained great power, and finally ended up with her. That was when Elizabeth realized that there were many versions of Elizabeth there, each from a different world. The sword surfer spoke next, saying that in the cultivation world, she and he faced 81 trials together, and only after killing celestial beings could they finally be together. Then a pirate version chimed in. In her ocean world, she and the protagonist competed again and again to become the pirate king. In the end, he lost to her, but she revealed that he had let her win on purpose, and now that idiot kept calling himself her treasure to console her over that defeat. The real Elizabeth realized that each version of her had a completely different bond with Li Ping in her own world. As she wondered what that place even was, an old woman explained to her that it was the Theater of Elizabeths, where you could see every Elizabeth from every timeline. Elizabeth asked who the old woman was, and the lady said she was the Elizabeth from the normal world, just an ordinary old woman. The queen still couldn't understand how they had gotten there. The old woman says she isn't entirely sure how that place works. Each Elizabeth enters in a different way, but the bond with Li Ping must reach a certain point. On the screen, the protagonist is touring the most luxurious houses in the world, while the other girls shout that it's time to make babies. The real Elizabeth asks if her relationship with him has really gotten that far. The old woman tells her gently that no, not even close, this was just a temporary pass. Immediately, the other Elizabeths start complaining that she is the worst version of all, too stubborn and very boring. Confused, the queen wonders if they all really see her that way. The old woman tells her it's hard to satisfy so many Elizabeths when each one is the protagonist of her own world. She adds that her own story was probably the simplest of all, but even so, everyone cried when it was shown, because those memories were valuable. When the queen asks what happened in that story, the old woman says it was something simple. She and Li Ping met, got married, had children, and grew old together. Just imagining it makes the queen blush. The old woman goes on to say that even without magic or advanced technology, that world was filled with true happiness. She recalls a day at the market when she threw tomatoes at Li Ping and he retaliated by splashing her with water. They laughed, bickered as always, and kissed. Then came the marriage, and before they knew it, they were living together. Soon it was, "Look, honey, he pooped and peed on me. What a mess." Later, they sent Li Ping to school and watched the sunset together. She says that the family grows old, the children grow up, and in the end, the one by her side until the very last moment is him. And somehow, it all happens so fast. Then, suddenly, a special broadcast begins with the protagonist's confession. He says he loves Elizabeth and that all he ever wanted was for her to be his girlfriend. More than anything, he just wanted her to come back home. That's when Elizabeth realizes that maybe he liked her this whole time. The other Elizabeths celebrate euphorically. There are all kinds of Elizabeths, including slime, furry, tentacled, and astronaut versions. Then the screen abruptly turns off. The cave woman immediately protests, demanding the part where they have lots of babies. She wants to see the full scene now. Another Elizabeth says the cave woman is too obsessed with bedroom matters, though she admits she also wanted to see it after this couple finally got together. That's when the old woman explains that Elizabeth's temporary pass has expired. Before she leaves, the old woman reminds her that in every world, Li Ping and Elizabeth are tied together. She just has to follow her heart. Elizabeth turns to ask one more thing, but suddenly she is back in the forest. Amelia is there, holding her head, and Li Ping says that maybe the walnuts caused an allergy. Elizabeth quickly casts a powerful healing spell, but Amelia only screams louder. The protagonist can't understand it, and the queen tells him she misjudged Amelia. She has no idea what to do next, so Elizabeth says the only thing they can do is wait. She thinks the sudden synchronization crammed too many memories into Amelia's mind at once, and now her brain can't organize them. Amelia sees Li Ping's hand reaching toward her and remembers when she was being controlled. Fear overcomes her, and she begs them to stop him. Then, the old man suddenly asks what happened. It seemed the files had been stolen, which should have been impossible. Amelia runs off crying, completely terrified, and crashes into something hard. The impact knocks her unconscious. Elizabeth thinks once again that Li Ping broke his own rules for her because of Amelia. He apologizes for scaring her, but Elizabeth says it's fine. She will simply put Amelia into the contract space so she can rest. She looks at him and he just stands there, not knowing what to do. Neither of them says a word. Above them, Wei Kai and Alpha watch. Li Ping awkwardly starts talking about the sky and the weather, and Elizabeth just nods silently. Alpha gets irritated, thinking that when he scared her, she got angry. But when Li Ping does the same thing, it works for him. Wei and Kai say that's obvious, since nobody can scare someone the way he does. Then Alpha suddenly hears a voice warning him that if he refuses, he will be punished. He grabs his head as intense pain surges through him, his veins bulging as if his skull were about to burst. Wei and Kai quickly put noise-canceling headphones on him. Alpha begins to calm down and wonders what just happened. He had never heard anything like that before. But for now, there isn't much else he can do, so he decides to take the boy to the forge and check on him later. Back in the garden, Elizabeth turns around and says that if there's nothing else to say, she's leaving. She walks away slowly, wondering why that idiot Li Ping isn't chasing after her yet. In those other worlds, he was much bolder. He stands frozen while different versions of himself argue inside his head. Some tell him to go after her, others ask if he's ready to lose her forever, and a few simply call him a coward. That finally drives him to action. Even if she rejects him, he doesn't want to regret staying silent. Elizabeth, meanwhile, wonders if she really has to make the first move. Then she remembers the old woman's advice to follow her heart, so she activates a forced teleportation. But Li Ping asks her to wait, and asks if she doesn't want to know if he likes her. She turns around, clearly surprised. He says that after living like this for a whole year, he knows how distant they are. Inside, he admits that the supposed hero who can't use a sword or magic was never worthy of her. What he truly desires, if possible, is a normal life by her side. Elizabeth almost misinterprets it, as if he meant he would have to lower himself to live simply with her. Then Li Ping explains the truth to her. He is just a hikikomori with no life experience who doesn't even know how to make a girl happy. The difference in status between them kept him from speaking honestly, but he can't keep running away anymore. With all his courage, he finally confesses that he likes her. The confession leaves him trembling but relieved. In the next moment, Elizabeth spreads her wings, runs toward him, and embraces him. The protagonist is completely stunned as she takes him and flies straight up to the moon. Elizabeth says it's simple. She is merely following her feelings. He stands there speechless as the queen takes the initiative, and yes, that is a kiss. He is still thrilled to have finally confessed, and she tells him that she likes him too. Then, suddenly, she vanishes. Now it seems like something bad is about to happen. Could it be that Li Ping is finally going to lose his mind after 135 chapters? Maybe it really is happening. However, in the next chapter, he is simply in the kitchen making eggs, even shaping the yolks into hearts, chopping vegetables, and smiling like an idiot while preparing breakfast for Raymond. It seems Natalia previously ran away from this, but now she has returned. When he serves the food, she asks why today's meal feels different. She senses powerful magic, but also something strange that she can't explain. Li Ping silently worries that she noticed he cut everything into hearts. Then she takes a bite, freezes, and looks at him in surprise. The feeling inside Raymond was love. Meanwhile, Li Ping wonders if the food was so horrible that it left her stunned. So he tries a bit himself to see if he ruined it. It's almost turning into that classic dog and spaghetti movie moment. But right at that moment, Alpha opens the door, cheerfully greeting them and asking for today's orders, only for Elizabeth to punch him. He goes flying into the mountains. Elizabeth grumbles that the idiot ruined the moment. Li Ping tells her to forget about it and suggests they watch TV instead. She agrees. They start with a police drama and then switch to a cooking show while their hands slowly draw closer. He reaches out first, but she pulls back, and now he is left wondering why. He thought yesterday made it official. Then doubt begins to creep in. Maybe Elizabeth, being the demon queen, was just playing with him. Seeing how calm she looks, he starts to think that maybe he imagined the whole thing. Then, suddenly, she takes his hand and asks if something is wrong. Embarrassed, he blushes and says no. After that, she leans on him, pulling him closer. They keep watching TV, and she asks him what people who like each other do in his world. He says they eat together, go on dates, and watch shows side by side. Elizabeth points out that they've been doing all of that for a long time, and he awkwardly admits she's right. Then she says she wants to know what only couples do, something they can do right now. Li Ping says holding hands like this is the first step, but that's not enough for her. She wants to go further. So the protagonist gathers his courage and says that if that's the case, they can take the next step just like yesterday. Both lean in, blushing, and then Alpha ruins it again, shouting from the window. Elizabeth warns that he had better have a very good reason for interrupting her today. That sacred sword truly refuses to get out of the Demon Queen's way. Alpha quickly explains that a whole group outside is asking to see Li Ping. Indeed, everyone is already out there having a picnic. The protagonist simply observes them. Why is everyone here all of a sudden? One steps forward and explains that yesterday he felt Elizabeth's power from the demon realm, so he came to check today. Chisi says that she also sensed that magic and came to receive new orders. Voss and Elizabeth say the same, adding that they also wanted to show the hero how much they have improved. Meanwhile, Alpha is arrogant, thinking that the others are far too weak and that he is the only one worthy of staying by Li Ping's side to handle the important work. Elizabeth disagrees. She says that she never called them, so they can leave right now, but the protagonist stops that, saying there is no need to rush. Since they are here, they might as well explain what is going on. Chisi says that she has been teaching her sword style to everyone and that reports about the Black Guild keep disappearing. Ani adds that, for some reason, the guild members seem to have vanished without a trace. Li Ping is glad to hear that. Chisi has improved and the Black Guild seems to have calmed down. Elizabeth says that the elves are creating new rules, reaching out to the outside world and building an information network so that the Black Guild cannot rise again. After hearing the reports, he announces something important. Voss senses that it will be their next mission, now that they are stronger. Elizabeth remains calm, confident that the elven tribe can handle whatever comes. Ani assumes they are about to compete for who will be the head servant, while Chisi suspects there is a stronger enemy out there, and that is why the Black Guild disappeared. Instead, the protagonist announces that he and Elizabeth are now together. Everyone freezes, barely processing what he just said, and waits for him to explain. A bit confused by their reaction, he makes it clear, yes, he means that they are basically a couple. The girls look at each other, wondering if he is just saying that to keep them out of their affairs. Chisi seems pretty sure that it's exactly that. Elizabeth realizes that ever since the orphan problems and the Elven Guild matter, she and Li Ping have been the ones resolving everything. The others really need to become stronger instead of depending on them. Chisi thinks about the curse that Elizabeth broke for her. Without that, she would still be trapped even now. So she declares that Chisi sagas will press forward, no matter what happens. Voss and Elizabeth remember how poorly they did by letting the cards fall into the hands of the Dark Tribe. They know they still have a long way to go and immediately ask for the protagonist's next order. At the same time, everyone begins to worry. If he is with Elizabeth now, does that mean those two won't help anymore? And if the next mission is dangerous, how are they supposed to face it? The protagonist tells them that yes, there is something he wants to ask of them, but if they think it's going to be easy, they should forget it right now. Everyone tenses up. It feels as if he looked directly through their small, frightened thoughts. Voss feels that those words hurt more than any beating, because deep down they are still no big deal. Then Li Ping reveals his true plan. He is going on a trip with Elizabeth. Not even she knew about it. Qixi asks where the two of them are going. He says they are heading to the kingdom of Aristotle. He wants to convince those people to abandon the Black Guild and reconnect with the rest of the world. Once that is done, his work as a hero will finally be complete and he will be able to live in peace. The queen thinks about it and realizes that the only remaining area is the north. But why travel so far just for this supposedly peaceful village? Then she understands. She had always thought Li Ping was just wandering around to show off and mock her, but from the beginning, he had been working toward this exact moment, resolving everything so they could share a peaceful future together. She accepts quickly, saying that if this is the last place left, then she will go there and erase the whole nation from the map. He stops her immediately, saying that is not the goal. He wants to fix the world, not destroy it. Elizabeth calms down and says, fine, then she will follow him. That is when Ani steps in and says she has a request. She wants to join the trip to Aristotle, confident that her demon eyes can help. Qixi also steps in, saying she should go because she knows the best route. Bolsha and Elith say that they will join too. Lancet is taking care of the Elven tribe, so they have time for this. But the protagonist says they have misunderstood. He isn't asking them to help with Aristotle at all. Elizabeth steps in and warns them not to get in her way. Anyone who ruins the mood will regret it. Li Ping tells her to go home and rest before she gets even angrier. She huffs and says that the queen has no interest in such small matters, then teleports away. After that, the protagonist calls everyone closer and says he wants to tell them something. Everyone is confused, and then he asks if anyone knows of a nearby hot spring. Ilith suggests her tribe's hot spring. They could heat it up with fire magic, but the protagonist says Elizabeth wouldn't want to go back there and that he wants a natural place. Then Ani mentions a place near a volcano in the demon realm. With a little work, it could be perfect. She knows it's extremely dangerous, but for Li Ping and Elizabeth, that shouldn't matter much. The protagonist says that is exactly what he needs. He asks if they can help prepare it as a surprise for Elizabeth. Since everyone there can use magic, it should work. Qixi shudders but says there is no problem, though she points out that volcanic area is the closest place to her king's domain. Bosha is already convinced that when he says clear the area, he actually means eliminate everything there. He tells Qixi that they will give it their all, and she thanks him. They are going to need all the help they can get. Li Ping says the hot spring plan is set and that they have 1 month to finish preparing it. Qixi tells him not to worry, while Bosha says they have 1 month to take care of this before the protagonist and Elizabeth intervene themselves. Qixi warns that the creatures there could be interdimensional demons from the Sea of Darkness, so she will first gather information to help them act smartly. Ani says that every time she thinks about the demon realm, she feels a strange force pulling her toward it. Ilith feels relieved that they at least have a month to prepare and plans to reach her king rank before then. Alpha appears ready to say something, but suddenly everyone is teleported away. Then someone grabs Li Ping's arm and the bedroom door slams shut. Yes, Elizabeth is already on top of him, happy that this time nobody can interrupt them. She says that now they are finally going to do something that only lovers do. And yes, there are hearts flying everywhere, but they are just kissing. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of kisses. However, a week later, he is completely exhausted in the forest. The poor guy looks done for. He was just washing the dishes when she came up and hugged him. Then he went out to chop wood. A teleportation portal opened and she dropped right onto his lap. He was also taking a bath. Yeah, we can imagine how that ended. Even while sleeping, he looked down and found someone hiding there. At this point, Li Ping really can't handle the Demon Queen anymore. He asks her if she wouldn't prefer to sleep in her own room, but she says no. From now on, she will always sleep by his side. Meanwhile, he is totally drained, wondering how anyone is supposed to rest like this. So he reaches into his pocket and pulls out an energy pill. At this point, this guy is basically manufacturing his own stamina drug. Alpha asks what it is, and he says it's just an elixir made from old medicinal herbs. The effect is immediate, and he says the man is back. Elizabeth is there as usual, with a huge smile and everything. Thanks to being so close to him, she has just reached the human sacred realm of a star. She is growing faster than ever, and her plan is moving forward. Just a few more steps, a few more ranks, and then she can start creating the strongest child of all. The two laugh together, full of energy, while Alpha thinks that every day they look more alike. Even Wang Ji came this time, happy that he was finally taken on an adventure. Then Chixi arrives to greet them, and our guy notices that they have entered dwarf territory. A little further ahead, they pass through the city and reach a forge where some dwarves are working hard making shields. The protagonist says these guys really deserve their reputation as master blacksmiths. Alpha mocks them, saying nothing they do could ever compare to him. However, Elizabeth asks why they are in the dwarf kingdom. Chixi explains that it's because the dwarves are the only ones with a direct trade route to Aristotle Village. A red-nosed dwarf says he only allowed the visit because this Li Ping guy might help them make S-rank weapons again. But without celestial-colored ore, it's impossible. So they shouldn't bother his father unless they have it. The protagonist has no idea what he's talking about, so the dwarf explains that this ore fell onto the continent 2,000 years ago. The impact changed the entire region, and even created the sacred mountain that now protects the dwarves. Right now, his father is deep inside that mountain with his sacred hammer, trying to find an answer. And somehow, the old man is literally having a fistfight with a sword. He lets out a long sigh and says, "Experiment 10,997. Result, A rank. Not even tungsten steel is enough." Then he takes his tool, adjusts it to a 100x zoom, and detects tiny imperfections on the blade. He immediately breaks it apart and calls it garbage. According to him, there are no good forging materials left in this world. He will not allow such a weapon to stain the legacy of the dwarves. His son enters with visitors, but the old man immediately tells him to leave and stop interrupting his work. The son begs him to listen, saying he brought Chichisagas, a sword saint. That only makes the father even angrier. He tells him to shut up, not caring who came. Chi-Chi sits calmly and says that, thanks to her long collaboration with the guilds, they might still find a new way to forge S-rank weapons. The father stomps his foot on the ground and then jumps right in front of her. The guy is huge. He introduces himself as the great master blacksmith Heimerdinger and says that if he can't solve this, no one can. His son is stunned, but Chi-Chi remains calm and says she knows someone who undoubtedly can. He raises his arms and asks if they want to feel the fury of his fists. Then someone in slippers steps forward. Immediately, his expression changes. Elizabeth says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He lunges forward to throw a punch, but falls flat on his face before reaching her. For a second, everyone just stares. Then the truth becomes obvious. He is already trembling and drenched in sweat, stammering that this humble servant didn't realize Her Majesty had honored them with her presence. She coldly says she was only gone for 500 years and now someone like him dares to call himself king. Li Ping is surprised. Even the king of the dwarves bows to her. Heimerdinger says he will accept any punishment and deserves to die 1,000 times. Later at the table, he explains that the world has become more chaotic every day. To protect his people, he took the burden upon himself and tried to restore the kingdom to its former glory. His son steps in, asking Chi-Chi why she never mentioned she was bringing the legendary king and queen. She apologizes, saying their identities must remain hidden. Elizabeth tells him to stop holding back and explain everything. Heimerdinger says there is not much mystery. Malfoy is behind the Black Guild. He founded it and is now trying to plunge the world into chaos, capturing people of many races to conduct more experiments. At the same time, Jim spent years looking for the queen. Somewhere along the way, he met a woman who loved dark romance, married her, and turned into a horned demon. Mulger, the king of the orcs, met a tragic end. People said his lineage was weakening, and he was killed in revenge. As for the Elven Queen, all Heimerdinger knows is that she sacrificed herself for the forest. At the same time, Jim spent years looking for the queen. Somewhere along the way, he met a woman who loved dark romance, married her, and turned into a horned demon. Mulger, the king of the orcs, met a tragic end. People said his lineage was weakening, and he was killed in revenge. As for the Elven Queen, all Heimerdinger knows is that she sacrificed herself for the forest. Lastly, the kingdom Elizabeth wants to visit, Aristotle, was founded by the former high priest Baron. He played a fundamental role in the fight against the Black Guild, using what he called the power of science. The kingdom was named Aristotle in honor of his inventions. The problem was that humans lived short lives. After his death, new rulers took power, policies changed, everything fell apart. And now the nation is mainly a mining trade partner. Elizabeth explodes, furious because they were told to maintain peace among the races, yet they ended up fighting among themselves. To be fair, Heimerdinger is honest. He says everyone tried to follow her ideals at first, but greed and ambition gradually corrupted them, including himself. The protagonist tells Elizabeth not to blame them. Without a master, a room full of children will always fall into chaos. She softens up and says that if he believes so, then she is willing to accept it. Chi-Chi then asks our guy for help. They need him to restore the ability to forge S-rank weapons. The red-nosed dwarf says he trusts the hero's talent, but without the rare ore, it's impossible. They are stuck. Heimerdinger agrees with his son Brian. He spent years locked in the forge, testing everything, but nothing surpasses A rank. At this point, he can't even craft anything below ace rank quality anymore. Li Ping says that if that celestial stone is really so important, then this is a serious problem. He's impressed that the dwarves have been using meteorites to forge weapons in the first place. Heimer explains that the stone was found many generations ago. Back then, the dwarves had no empire. They were just wandering blacksmiths guided solely by their natural talent. They found a cave. Inside was a glowing material filled with countless colors. What surprised them most was that they didn't even need to shape it directly. Just touching it with a hammer turned that hammer into a golden pickaxe. So the tribe began crafting every kind of tool and weapon they could. The material was perfect, and all the masters of that era came to rely on it. But over time, the stone slowly shrank. Then, when the queen ascended the throne and the war against the demons began, they had no choice but to forge weapon after weapon. He says, trembling, that the legacy built from the celestial stone is fading away. His son tells him not to blame himself. The real fault is his own because he never became as great a blacksmith as his father. Then, Li Ping steps in. He says he knows a few forging methods and asks to give it a try. He might not know much about swords or magic, but forging isn't entirely new to him, and since he has come all this way, he might as well share ideas and learn from the master. Heimer accepts. He says that if he remembers correctly, the spiritual weapon the queen once summoned was this very boy. But that weapon was a naturally perfect, one-of-a-kind being. So could a hero really forge something comparable? The protagonist says no. Nothing he makes will be like Alpha, who stands there proudly. Then Waka pulls out a whetstone. The protagonist says he brought it because he knew he would be visiting the demon realm. Since they have it, they might as well use it and help each other out. Heimerdinger mocks the idea of a whetstone, saying he has already tested more materials than they can imagine. Elizabeth immediately demands to know how he dares question the man chosen by the queen. Heimer backtracks right away, and Li Ping recalls the knives he used to make at home, blades sharp enough to cut things into paper-thin slices. Elizabeth orders the preparations to begin at once. He says he will do it. The molten material is brought out. The protagonist asks if that is what they use to forge, and Heimer explains that it is a refined mixture of compounds, liquids, and many materials perfected over centuries. Brian grabs one of the tools, spins it with some flair, and jokes that since he is the worst blacksmith there, he might as well embarrass himself first. Even though he is far below his father, he is still called a forging prodigy. He dips a cup into the molten mixture, tosses it into the air, takes a gulp of beer, and spits it out to temper the blade, turning the whole process into a flashy forging style. Then something appears above their heads. He actually forged it. Brian says he will leave the final step to his father. Heimer steps in and bites the blade to sharpen it. The protagonist applauds, saying this is the coolest forging method he has ever seen. Heimer inspects the blade and discovers it has a special trait. Its user becomes stronger when drunk. Li Ping is impressed. It seems Heimer can analyze weapons too. Brian asks how it turned out, but his father calls it garbage, just a worthless Ultra A rank weapon. Brian apologizes, saying he has embarrassed the dwarves again. Heimer pats him on the head and tells him it's fine. He is still young. Give him a few hundred more years and he will surpass him. Brian thanks him. Then Heimer says it's the hero's turn. Li Ping cracks his knuckles and says he will be the next one to embarrass himself. Deep down though, he is excited. Being able to create something in front of the Grandmaster Blacksmith is an honor in itself. Everyone watches closely. It is rare to see Li Ping doing something he genuinely excels at, and Qiqi had clearly planned this. She thanks him, thinking that although her bladeless style is powerful, not everyone can learn it, especially now that the Black Guild keeps growing. Alpha steps in, saying that all that talk of S rank, Ultra S, and Super S means nothing. If a weapon has no spirit, it's just a crutch for the user, not a true battle weapon. Huang Kai asks what Alpha thinks of him, and Alpha says he is a weird guy, hard to explain but smart. Then Huang Kai asks about those well-balanced kitchen knives, and Alpha calls them almost divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Li Ping begins pouring the molten mixture into a mold. Seeing this, Heimerdinger says the guy is just making a small knife. The protagonist pulls it out of the molten mixture, cools it in water, and says with a smile that now it just needs a little polishing. Brian observes and says that the techniques themselves aren't special. When it comes to variety of skills, the dwarves actually know more. But his father asks what makes Li Ping different. Brian says he understands now. Instead of chasing perfect results and exhausting himself, Li Ping was actually enjoying the work. Li Ping steps forward and tells them to listen carefully. They need to hear the voice of what they forge. He runs a finger along the dagger, and it suddenly glows golden. Then he says it's finished. Brian begins to tremble and tells his father to look, but his father replies that the light is so bright he can't even open his eyes. To them, it felt as if a divine being had descended and touched the dagger. Alpha says he already told Huang Kai that anything Li Ping forges is strong enough to attract the attention of gods from another world. His creations attract a sort of divine consciousness. Li Ping approaches Heimerdinger and asks him to analyze it. Trembling, the old man says, "Of course, Mr. Li Ping." Heimer zooms his lens in 10,000 times, but the blade remains perfectly smooth. It makes no sense. He even starts wondering if the lens is broken. So he stops checking the edge and instead checks its effect. The reading indicates that it is just a kitchen knife made by Li Ping, but its effect is instant death. That terrifying reality shocks Heimer. A wrong touch could kill someone. This was no longer an S-rank weapon. It was a divine artifact. Then he realizes it. The whetstone has to be the secret. He needs to test it. He takes it, certain that it is made of something beyond celestial gold, but the moment he touches it, it crumbles. He falls to his knees, realizing that there was actually nothing special about it. Li Ping looks and asks if he's okay and what just happened. Crying, Heimer says he has to know how this was possible, how the protagonist's understanding of forging could be so profound. The protagonist is completely lost. He asks if Heimer is mocking him, thinking the king is just being sarcastic, since he only uses basic methods that can't compare to dwarven craftsmanship. Then he admits he never thought so much about forging. If he had to explain it, he would say it all comes down to belief. He quickly realizes that the old man is reacting like this because Elizabeth doesn't want the boy to feel embarrassed. So Li Ping adds one more word, heart. Heimer still doesn't understand until the boy emits an aura, and suddenly Heimer says he gets it now. Elizabeth laughs, saying he didn't just give them the answer, he taught them how to reach it. That's how someone truly strong acts. A little later, they are already on the train. Heimer tells them the train will take them straight to the people of Aristotle. The trip will take 2 full days, so teleporting seems easier, but Li Ping says that misses the point. They want Aristotle to feel their goodwill. Qiqi hears that and thinks he really calls it goodwill. though if they reject peace, they will simply have to accept defeat. Elizabeth cares more about what they are going to eat. Brian warns them to pay attention as more bandits have been appearing lately, but none of them pay attention to him. Our guy tells her that he packed plenty of ingredients, so if she wants food, he will cook. Elizabeth happily says she will eat whatever he prepares. At the same time, Heimerdinger holds the instant death dagger and asks if Li Ping really intends to give away something so valuable. The protagonist takes it lightly and says it's no big deal. Heimer disagrees. This blade could take their kingdom to new heights. He drops to his knees and tells his son to kneel too. Both bow all the way to the ground, saying the gods truly blessed their nation by sending the protagonist to visit. Then, suddenly, someone shouts that it's time. It's Alpha and Huankai calling him. Our guy gives them a quick wave goodbye. It seemed like those two were going to join them, but apparently not. Elizabeth spreads her wings and they set off, leaving Chi-Chi and the blacksmiths behind. Thus, only our guy and his romance remain. Suddenly, Elizabeth turns all sweet and tender, which, to be honest, feels a bit unsettling. She looks at him and asks what he is thinking about. Then he suddenly says there is something on his mind. Out of nowhere, he pushes her down and asks what kind of fusion her magic could achieve with their technology. Obviously, he is talking about inventions, not children. But Elizabeth is already blushing furiously. Li Ping explains that in the kingdom of Aristotle, magic and technology are closely linked. She barely hears any of that and just says that if he really wants it, it's not impossible. He quickly clears it up. He meant Aristotle, not that. Only then does she realize she misinterpreted everything. But then he takes her hand and tells her that it's also about her. Without her, this trip wouldn't mean anything, and when it's all over, he wants to ask her for something for real. She asks what it is, but then a meteorite slams into the train, throwing them both as they try to figure out what just happened. Elizabeth looks and sees a group of burly guys riding floating bikes. Of all possible targets, these idiots pick the worst one in the world to rob. They launch another barrage of attacks, but Elizabeth raises a hand and makes them explode in the sky. Our guy tells her to take it easy and leave some alive so they can ask questions. If they capture the fools attacking a shipment of metals bound for Aristotle, it might also earn them some favor there. Elizabeth agrees, but warns that if these guys are linked to the Black Guild, that's another story. Just then, Alpha runs up to them and tells them to leave it to him. The protagonist asks if he's sure. Alpha smiles and tells them to relax. The sacred sword will handle it. The bandits notice the cargo has guards, but they think it doesn't matter. One of them warns the others not to drop their guard. A magic-powered cannon was just destroyed, so these people aren't weak. Their leader, Pisces, orders everyone to focus on wrecking the train gears and then retreat. His men respond immediately and charge at the trio. Immediately, the protagonist realizes they are trying to sabotage the train. Alpha begins to gather aura and tells him to leave everything to him. The attackers rush toward the wheels, but golden flashes suddenly fill the air. Alpha stands there with his eyes closed, declaring himself the golden sword, the divine blade that decides every battle. The bandits panic, wondering what this blonde kid even is and how they are supposed to fight him. Pisces instantly realizes that Alpha is a spirit weapon, but that shouldn't be possible. The dwarf nation shouldn't have enough celestial gold to make one. Alpha moves through the air as the enemies release yellow smoke. He wonders what it is, and then he starts to harden. A stone smoke bomb explodes. Above them, something crashes to the ground and spreads like a giant mass of hardened mud. The enemies laugh, boasting that their boss's invention is incredible. The protagonist shouts, asking Alpha if he's okay. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. Alpha might be an idiot, but he's still the sacred sword, so something like this shouldn't stop him. Then she changes the subject and asks him why he doesn't just tell her what he was about to say. Li Ping says that now is not the time. He wants to wait for their 1-month anniversary. Meanwhile, the battle continues inside the hardened mud, while Pisces tells everyone to scatter, but a second later, explosions burst in the sky. Alpha says it's already too late. Now he wants to see who still dares to look down on him. Still flying, Pisces admits the kid's magic is pretty good. Then he pulls a Gatling machine gun out of his arm, turns it to maximum power, and declares that science surpasses magic. Alpha blocks the attack and says it's useless. Li Ping ordered him to keep them alive. Then he notices small spheres attached to his sword arm, and not just there, they are spreading all over his body. Within seconds, he is completely covered. Pisces lunges into the attack, saying that everything in the world works through mutual reinforcement. If you understand the nature of something and use the right rule, even the weak can become strong, and Alpha, in the end, is nothing more than a metal spirit weapon, the perfect base for all kinds of materials. Pisces throws a massive reinforced punch, plunging Alpha into the ground and leaving him shattered. He curses under his breath. No train passed for 2 months, and now one full of monsters shows up. Still, none of that matters. They just need to destroy the supply source and leave. Then he sees the train, activates his arm again, and fires a pneumatic shot at maximum power. But in the next instant, his entire arm corrodes because there was a spatial magic field right where he fired. Elizabeth appears and says the game is over. He had better start talking about his link to the Black Guild. Before he can answer, she flicks a finger and his body twists in a horrific way. Li Ping steps in and tells her to calm down. They don't even know what kind of internal conflict this is yet. Elizabeth says it seems he has figured it out too. This is an internal problem of the kingdom. Then the huge body crumbles, revealing a small blonde girl inside. She breaks free, throws herself against the sphere, and screams at them to let her go, cursing those lapdogs from the royal capital. She says she's Isis, a prodigy inventor of the kingdom. The protagonist is stunned. That giant body was a humanoid puppet, and a girl had been controlling it from the inside. Elizabeth smiles and says he will handle the interrogation. The protagonist is excited, searching for answers. The bandits are terrified without her, their squad leader. Everyone is amazed, but Wang Kai solves it with one blow. He digs a hole, pulls Alpha out, takes a strange demagnetizer, presses it against the metal spheres, and just like that, Alpha is free. Still, Alpha actually lost, and that sacred sword can be really annoying. Back in the kingdom of Aristotle, thunder rumbles through the city. A group of robots is destroyed, their parts scattering everywhere. The villain's strange, sinister computer says they dared to steal the gears of darkness and now refuse to obey. A long-nosed man replies that the Black Brotherhood was foolish for handing over the gears in the first place and that now they will use them however they want. He is also interested in that light magic that enhances the body. He strikes the ground and more small robots appear. They raise their cannons and fire, but a lightning bolt pierces through them and makes them explode again. The monitor points out that even these high-voltage resistant materials are still not enough. When they explode, he laughs. He simply laughs, saying it's stupid to think anyone can stand up to the Black Brotherhood. The robots rebuild themselves. The monitor keeps laughing. No matter how many times they repair themselves, everything here will be erased soon. Then Steel Sentinel number 3 appears. The long-nosed man says this is what he has been working on from the beginning. The conversion rate is low and the energy limit is small, but he already has a solution. The monitor realizes he is talking about his own energy source, but mocks him anyway, saying he doesn't see how this could work and that it would be smarter to surrender to the Black Brotherhood. The robot throws the same devastating punch that Pisces used against Alpha, but the monitor dodges it and wonders why the master hasn't taken control yet if this kingdom is supposed to be weak. Then he brushes that aside and declares that today, number 34 will conquer this place and earn the master's praise once more. The robot keeps advancing, making it clear he would rather die than surrender. Missiles rain down on the monitor, but he dodges them with ease. He says the difference in power between them is huge, but the long-nosed man still doesn't back down. Then the monitor attacks, launching a gigantic beam of energy directly at him. The explosion drenches the robot in crackling energy, leaving him smoking and convulsing. Number 34 announces that the kingdom of Aristotle now belongs to the Black Brotherhood, but the man only laughs, saying this is perfect. Everything is going exactly as he planned. His body begins to tremble as his power rises to maximum. He stomps hard and then charges head-on at number 34, even thanking him for the energy before landing a solid punch right in his face. The monitor cracks as he goes flying. Still, he survives. Completely confused, he says that attack should have erased him. Even worse, for a second he felt it was impossible to dodge. Then the robot appears behind him again, curious about how he generates so much energy. He fires another full barrage and slams the monitor into the ground. This time, number 34 is finished for good. The giant robot lands and says the Black Guild isn't the only one that can play dirty. But then everything turns around. The ground begins to shake. A huge crater opens up and energy bursts everywhere. He stands there confused when suddenly a small robot approaches him and says the limiter holding it back is broken. Wait, did Li Ping do this? It can't be. And then it transforms into a powerful woman overflowing with energy, the demon of the sixth pillar. The burly man recognizes her as the legendary lightning fairy and gets excited, saying that now he's really interested and will go all out. He charges forward, saying his ambitions are as great as those of the Black Guild. The fairy raises her hand indifferently and uses an immortal lightning bolt. A massive bolt falls upon the city. That impact fries him on the spot. She says that big dreams mean nothing without the power to back them up, and that number 96 plans to wipe him out completely. Then, a grotesque demon crawls out of the man's head. Its body floats around him as he says her attack is interesting. It keeps electrocuting the target to death. He admits that's fitting for a monster of her rank, but reminds her that he stopped being a living creature a long time ago. She doesn't even look at him, only saying he talks too much and asking if he really plans to resist. Whether he resists or not, it seems he enjoys this. He says there is a saying in Aristotle, "Against science, magic rank isn't everything." She replies with one of her own. Before absolute power, rank has always been everything. He insists she cannot win and pins her down, saying that unless she electrocutes the entire continent, she will die here. But she releases a massive shockwave. Her hair stands on end. Lightning explodes around her, and her rank keeps climbing higher and higher. Then, a voice whispers in her ear, asking what she thinks of his form. Out of nowhere, Malfoy appears and grabs her from behind. Now we finally discover how she was born. 400 years ago, while the protagonist was repairing Wankai after the queen destroyed him, a spark from that repair flew off, rose into the sky, and fell into the demon realm, where it turned into this girl. So in the end, she originates from a single spark of Wankai, a rather unusual origin. Some bees tried to eat her, but they received a shock and fell dead, while she fell to the ground. Then she turned around and saw Malfoy approaching her. As soon as he picked her up, he also received a shock, but he used his demon power and swore he wouldn't give up. The lightning fairy thought he was referring to her, so she thanked him for not giving up on her. Of course, he was actually talking about Elizabeth. Soon she is placed in a capsule and he begins test number X6. He presses a red button and dozens of lightning bolts strike creature after creature. The whole area fills with electricity. The capsule begins to glow, and little by little, she opens her eyes. In the end, she became yet another creation linked to Li Ping. Malfoy says he will bring her back. She wonders if he means her. Either way, if he is willing to care so much, she decides she won't give up either. Then suddenly, her energy spreads throughout the realm. She realizes that she has finally evolved into a form that can generate energy on its own. She thanks Malfoy for saving them, but her electricity leaps and electrocutes him. She asks if he is okay, and he replies that he isn't. Just getting close was enough to paralyze him. She says she will stay away, but he pulls her in anyway, willing to endure the pain for her. He says that if he can't endure this, then he doesn't deserve her. The lightning fairy is stunned, wondering if he really needs her that much. Malfoy asks her if she believes in love at first sight. Even while being electrocuted, his demon power activates. It gathers microwaves and metal scraps and then forms a glowing sphere around both of them. When it finishes, she is turned into a monitor. He says this will stabilize her power and allow her to stay by his side forever. She accepts it, saying it's fine. With that, she is immobilized while he says the tests are about to begin. Her electricity begins to spread everywhere. Then a single strand of hair appears, and he slaps it away with a hand, shouting for it to stop. They had finally created an infinite energy source. So what was wrong? Number 26 wonders what happened, while he demands to know why it damaged the queen's hair. That should have been impossible according to the laws of the magical world. He understands. If the queen's immunity didn't stop it, this power works differently. Perhaps if used correctly, it could invade her body. He smiles and says he has found another way to bring her back. Up to this point, Malfoy almost seemed misunderstood. But then he embraces number 26 and tells her not to worry. He will always be with her. In his mind, however, he only thinks of the queen. After everything he has suffered, it is all for her. Back in the present, the demons watch and say that chaotic energy can indeed force its way even into the mind of the lightning fairy. Then Loudmouth says that's enough. They should take her right now. His companion says there is no reason to rush the delivery. Now that they have her energy, they can build whatever they want and no longer need her. They run off saying that the Black Guild is finished and that they will soon control the world. Meanwhile, the Sprout released from Elizabeth's seal attempts to take over Cheesy. Malfoy, however, thinks he never expected the weakest one to bring the greatest profit. The king of Aristotle strikes the ground and raises an alchemical crucible. He orders them to throw her inside, saying that she will finally do everything he commands. The girl obeys and is sealed inside the capsule. From the moment she was born from a spark, they have treated her as nothing more than a battery. Back on the train, Pisces asks if they really aren't hunters sent by the kingdom. Li Ping says, of course not. They also thought her group was with the Black Guild. Since this is all a big misunderstanding, they should talk on the way to the kingdom. Pisces explains that her plan was to cut off the supply to the kingdom of Aristotle, destroy the place, and free the people there. The protagonist stops hiding and says, I am the protagonist, the legendary hero. Beside me is Queen Elizabeth. We want the people of Aristotle to work with us. We can defeat the Black Guild together. But the others just stare at him. After being locked away for so long, they have never heard of that legendary hero or the Demon Queen. Pisces says the same. She doesn't know who they are, but warns that the chaos coming from the Black Sea is massive, and that they have no idea how strong the Black Guild has become. The protagonist asks Elizabeth if that Black Sea is what affected Cheesy. She says she doesn't know, although in her head she is only thinking about what he will tell her in a month. He asks Pisces for more details, and she says it all started when she was a child in the kingdom of Aristotle. But Elizabeth suddenly tells her to stop. Everyone is confused, including Li Ping. Elizabeth simply says it would take too long, and that she doesn't want to wait, so she uses an attack to steal memories, taking everything they know in an instant, and then calls Li Ping over to watch with her. Together, they see Pisces as a cheerful princess working on her inventions, while a little bunny hopped around as she spilled oil. The old man was stunned. She kept studying and, even as a child, solved things he couldn't understand. At first, he thought she was skipping key steps, but then he stopped. He realized she had found a new way to convert energy. She explained that this method could power all parts of the machine. She ran in excited, but suddenly stopped. The old man greeted her. Princess Pisces, I couldn't wait, so I already started the tests. Then he told her to look at what this so-called power of chaos could do. He said it came from the Black Sea and wasn't like normal mana. It was a brute force that could destroy life or rebuild it. The problem was that the subject had to want to live, and in a case like this, that was difficult. He had spent more than 60 years trying to solve that, and in the end, her idea gave him the answer. So yes, the evil had been there from the beginning. He connected the gear and said the purity had reached 60. He proposed to Pisces that, by working together, they would surpass human limits. Pisces, though shocked, accepted, and they continued their research. Honestly, she should have known something was wrong when he opened his chest and there was a demon inside. A month later, she said reaching 80 purity was difficult, but she achieved it. He thanked her and put in another gear. Suddenly, he panicked upon seeing the inverted flow of chaos. And what did she do? It was a trap. He exploded on the spot. She thought she had won and went to see her parents, but they were just sitting there, trembling. Then, the monster came out from behind the throne and praised her genius for having planned all that, but also mocked her. Humans were weak, ruled by fear, and her parents were no exception. Thinking they knew nothing was simply foolish. The protagonist says she is incredible for saving the soldiers and forming a rebel group, then asks why she never sought help from the elves or dwarves. At the same time, Elizabeth is annoyed because she still can't read the protagonist's memories. Pisces says she had no ties to the outside world, and that with a bounty on her head, trusting anyone was impossible. The now mechanical soldiers say they follow her because she rebuilt them and gave them a way to keep living. Pisces says this isn't about her. They have to stop the Minister of Science, or the entire kingdom will be handed over to the Black Sea. Since she couldn't defeat them directly, her plan was to cut off their supplies and force them to leave. Everyone falls silent. Then Alpha asks why it suddenly got so quiet, and Elizabeth asks what Li Ping is thinking. He says it's a matter of principle. Something that doesn't use mana shouldn't be built or controlled. Through Pisces' memories, he finally understood the system. He saw how they mixed science with magic by injecting amplifiers. Then he admits that the best he can do as an engineer is create companions like Huang Kai. Building giant machines like those in Aristotle and filling them with magic is beyond his reach. That realization really gets to him. Elizabeth says that if that's how he feels, she will handle it alone. With a single gesture, the gears inside the soldiers are immediately torn out. Pisces jumps up and demands to know what they are doing. She knows technology isn't noble, but without it, those bodies couldn't survive. Li Ping tells her to calm down and assures her that these people are not villains. She says she knows. But even so, their bodies were still carrying mana from the Black Sea. Some gears were manufactured in Aristotle, others by the Black Guild. Either way, once one is implanted in a body, it corrupts the soul. It makes you stronger and extends your life, but in the end, your mana is drained into the Black Sea. Corrupted souls, enhanced mana, body changes, even ascending to higher demon ranks, and even the necromancy of the elves. She realizes that the Black Guild is using science and human bodies to mass-produce these gears. After all that, every user ends up helping chaos descend upon the world. Their souls will be corrupted and devoured. She destroys the gears and says, yes, this is a matter of principle. And from the look of it, yes, she really killed them. Pisces cannot accept that and lunges at her, swinging her weapon and screaming that she will never forgive her. But with a single flick of Elizabeth's fingers, an abyssal dome covers the train. Immediately, Pisces feels that something is wrong. The others call out in confusion. One says that suddenly his body feels human again. Pisces says that's impossible and asks her to explain. When she touches his cheek, she realizes it is real flesh and bone, and her eyes fill with tears. She turns to Elizabeth and apologizes for what she said. Li Ping simply says that that's how the queen is. She always gets her way. Then Elizabeth casually pulls out tea and tells everyone to relax because it was nothing. The protagonist adds that if they are fine now, they can take the medicine he brought. The others say they are okay. It just feels like waking up from a long dream. Then Elizabeth notices that the protagonist puts a hand on Pisces' shoulder and promises her that she will have their help. They are going to expose the Minister of Science and stop everything he is doing. That makes Elizabeth wonder why Li Ping connects so easily with ordinary people. When she ruled the world, she always looked down on others. The distance felt too vast. To her, humans were like ants, too small to truly understand. After reaching sacred ascension, even resurrection meant little, and that distance only grew. Mortals seemed to her like tiny moving particles, and none of it mattered to her. Then someone approaches, and the queen looks toward him. It's the protagonist, glowing like a saint, saying that all life has equal value. That idea surprises her. It seems ridiculous to her. Seeing him with the others, she thinks that such feelings don't suit someone of his status. These people could never comprehend the kind of existence he lives in, so why care about their problems? Why sit there and listen to their simple questions? She still doesn't understand what he is looking for, but she sees that it isn't pity. Observing the way Li Ping looks at them, she begins to think that perhaps he is searching for a world she never reached. She obtained infinite power, conquered everything, and stood at the apex, but she never thought to look inward. Instead of standing above life, he immerses himself in its origin and studies it. Perhaps these tiny beings, these small particles around her, are the key to the world she never explored. She begins to realize that the protagonist has gone beyond raw power, and now she too can catch a glimpse of that path. Naturally, that triggers another breakthrough and elevates her to the second rank of saint. She is completely overwhelmed, thinking that he dimmed the light of a creator just to stay by her side, shaped the universe into a bouquet, and offered it to her as a romantic gesture. Yes, she isn't exactly stable, but she asks him if there's anything she can help with. The protagonist is stunned that Elizabeth is actually offering her help. She sits beside him and says she just wants to get to know him better. He suspects her tone is a bit sarcastic and thinks she is actually very upset that he offered to help the princess. Pisces thanks them both, still thinking that this is crazy. She doesn't really know what a legendary hero or a demon queen is, but their power is on another level. She asks how they are going to take down the whole plot. They say they will do everything they can while thinking that it would be smart to finish quickly before Elizabeth gets genuinely angry. Pisces explains that the previous plan was to cut off supplies, but now that these two are here, they can attack directly. First, they will disguise themselves as ore delivery workers and infiltrate the kingdom. That should be easy now that they have human bodies and can pass inspections at the gate. After entering, they will remain hidden in separate locations. At night, they will move through the city and avoid patrols. Then they will enter a hidden tunnel in the sewers beneath street number 3. She studied the entire filtration system and found the best direct route to the capital. After 5 kilometers, they will reach a sealed chamber, and upon breaching it, they will arrive at Aristotle's magic reactor. The problem is that there is no way to enter without triggering the alarms. Once that happens, they will have 10 minutes to set explosives and destroy the reactor. Whoever takes charge of the demolition must be prepared to die. That explosion will distract the Minister of Science, and then she will begin her true move, hacking the brain and the entire system, because the capital itself is basically a massive mechanical body. She knows exactly how to short-circuit it and cause a chain reaction that will collapse everything. Without the reactor, the Minister of Science cannot build the giant armor suits, and without them, his plan to end the world falls apart. But she warns them clearly that anyone who joins must accept death. This revolution requires sacrifice. Her companions say they only survived because of her, so helping her finish this is the reason they live. Elizabeth says that sharing what remains of one's life with others is perfectly logical. She has no problem with the plan. However, Li Ping hesitates. Pisces asks what the problem is, asking if she wasn't already risking her life and giving everything. But the protagonist says, "No, Miss Pisces, your plan is foolish. Drop it right now." She simply accepts it, and a tear slips out. I really thought she would argue longer. But then he pauses and says there is a better way to handle this. He tells her that he once thought the same way, and that belief was what led him on this hero's journey. He even made a promise with Elizabeth to unite everyone and save the world, but all he did was waste time while people died. Seeing these people willing to die for peace, Li Ping realizes that it is finally time to fulfill that old promise. Then he turns to Elizabeth and tells her to go protect the kingdom of Aristotle now. He can't wait a second longer. Elizabeth agrees, believing he can't wait for their 1-month plan. She says everything will end quickly, and thus they will begin their perfect world. In the kingdom, they manufacture a massive number of gears. The Minister of Science says that things are going even better than he expected. The gears keep piling up, and in just one day they have made over 5,000. That means human conversion will accelerate, and their research can move on to the next phase. Everything is moving even faster now that the fairy transformed and activated her infinite discharge. He smiles arrogantly, thinking that the so-called heroes, the Queen, and that damned Malfoy will finally pay for their arrogance. Then, suddenly, he begins to tremble. In the next instant, the Queen is standing right in front of him. He had completely forgotten that absurdly strong armored form. Then she stomps on him. It happens so fast that you can barely process it. And even in the next chapter, he is still there, trembling. The minister asks what is happening. He says he can feel her approaching and that they still cannot face her head on. Then he walks over to the mountain of gears and says he will take them to the Black Sea right now. The minister just watches him, confused. Wasn't he supposed to stay? The man simply tells him not to worry. He will return tomorrow if that idiot is still alive. The Minister of Science still doesn't understand, but the man disappears, taking every last gear with him. At that moment, the alarms begin to sound. A top-level intruder has appeared nearby. In the city, a man on a scooter wonders what is going on. None of the robots are moving. Then Elizabeth appears above with the group, asking if they really just teleported directly to the center of the kingdom. Li Ping asks for calm while Alpha mocks them. The creatures fire at her, but with a single finger, she turns them into manhole covers. The lead scientist demands to know how he lost all the Sentinels at the same time. Everyone else is just as confused, wondering why there are suddenly manhole covers all over the city. Then people start dropping dead, and the gears inside their bodies come flying out. Did Elizabeth really destroy everything that quickly? The scientist panics, asking how she could reduce all of them to dust so fast. And it really is fast. In less than 5 pages, she wipes out the entire city. Then the man declares there will be no mercy. He has to destroy this threat before all of Aristotle falls. He begins draining power from the lightning fairy, who is trembling in fear. The entire city and castle start moving, and a giant robot rises up. Pisces says he is crazy for activating that without an energy converter. It should be impossible, and she can't believe he cracked the formula. Then the true mecha war machine appears. Above them, the man continues extracting energy from the girl. As he watches Elizabeth, Pisces, and the others, he asks if those bastards are from the Holy Brotherhood. He can't believe all the gears vanished in a single second. The protagonist gets excited, saying the guy pulled out an awesome robot. Elizabeth says she let the mecha guy summon it because she knew he would want to see it, so now it can finally begin. But Alpha steps in and says they don't need to lift a finger, he will handle it alone. He wants to erase the shame from before. He charges at full speed, leaps forward, crashes into the robot, and goes completely limp, crashing in an explosion. I have never seen such a useless object. Only the things the protagonist makes are worth anything. If this were that small knife, the robot would already be dead. Then Elizabeth says that man felt strange to her, as if he were part of her family. The old man celebrates, saying that with the Fairy of Light, they now have absurd energy levels. His war mecha is as strong as a 4th stage demon. He raises his hand for another attack, declaring that this is the end for all of them, and the giant fist falls upon the group. Everyone is terrified, but Li Ping remains calm. Elizabeth casually raises her hand and destroys the monster's entire arm along with most of its body. All that remains is the old man and the energy core floating in the air. Elizabeth grabs him in that exact instant, already tearing off his head. She really ripped his head off in one pull. Then she asks Pisces if this is the man from the kingdom of science. Trembling, Pisces says yes, while the fat man murmurs that the wretched girl actually found powerful allies. No one can believe she defeated him so easily. Elizabeth just asks if Pisces has anything to ask him because she wants to finish this now. But Pisces says she has nothing to say to garbage like him. Just kill him. As he is torn to pieces, the man laughs and says, "This isn't over. Those who support him will arrive soon, and when they do, boom." With that, he explodes. The electric beauty falls, beginning to awaken while the protagonist thinks that everything becomes easy when Elizabeth steps in. Then the girl seems to see the image of the master and realizes that he is the legendary hero. Elizabeth says that problems do not exist before her greatness. The protagonist is confused, but thinks that if his girlfriend says it, it must be true. Meanwhile, the Fairy of Light asks why those two are here. A second ago, she was fighting against the kingdom of Aristotle, so how did she end up here? Her pride takes over, and she thinks that if she kills the legendary him right now... Poor girl. She arrives full of heat and sparks, charging at Li Ping. But Elizabeth says she finally understands why that feeling was familiar to her. The girl attacks, but right before the electricity touches her hair, something asks how she dares challenge him. In an instant, the girl vanishes. Li Ping asks what that was, and Elizabeth says it was nothing. She thinks everything that happened was her doing from start to finish. Since this is her way of showing affection, the only thing he can do is accept it. Pisces is also confused, but in the end, it's all over. At that moment, the queen stretches and says it's time to go home. Then she grabs the girl's arm and says he should praise her. Our guy quickly says yes, she is amazing, a perfect goddess. Pisces knows she should be happy. She survived and got her revenge, so why does she feel empty? Then she understands. Her hard struggle was resolved instantly. The king of Aristotle claimed that life has value because people awaken and reflect. But perhaps he never imagined being so far above mortals that humans seemed like grains of sand. To her, that was scarier than death. Still, Pisces forces herself back to reality. She has a country to rebuild and people who depend on her. In an instant, a crown and a scepter appear, and everyone begins calling out to her. The people raise their arms and shout the name of Queen Pisces. She just stands there, lost, while someone says the princess has truly grown up. Then her parents appear, approaching and telling her that today is the day of the grand coronation. Crying and confused, she says she doesn't understand. How are they here? Everything happened so fast. Was any of this real? Her father tells her to calm down. If she doesn't feel well, they will have a doctor check her. Meanwhile, in the sky, Li Ping waves goodbye and says he didn't expect Elizabeth to go so far. She says she is a perfectionist, and it seems she sent things back to a time when Pisces' parents were still alive. The protagonist realizes that the whole world is like a toy in her hands. He takes a deep breath and says he doesn't even know why he's a legendary hero anymore. Elizabeth starts to think she didn't leave him any problems to solve, and that now the world is too peaceful, too boring for him. So she tells him to relax because she can simply destroy everything. He immediately dismisses that idea and says, "No, let's just go home, my woman." And he explains to her that he understands now. He's done with the hero life, he has her, and all he wants is to go home and live peacefully. The crazy girl is left confused, wondering if he was trying to teach her what it truly means to be. Then she clings to him, snaps her fingers, and both vanish. Below, Pisces somehow knows her memories were altered, but she still remembers that Queen Elizabeth used magic to rewrite reality at Aristotle's castle. Now she decides to study magic instead of engineering, and one day catch up to her. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, a lightning bolt strikes, summoning the elemental squad. A small fire appears from the stove, water from the tap, maybe grease from the knife. And what is that dog doing on the floor? The electricity begins to rise, striking Tuao, and then the Fairy of Light appears. Out of nowhere, she has turned into an old woman. Fire Fairy and the Metal Fairy are all here. They think this might be their chance to fuse completely. The little yellow Metal Fairy says that if they work together, maybe this time they really can win. The Lightning Fairy agrees and tells them to begin the elemental fusion. The Water Fairy hesitates. Without the creator's artifacts to power them, she doesn't think they belong here or that they can do much. But the Metal Fairy explains that as beings from another world, entering this realm for a short time allows them to use their full power. The Electricity Fairy adds that they were called here by their admiration for the creator, and that will make them 10 times stronger. This is their chance to prove they are more than tools, especially the oldest one, the Earth element. The small creature on the floor glares at them furiously and lets out a roar. That seems to be the warning that Li Ping has returned, and everyone immediately scatters to their places. The protagonist arrives home with the strongest and juiciest woman by his side, his hand resting on her back. Then he flops onto the sofa and asks Wang Kai for 2 sodas. As soon as the refrigerator opens, the fairy says that this year there will be another internal competition. Wang Kai quickly shuts that idea down. He refuses to let that disaster happen again. The Lightning Fairy, still annoyed by her current form, says there is no reason to panic. Last time, she stopped him before things got too bad. Besides, she believes he is usually the biggest reason why everything goes wrong. Wang Kai knows she's right. This time, he lost control because the protagonist tampered with his chip and upgraded it too much. But he still tells her to stop bothering him. She keeps insisting, saying he should just let it happen this one time. They've already lost 3 house championships, so please, boss, let the elements fight. He takes the drinks and finally gives in. There can be an event, but only after the master leaves. And this time, they will decide who is truly the strongest. She thanks him and says that when she recovered her lost voltage, she also received some information. But he suddenly slams the door shut, interrupting her with a quick goodbye. On the couch, the protagonist and Elizabeth talk about what comes next, and she says everything turned out well thanks to him. He takes a sip of his soda and says he just wanted to help everyone, but that stubborn guy chose to solve it his own way. Elizabeth agrees. He really shouldn't have existed. Then she realizes why he acted that way. He put pressure on the enemies and showed kindness to allies, generating loyalty. Because of that, the kingdom he stabilized should last a long time, unlike hers, which crumbled so quickly. Once again, she learned something. The protagonist says the Sacred Sword, the Elven Tribe, Annie's Cathedral, the Dwarf Kingdom, and now Aristotle were all under control. The only uncertain part left is the Demon Realm. Even with the Black Guild gone, he still feels something isn't right. Elizabeth tells him not to worry. She already went there, wrecked the whole place, and found nothing strange. But Li Ping keeps insisting, asking if Amelia has woken up yet and if they should interrogate her. He glances toward the girl's house, and wow, the hero is losing to his own thoughts. Now that he is alone, his mind won't stop wandering. He never imagined he would be happy living in such a cozy house. Maybe it's normal, but they aren't even married, and she is huge. His own brain is beating him 10-0. Meanwhile, Elizabeth says Amelia is still stabilizing in that dimension, and that they must wait until her memories fully return. Now that he is alone, his mind won't stop wandering. He never imagined he would be happy living in such a cozy house. Maybe it's normal, but they aren't even married, and she is huge. His own brain is beating him 10-0. Meanwhile, Elizabeth says Amelia is still stabilizing in that dimension, and that they must wait until her memories fully return. Then she notices how tense he is and asks him why. Uncomfortably, he says it's nothing. She lets out a small laugh and teleports right beside him, asking what he is hiding. Is he planning to confess something to her in a month? Wow, what is this queen doing? Li Ping takes a heavy hit, as if a double fireball were launched straight at the poor guy. Then she adds a gust of wind next to his ear, teasing him for wanting to get closer. The hero practically throws himself away and jumps all contorted, saying, "It's time to make dinner, of course." Still all shaken up, he runs off to cook. The queen just thinks there is no need to rush. The more time it takes, the better the wine will be. When he finally surrenders his love to her, it will be intoxicating. Now she is completely confident in herself. He just needs a little more time. Then 3 days pass, and they are in the kitchen. After 10 days, they are relaxing in the sun. By day 18, they are using a chainsaw to cut down trees. Meanwhile, back in the Elven Kingdom, the boss is crushing everyone. The entire Brotherhood of the Sacred Sword is advancing against Octopotus, the Lava King. Luna Sorgos wants to know why the commander sent them there. It makes no sense to her. Then Anna Sorgos explains that her guildmaster suddenly resigned from her position, left to learn Tai Chi, and now sent them a message telling them to prepare hot springs. That only makes everything even more confusing. Blue Sword replies that the order came from that person, so all they have to do is obey. But the two of them still think it's strange. Why would the legendary Shishi follow someone like that? Especially after even the Black Eagle Brotherhood vanished before her. Suddenly, some cards fly by, and someone warns her to be careful with what she says. An elf steps in and says that if she insults that person one more time, she will teach her a lesson instead of Shishi. Anna accepts the challenge, mocking her for having a little power and acting tough. Luda adds that she isn't even part of a faction and still shows off a lot. Then Elizabeth pulls out a card. Things almost explode, but the sword gets between them and blocks the confrontation before it can start. Though that might not matter, there is a giant octopus behind them, and it seems everyone has forgotten they have neither a queen nor a hero here. Still, Anna tells Blue Sword to step aside. She wants to see how strong that girl really is. He refuses. He promised Shishi he would protect everyone, and then he tells Elizabeth that if she wants to blow off steam, she can fight him instead. She throws about 8 cards and accepts, but if she wins, everyone owes her an apology. The angriest of all is the boss, who looks back and forth. The sword says he has wanted a rematch since that tournament. Right at that moment, the boss attacks with everything he's got, but a dragon falls from the sky and crashes into him. The two start fighting, and the poor boss ends up being treated like an extra round. Now the girls who were talking so loud are surprised to see Elizabeth taking on Blue Sword like that. He's impressed. This guy really is worthy of being Cheesy's student, and she can tell he is still holding back. Soon the two clash again in the air, and she says it's time to stop holding back and finish this with a single blow. He agrees, and suddenly the power of the 7-star scythe explodes as it unleashes destruction, and the power of the wind cuts through the area. But then a card slices through it all, and when it returns, it's the boss telling them to stop. They aren't here to start a war, and Elizabeth needs to calm down because that is not the way she should act. Blue Sword is bewildered. A single move from the boss stopped them both. Elizabeth tells her father that they can't simply ignore this. They insulted that person, and for the pride of the Elven tribe, she couldn't just let that guy walk away like that. Then Anne appears in the sky and says that person once saved her during a crisis and even humbled himself. She believes he knows who deserves punishment and who doesn't. Elizabeth knows her, not as Anne, but as the Witch of the Heavens. Anne uses Raphael's puppet to calm everyone's aura. Luna still asks why they are looking for a hot spring. The boss clarifies that not even Cheesy knows everything. Everyone is just following orders. Anne says she understands, but still asks who that person is and why no one will say it. Luna feels like they are being treated like a joke. Blue Sword tells everyone to calm down. An order is an order, and they have 10 more days to find a perfect hot spring in this volcanic area. The problem is, they still haven't found a single drop of water. The boss explains that they probably aren't meant to find a real hot spring. This is a test to earn that person's favor, and Cheesy sent them here. As for who that person is, everyone has met him before, but that's all he can say. Anne thinks that's strange. A volcano like this would have springs. Why is it dry? Elizabeth says the tests aren't simple. The challenge is the difficulty itself. Anne's expression changes. Something evil is coming down from the sky. Boss wonders if the evil being has appeared, while the two standing nearby have already collapsed and can barely breathe. Elizabeth steps forward, and the older man says they will have to attack with everything they've got. Anne says whatever it is, it's almost here. Out of the clouds, a massive piece of a giant robot comes crashing into the ground. At first, it looks like leftover parts from the one they already killed, but it isn't. The moment Anne asks if that thing is even real, they see a robot standing in front of them. No, it's above them, towering over their heads. Anne says they've obviously been spotted. Then the Sword Saint says the best move is always to strike first, and he launches into the attack. Boss tells him to calm down, but it's already too late. He has already activated the Asura bird. His strike is blocked by a strange green dragon. He recognizes that move immediately. It's the dragon-slaying slash, a technique that only Sword Saints can use. From inside the robot, someone says it has been a long time since they left the land of the dwarves, and that this grand attack is the first thing waiting for them. Luna asks if he is okay as the swordsman staggers back. And who showed up? Come on, it's obvious. It's the king of the dwarves, Heimerdinger, wielding a dagger so massive it barely looks like one. Even more surprising, Cheesy is right beside him, saying that everyone here except for his disciple was chosen by the hero. Even the eccentric Pisces came because she wants to learn magic. Cheesy apologizing for the delay, and the boss says they are glad they finally arrived. Then Heimer explains that this same person helped save the dwarves from a great crisis. The two women finally realize it is true. He really is the legendary hero, and so is the other one. Pisces adds that her new mecha was inspired by his robot. However, Elifi says they really shouldn't be exposing poor Elizabeth and Li Ping like that. Heimer replies that he himself served Elizabeth, so there is no point in hiding it anymore. Then someone brings everyone back to the main topic. They came here to find a hot spring, one that supposedly filled this place 500 years ago. Boss says they have searched everywhere and still haven't found a single drop. Pisces doesn't understand why it's so difficult. Everyone expects a brilliant idea, but she just says, if everyone can use magic, why don't you just make a bunch of water and that's it? Luna and Anna laugh, saying they really thought she had an actual plan. They tell her it doesn't work that way. Maybe shadow magic could help, but not that kind. Then Annie reveals the real problem. 400 years ago, the continental elemental spirits disappeared, and no one knows where they went. Pisces is lost because she doesn't even know what an elemental spirit is. Annie explains that they are the blessings of the fairies. Without them, magic cannot exceed the intermediate level. Once they disappeared, magic had to evolve through engineering and combined spells. Now, the most powerful water spell is Ice Sphere, but it requires a place already filled with water, making it useless in a volcano like this. Embarrassed, Pisces apologizes. She says she really didn't know, feels bad about how little she understands, and promises to study until she can even reach the level of the Demon Queen. Heimerdinger offers a simple solution. Why doesn't Kiki just slice through the earth to reach a distant lake and let the water flow here? Kiki says he could do it, but he won't. The others assume he just doesn't want to make things easy. Chisi tells them to think carefully. If he altered the earth that way, it would ruin the whole ecosystem, and all of that just for a sauna. What would the hero and the Demon Queen think of something like that? Suddenly, everyone freezes. They feel shaken hearing that if those destined to fight evil become corrupted by greed, they are no better than their enemies. Their actions must always aim for good. If that balance is broken, they will be judged. Annie agrees with Chisi. Back then, she was saved because her heart was pure, not because she praised them or had talent. Good thing Chisi stopped that foolish idea. Heimerdinger nods. If they had done that, they really wouldn't be any different from the Black Guild. Pisces quickly suggests something else. They could dig a tunnel from the underground ocean and create the perfect hot spring around the volcano. Luna laughs and calls it another foolish plan, asking why Pisces doesn't do it herself if it's so easy. Pisces says fine, leave it to her then. She will use her new mecha to dig straight to the sea, promising it will be ready in 7 days at most. The boss loves the idea and says he will start preparing the plants. Heimer says he will make furniture so the place looks great too. Excited Pisces says this can actually work and immediately asks for help gathering more volcanic rocks. Annie says the bears can handle transport, and Chisi will obviously cut whatever they need. The boss is happy to see everyone working toward the same goal. Heimerdinger agrees, saying he hasn't seen this kind of unity in 500 years, so they all hold hands and vow to give it their all. Then the story jumps to 1,000 meters underground, and sure enough, Malfoy is there. He wonders why Heimerdinger, Chisi, Sorgus, and even those with the Din-Din bloodline showed up. This place should be hidden by the Master's mana. There is no way they could have tracked him. Still, he notices that Monitor 24, a lightning fairy, has vanished. Did she really betray them? He can't leave while absorbing this mana, but that's fine. Once he finishes, everyone above will be offered to the Master. The scene changes again near our guy's house. A beast launches an ice attack, but the other dragon barely dodges to the side. It turns and dives from above with a deadly bite. Before it lands, a meteor shower falls, filling the area with smoke. High in the sky, a phoenix takes a direct hit to the head from the Mammoth King. Then another move appears. It's that frog from the beginning. Using its long tongue, it grabs the elephant's trunk and pulls hard. The beast flips over and falls onto its back. Suddenly, it tells them to get up. The immortal isn't done yet. Right at that moment, someone starts clapping and says they aren't bad at all. The frog turns around and sees Wang Kai, who is applauding its battle law. The frog explains that without dangers, the beasts had grown lazy, but after his lesson, they are training hard again. Wang Kai replies that's fine, but now they must repay his protection. The frog calls him harsh, saying this isn't a price, but a sincere offering to the great creator. In this massive world of beast planes, they were lucky to be chosen. Becoming meat and food for the creator isn't death for them, it's a new form. They will be broken down, rebuilt, and pursue evolution through this world, because that is the only truth they believe in. Seriously, I don't understand what is happening. A fish is evolving into a dragon. The battle frog explains that in recent years they evolved from mage-type beasts into archdemons. Now it just wants to know if the master released any new ingredients this month. Crispy, juicy fried chicken, real, rich, firm rice, and a huge chunk of mammoth meat. Fatty, but not sickeningly sweet. So yeah, they are literally offering themselves to be eaten by Li Ping. That's crazy. Wang Kai points out that the boss did say it had been a while since he ate bullfrog. The fool starts shaking completely. Back at our guy's house, even the shadow makes it clear who is there. She tells him to be gentler, and yeah, you can already imagine what's happening. It's a foot massage. Li Ping says they should stop there, but she refuses. A little pain isn't going to scare her. Still, she is shaking completely, and he tells her he hasn't even really started yet. She asks for a second to prepare, then tells him he can continue. He tells her there is an old saying, pain means a blockage. If the path is clear, there is no pain. The massage hurts at first, but then she will feel better. Elizabeth says the pain causes her itchiness and tickles, and that makes her nervous. With the ambient aroma, she believes he is trying to melt her soul with pleasure, but she won't give up. Then Li Ping says he is about to start the real massage. The instant he touches her foot, her eyes light up like a demon's, and her mind is dragged into the bamboo realm. She starts rambling, saying that bamboo is hollow yet grows straight like an arrow, just like manna, which must flow filled but never obstructed. Too much, and it becomes motionless. Meanwhile, Li Ping is pressing the Tai Chong point. Then she arrives at the Lotus Realm, where it emerges from clean mud and pure water without ever taking too much. He presses the Zusan Li point, and she appears in the Cherry Blossom Realm, saying that even on a frozen mountain, one must dare to bloom without fearing the harsh winter or becoming something fleeting. Then he hits the Sanyin Jiao point, and she enters the Orchid Realm, saying she was still inside the orchid bud, ready to release a sudden fragrance. True strength doesn't need to shout, it simply knows itself. Then he presses her big toe, and a surge of intense pain washes over her. Yeah, that armor was definitely crumbling. What even is this? She transforms into the most imposing sage form I've ever seen. This man brought her to transcendence with a foot massage. After that, she falls onto the bed, completely exhausted. The protagonist throws a towel over his shoulder and tells her to rest while he prepares dinner. Elizabeth is just as confused. How did a foot massage make her evolve? But nearby, something begins to hatch from an egg. It has to be Amelia. And yes, it is. In the next chapter, she is at the table, and Li Ping says he is glad she has finally awakened. He prepared spicy bullfrog, perfect for her to regain her strength. When Elizabeth asks Amelia if she lost, Amelia remembers facing the old man, who told her she had finally been surpassed. She curses him, saying that was an insult to the master. Then that fake Elizabeth shoots out of the orb, attacks, and Amelia quickly leaps backward. That retreat was crazy. She didn't expect her to be so strong. She demands to know how the old man did it, and he says the answer is simple. Everything was born from love and countless endless experiments. He says he never stopped waiting, pouring all that love into this all this time. Amelia tells him to stop talking nonsense because now she is going to finish him off. Two servants run to stop her, but she transforms her claw and knocks them both down, slamming them against the floor. Number 26 quickly asks if she should break her seal and take care of this. Malfoy says no, that it's not possible because she was vital to the experiment. Instead, he orders number 26 to call the others and get everyone out of there. Amelia thinks he is overconfident. Hiding behind the master's magic doesn't mean he can catch her. Then, something attacks from below and grabs her arms. Since it was Elizabeth's magic, Amelia couldn't perceive it properly. Worse still, this absolute prison was a perfect copy, and she couldn't understand how the old man had created it. The fake Elizabeth drips over the old man's head while he tells Amelia that she knows this magic better than anyone, so she should know it isn't fake. Right at that moment, Elizabeth moves, and Amelia begins to suffocate. Due to her contract with Elizabeth, she had no way to fight against that power. Malfoy tells her to behave and cooperate. If she does, it won't hurt as much. Amelia responds by summoning the Golden Dragon and warning that even if she can't attack the Master, she can still lay waste to this entire land. She begins casting an apocalyptic spell while the nearby girl watches in awe, wondering if this is the true power of a demon lord. Malfoy orders everyone to flee, and Amelia unleashes the Dragon Lord's breath. The entire area begins to explode. Even from afar, you can tell the place was being erased. The thick-thighed girl is left trembling, horrified by that power. The entire kingdom had been destroyed, and Amelia fell to the ground, exhausted. She blames her own pride. She never thought this man would actually use the Master's magic. Then she realizes she is still standing on firm ground. Malfoy had used the forbidden transgression. He praises Amelia, saying that without Elizabeth's power, she would already be ashes. Then he presses her to show him more, wondering if all her magic has already been absorbed for the perfect master. Amelia can only think that this time she failed, and then she falls. Still, she manages one final defense, forming a barrier around herself. Malfoy doesn't care. He still plans to drain her magic. At the same time, the hero is asking for the bullfrog. The poor thing doesn't look so immortal now. It ended up in the pot. Elizabeth asks for fried rice, and Li Ping says he'll make it. The two chat like it's nothing while Amelia watches them in silence and starts feeling jealous of how close they are. Then suddenly, Elizabeth shoves a bullfrog leg into her mouth and says it's her reward. In an instant, Amelia finds herself in another realm, walking along a path of stars. She wonders why the Master sent her there, perhaps as punishment. Maybe that was how the Master wanted her to wander forever, thinking about what a failure she was, until one day she finally died. She takes a few more steps, then falls to her knees crying, saying she will never see the Master again. Not that she deserves to, but she still misses her. Then someone appears, saying he finally found her. When Amelia opens her eyes, a giant frog lands in front of her and says, "The King of Beasts, the Golden Dragon, is here." Apparently, this is her final trial to ascend to the rank of Demon Lord. Amelia is confused, and the frog says almost no one knows him because back then he was just a tadpole, while they were already great masters. But while she was away, he took her place and continued absorbing and ruling over the magical beasts. Now he has to defeat her to become the new King of Beasts. His chance has finally arrived. He just needs to win. He charges at her, shouting that today he will complete his evolution. A golden explosion erupts, but it's just the hero finishing the fried rice. He asks what happened to Amelia, and Elizabeth says she is enjoying the protein he gave her. He thinks that must be how dragons eat, slow and careful. Meanwhile, Amelia has the frog in her mouth, and in the illusion, she is already transforming into the golden dragon. The immortal frog admits that she truly deserves the title of King of Beasts. Amelia asks if he still wants to fight. Beaten and defeated, he says no. He accepts defeat, but promises this isn't over. Next time he will win and finish evolving. Then he collapses to the ground. Amelia thinks that if she can't accept a single defeat, then she doesn't deserve to serve the Master. Even after losing, she was still the Queen of Beasts. She lets out the roar of the Golden Dragon Queen and wakes up in the room doing the same out loud. The hero asks if they should bring water to this lunatic. Elizabeth says no, that she's simply not used to his food yet. She will love it soon. Li Ping is a bit confused, but says it would be good if she enjoyed her meal. He also thinks it's strange. Dragons should handle spicy food without any problems. Meanwhile, Amelia evolves 4 times and reaches the maximum level of Demon Lord. Elizabeth thinks that is exactly what she expects from her pet. She fell, but she got right back up. Amelia gets all affectionate and hugs her, while Elizabeth tells her to stop being so dramatic. The hero says the protein really works. Amelia is annoyed with him, but she has to accept it. The power of this being called him was beyond her comprehension. Now she believes that protein means tasting defeat to reach the top. That entire fight was both encouragement and a warning. She almost lost her place and won't let it happen again. She tells Li Ping to send her all the food he wants, and she will defeat it. He agrees, but tells her to leave some for Elizabeth. Outside, Alpha is busy rejecting the most useless guy in all of history. Dawn breaks, and the hero is under a warm blanket when something starts moving beneath it. Amelia appears between the two, returns to her original form, and pushes him aside, declaring that today she is the one warming the bed. Twisted and thrown to the side, the hero simply says, "All right," and goes to prepare breakfast. Elizabeth watches him leave and thinks, "So this is your game, little him." He plans to keep stalling until the end of the month before taking the next step, but she won't let that happen. Meanwhile, he starts cooking an egg and adds Raymond to it. Breakfast is egg with Raymond and PewDiePie. Pretty healthy by American standards, he says, right before calling them. Then he realizes it's no surprise Amelia is Elizabeth's mount. Outside, Wenkai asks where Alpha is since they have already eaten. The hero is washing the dishes, and Amelia is amazed that Elizabeth has actually been living here all this time. She can't understand why. To Amelia, Elizabeth had already surpassed everything in existence. Elizabeth says it's hard to explain. She uses the example of climbing a mountain, thinking you've finally reached the peak, only to realize you are still far from the highest point. That's how she feels. Amelia says that can't be true. She has already mastered all magic. Elizabeth explains that once you overcome Great Mountain, you find another behind it. Then she compares it to the drama they are watching. Even after watching it many times, she still doesn't fully understand it. Strange things keep popping up on the screen, and Amelia is trying to process dragon kings, celestial disasters, Eastern pilgrims, and dragons turning into horses. Then come the three purest immortals, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Bodhisattva. It's too much to digest. Amelia realizes Elizabeth was right. None of this makes sense to her. The information overwhelms her, and she faints. Elizabeth says she should take it easy. Then Li Ping appears and asks if Amelia fell asleep again. Elizabeth says that's perfect, and the hero invites her outside for fresh air. Now we are at the picnic. He throws a frisbee with Wenkai, but it hits him in the head and puts him in alert mode. The poor guy goes crazy, activates his black hole mechanic, and still the frisbee passes right through him and flies away. He tries to analyze it, but the composition is too complex, so he starts overloading, pulls out 500 weapons, and blows everything up. Now we are at the picnic. He throws a frisbee with Wenkai, but it hits him in the head and puts him in alert mode. The poor guy goes crazy, activates his black hole mechanic, and still the frisbee passes right through him and flies away. He tries to analyze it, but the composition is too complex, so he starts overloading, pulls out 500 weapons, and blows everything up. Li Ping cheers him on, thinking Wenkai is just having fun. Then he tells Elizabeth it will be her turn when he gets back. She refuses, saying she isn't in the mood for that. "Don't you have something deeper?" The hero asks what she means, and Elizabeth makes it clear. Ever since he mentioned a little surprise for the end of the month, he's been acting distant. What is he waiting for? Li Ping admits he might be old-fashioned. He had planned to propose to her at the hot springs and wanted everything after that to feel special. But Elizabeth says she can't wait any longer. She wants to take their relationship further unless he doesn't want to. Confused, the protagonist points out that they are outside, though inside he thinks that of course he wants to as well. He's just not ready for that, since it would be his first time in the open air. Elizabeth says it doesn't matter. There's no one around. He hesitates, but if she's insisting so much, he doesn't want to be the boring one. Just as he says he's going to take off his clothes, she stops him and says she wants to hear more about his past. Yeah, we all fell into the trap, including me. She says she wants to know everything about him. She knows that digging into the past of someone so powerful is almost a taboo, and this is where the big misunderstanding comes in. The hero says that people in a relationship should know each other completely. They've lived together for a long time, but never really talked about the past. So he asks Elizabeth if she really wants to hear it. She says yes, and he tells her that in his world he was just an ordinary guy. He grew up with his grandparents on a farm. Life was tough, but those were also his happiest days. Later, he went to South China Agricultural University. Every weekend, he would go back to help out in the village. After graduating, he moved to the big city to work. Over time, he visited less and less, and one by one, his grandparents passed away. Before he knew it, he was alone in the city, and his life became nothing more than waking up, going to work, coming home, and repeating it every day. He didn't care about games or many other things. The only thing he truly enjoyed was watching farming videos. Then, suddenly, he ended up in this world. When he arrived, he obtained the so-called legendary hero system, but he had no interest in it. All he wanted was a peaceful life. Elizabeth asks if that's all. He says, yeah, that's all. Simple, right? But she blurted out that his past was anything but simple. To her, Li Ping lived with a kind of pure heart that most people could only wish for. After reaching the rank of sage, she finally understands why the legendary system tried to pit them against each other, and why even that system lost to his simple and honest nature. The protagonist says now it's his turn. He also wants to hear her whole story. She pauses and asks, everything about what? He says everything, starting from childhood. How did she become the demon queen who rules the world? He admits he's a bit nervous, and she warns him that this is not a happy story. If he gets tired of listening, he just has to tell her. She starts in the land of heroes, before magic existed. Back then, the races lived together in peace. Then extremist groups appeared, spreading hatred and turning the races against one another. Soon the continent fragmented, countries divided, and war seemed endless. In that chaos, mixed-race people who were once seen as a bridge between races were hated and marginalized. To survive, they fled to the most inhospitable lands that nobody wanted. That place came to be known as the Demon Realm. But even there, they weren't truly united. With so few resources, crime, blood, and violence became normal. One day, someone snatched the bread right out of her hands and growled, "Hey, kid, move!" She shouted back at him, "No, give me back my bread!" The thief suddenly froze, his eyes wide open as pain hit him out of nowhere. By then, the girl had already arrived in this world and taken control, warning him to give the bread back. Perhaps it was because the blood of many races ran through my veins, but I awakened magic when I was only 5 years old. In the demon realm, the only thing that matters is strength. By age 9, I had already conquered all the districts, and people called me the Witch Elizabeth. At 13, I created the Crimson Moon Mercenaries. With every job, I slipped into forbidden lands and gathered ancient, lost magic. On my 16th birthday, I recovered the last piece and triggered the Second Awakening. After that, my power grew rapidly. I unified the demon realm and then began conquering the world. No one could stand against me. The elves surrendered. The beastmen surrendered. The dwarves surrendered. Then the time came to attack the capital. As soon as I arrived there, Malfoy, the nerd, was already completely captivated by her. The city had been laid to waste. She says the reports were correct. They had sacrificed countless lives just to survive. She decided she would wipe that kind of trash from the world herself. Then the twisted, disgusting king mocked her, saying Elizabeth wouldn't kill him just because she had reached the sovereign demon realm. He attacked, but the very next instant he was impaled and completely destroyed. Beautiful, right? But it was Malfoy who killed him, asking if she was the demon queen. He surrendered immediately, offering himself on behalf of all humanity. And that was how I conquered the world by force. With an iron fist, I crushed the hatred between races and remade the heroes' continent into what it should have been. Equal, peaceful, and prosperous. Even after making all of that a reality, I still wasn't happy. Maybe I had grown too strong to connect with anyone, or maybe I simply had nothing left to fight for. Then came the prophecy about the legendary hymn, and for the first time in a long time, she felt excited. She threw herself into endless training and even rewrote her magic. That was when she reached the realm of the Demon King, but just when she was finally ready, he never showed up. Until she went there, pulled that cursed sword from the ground, was teleported, and ended up face to face with him. She asks him if he has any idea how many years she waited for him. The protagonist awkwardly apologizes, but says maybe it turned out for the better that way. They never fought, and instead, they became friends. Elizabeth turns away and nods silently, though inside she is sure he only says that so as not to hurt her. Even so, she wishes they had met sooner. Then the protagonist comes closer, says he's sorry, and she doesn't know why. He tells her he never imagined her childhood had been so difficult. If he had been there, he would have cooked her the best meals, hand-sewn stuffed animals for her, and made sure she went to sleep smiling every night. That is the childhood she should have had. She gets a little emotional and says that even so, things turned out well in the end. He shakes his head. From now on, she won't have to carry anything alone, and he promises to protect her smile forever. They lean in closer, but honestly, the chances of this moment working out seem almost zero. Just before they kiss, Wen Kai bursts in with the shattered frisbee, thinking that stopping that cursed thing cost him rebuilding countless lines of code. Then, he detects a new alert. The aliens are retreating. Elizabeth calls him a stupid dog and gives him a hard kick. The protagonist stares, surprised by how far Wenkai flew, but Elizabeth says this isn't over and calls the guy back. And what is this? Let's just say a white glare has to cover the rest. She goes all in, and the channel's paycheck is in danger. Hearts start floating while Wenkai fumes in the distance, thinking, damn it, no matter how many upgrades I get, I still can't handle the trauma from that violent woman. Nearby, someone beside Alpha asks if that was Li Ping and Elizabeth's main general. It's the new hero, Sanma, and Alpha confirms it. The man says he looks like an idiot, not a threat, though he clearly has a system too. Yes, it's the protagonist's system. It found a new host and warns him not to underestimate him if he wants to complete the final mission. To get full access to the system, he has to kill the protagonist and Elizabeth. He says he understands and orders Alpha to keep watching and report telepathically if anything changes. Alpha, completely disoriented under hypnosis, simply says he understands. The man vanishes, and Wenkai notices Alpha nearby. Turns out he had gotten mixed up with some really strange guys. Wenkai has no time. Damaged, he requires immediate repair. In the Sea of Darkness, a demon claims the doors opened, but 5,000 gears weren't enough to illuminate them. He is a part of Azathoth's mind called the Whisperer. Another fragment, the one with 1,000 eyes, says it doesn't matter. He has already studied chaotic entropy, and once the process begins, integration is certain. More beings appear, also fragments of Azathoth. One, the devouring worm, warns that they can't let the locals discover them, or everything will be lost. The Unholy Jaw says the locals don't matter. Just one of them would be enough. And if he managed to break through, he would turn everyone into pulp. The Cranial Weaver tells him to stop being stupid and reminds him of the legendary hero they already met. And on top of that, that damn Malfoy is still out there trying to recover what he lost. The Observer tells everyone to relax. None of that matters. He has seen all futures, and in none of them do they fail. The power of total chaos can erase this entire dimension. The Jaw smiles, saying that just thinking about the end makes him hungry. The Weaver agrees. He could use some fresh corpses too. Along with the Observer, everyone is eager to get revenge on that damn Malfoy. And the strangest of all, the Mosquito tells Elizabeth to wait a little longer. Soon she will regret everything. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's house, he's packing a toothbrush, a hairbrush, nail clippers, and a towel. He also adds moisturizer, since the hot springs can dry out skin a lot. Elizabeth's stuff is almost ready, and she just needs to put in her little swimsuit. He also reminds himself to bring fresh ingredients before leaving, just hoping he didn't forget anything. Then he checks the drawer and pulls out the big one. What is that for? Wasn't the goal to create the strongest child of all? Fully prepared, he quickly stuffs it into his backpack, just as Elizabeth calls him. He asks her what she needs, and she wants help picking out a bikini. How about this super small one? The protagonist jumps, asking where she found it, while remembering that he designed it himself. A few days earlier, while thinking about the trip, he had made a bunch of swimsuits, some with very strange styles. Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth frowns and asks if it looks bad on her. Then, suddenly, she changes outfits and asks about another one, saying this version is more conservative. He tells her to calm down, but she gets even more upset, asking why he even hesitated. At the same time, she thinks that the closer she gets to Li Ping, the more she wants to understand what he likes. She followed the strongest lead she could find to those outfits, but based on his reaction, maybe she was completely wrong. She changes clothes again, and somehow things keep getting worse. This YouTube channel is barely surviving. Then, luckily, Amelia shyly calls out, asking why her clothes are so tight, and why humans even wear things like this. When those two went to the hot springs before, they didn't wear anything at all. Elizabeth agrees that nothing is better, then realizes she's getting distracted. Maybe the protagonist liked those outfits, but in the end, they are still just clothes. If she gets obsessed with that, she'll lose the true meaning. What the protagonist should like most is her, no matter what she's wearing. The hero saves this channel's monetization once again. Thank you, protagonist. And now they are finally outside with these wild girls wearing actual decent clothes. He says he can't wait to see the incredible things Heimer prepared for them. The queen says she's excited about that too, but what she's really looking forward to most is Li Ping's surprise. Amelia clings to him as always, saying she can't wait to bathe with the master. At that moment, Elizabeth uses her power to teleport them to the mountains. The protagonist's eyes light up when he sees the massive bathhouse. Elizabeth plays it down, and Pisces comes out to greet them. She explains that after her kingdom stabilized, she came to help the Sword Saint Lady, and together they built this place for them. The protagonist thanks her, but she says it's the least she could do since the kingdom of Aristotle could never repay its debt. Pisces blushes from being so close to Elizabeth, but Amelia immediately tells her to stop staring. The queen steps in and tells them to take the group inside, so they enter together. Then, someone from the house bids them good morning. Our guy turns around to look. It's Chisi with the Sword Saints, all dressed as butlers and working security today. The protagonist thanks them, and Anne frowns, asking where the queen and the great hero are. To her, these two just look like two nobodies. Luna says she heard they are just a princess and a servant from some remote land. Then Chisi steps forward and bows to greet him. Our guy thanks her, saying she really lives up to the title of Goddess of the Sword. The others still doubt it. Blue Sword wonders if this can really be the legendary hero. If he is, his presence is so well hidden that it's scary. Anne and Luna start trembling, unable to believe this is the man who taught Chisi Taiji swordplay. The protagonist greets everyone, reminding them that they probably saw him before at the tournament meeting. They say they remember him. Just that is enough to make them almost faint. Then the protagonist places a hand on Blue Sword's shoulder, while Blue Sword turns pale, asking Chisi if she learned from him, adding that his swordplay is excellent. Chisi, confused, asks if he really wants her to learn from Blue Sword. He says yes and reminds her that she once asked him how he learned the formless Taiji sword. His answer is simple. He simply watched Blue Sword grow and learned from that. That's when they understand. The protagonist learned from Blue Sword learned from Chisi, and Chisi learned from the protagonist. A perfect circle. Then our guy shares a lesson of his own. Among any group of 3 people, there is always someone you can learn from. He says being around both of them taught him a lot. Blue Sword tells the hero to stop praising him like that, as he hasn't earned it. Then he admits to Chisi that he still doesn't understand. She tells him to relax. There's no reason to be ashamed. Thinking about that phrase that there is always someone to learn from, she says he made everything clear. Her own lack of understanding prevented her from seeing the true path. The first lesson was never about sword moves. It was about following the flow of nature. Trying to force oneself to become nature was still something artificial. She needed to simply exist without separating herself from it. Even now, she remained bound to her past and to being the strongest human. The hero broke that illusion by saying that even he had learned from Blue Sword. Now she understands that even the weakest person can teach her something. That is why she told him to return to the Sword Saints Guild. The girl begins to float, her rank ascending to a 5-star demon lord. Blue Sword can only wonder if a single sentence from the great hymn really allowed her to achieve her breakthrough. He begins to piece things together. He had always been near them, the one behind the legendary guild of bosses, the one who saved Chisi, the heroes, the dwarves, and Aristotle, and now that same man claims he learned from him. Li Ping asks if he is alright after seeing him on the ground, apologizing. Blue Sword says the hero has just taught him something new, and right then, he begins to rise rank after rank. Elizabeth interrupts him and tells everyone to move. Still, she wonders if the protagonist pushed them to grow because he sensed the chaos in the sea of darkness preparing itself. Little by little, she realizes that this trip to the hot springs might be his way of keeping everyone close before something goes wrong. Chisi flies over and tells them not to worry. They can count on her. The protagonist simply thanks her and steps aside, deciding not to interrupt their training. He celebrates that they have finally arrived, and the door opens. Inside are Boss Gamer and his daughter. He and Elizabeth greet them, thanking them for all their hard work, and then he notices that the place is way too luxurious. This isn't a simple hot spring. There are flowers everywhere, statues, and all sorts of extras. He points one out to Elizabeth. It looks like her. The whole place is also much bigger on the inside than he expected. Even the water moves on its own, as if lifted by magic. He says it really wasn't necessary to go this far. Instantly, Heimer begins to tremble and says he tried to do everything possible to hide the flaws. He thought all the grandiose decoration could cover up the issues, but the hero immediately called it excessive. To them, that means their efforts failed, and they feel humiliated. So in the end, they fall to their knees. Li Ping just looks confused and asks what happened. Why are they kneeling? He thought it looked great. Since they worked so hard, he says they deserve a gift. The three of them think they are about to be punished by a god. Instead, he hands them a basket of fresh fruit, saying he picked it that morning and that it should help them recover. The man looks stunned. Li Ping says there isn't much, so they should share it with everyone. He still needs to save some to cook for Elizabeth, or else she'll get angry and ruin the trip. Then Heimerdinger apologizes and asks about the protagonist's forging. The protagonist says he doesn't have much to teach, but since the question is sincere, he should ask. The king asks what it is that he is lacking. No matter how much attention he pays to every single part, he still can't match the quality of his weapons. Standing next to Elizabeth, the protagonist thinks that the king is probably doing this to get on his good side because of Elizabeth. Still, since he is asking seriously, he gives him a real answer. To him, being careful doesn't mean chasing every little detail. It's more like a feeling. In other words, don't rely only on your eyes. Trust your heart. If the feeling is right, that is enough. Heimerdinger is stunned, saying that now he understands. He shouldn't rely only on sight. With just a few words from the hero, his 700 years at the forge suddenly feel like he's been running in circles, chasing perfect measurements, perfect angles, perfect timing. He obsessed again and again over every detail, but none of it came from the heart. Forging was never meant to be bound by external restrictions. Suddenly, he rips the lenses from his eyes, blood dripping down, while Li Ping shouts, asking what he just did. The pieces fall to the floor as Heimerdinger thanks the hero for his guidance. Finally, he says, I can see the truth. The protagonist congratulates him, but asks if his eyes can be healed. The blade says yes and offers to prepare a potion immediately. Heimer keeps his eyes closed and says he doesn't need it. Today, he sees clearer than ever. Now he can feel every flaw of this place with his heart. His power begins to surge. The protagonist still has no idea what is going on, wonders if those things on his face were some kind of limiter. He can't understand why the king of the dwarves would limit himself, but apparently he did. Heimerdinger cries and says that yes, that tool he was once proud of had become his greatest chain. It truly was a limiter. And now he has one final question for the hero. Just as he is about to ask, Elizabeth steps in and asks if they are done. She says they have talked enough. They are getting too greedy and won't be able to handle what he's about to do. The men immediately bow their heads and apologize, admitting the queen is right. Then Chisi says she will take them to their suite. Since it's far, they use transportation. She walks up to some plants and says the leaves are the perfect size. Then she pulls out a capsule and throws it onto them. Immediately, it turns into a leaf-shaped vehicle. She proudly says it's a new invention combining magical technology, body-stored capsules, and energy conversion. There's no time to analyze all of that. They are already riding the small plant. The protagonist says it feels a bit unstable, but it flies well and is pleasantly quiet. Chisi thanks them while thinking about Wang Kai. Ever since she saw Elizabeth and that dog, she has had non-stop new ideas. However, Amelia asks why Elizabeth is riding this when she could simply fly on her. Chisi calmly replies that vehicles can always be replaced. Amelia gets mad and asks if she's trying to take the Golden Dragon Queen's place. The two glare at each other until Elizabeth tells them to stop wasting time and move along. Chisi speeds up the little vehicle and they soar through the sky. Suddenly, Li Ping points out a golden toilet on one island, a water park on another, and even an entire area filled with plushies. Chisi explains that each island has a different type of hot spring and that they can visit any of them for free. If they need help, they just have to call her. Our guy thanks her. Soon they arrive at the door of what should be their room. She tells them that if they need anything, they can ring the bell inside and someone will come right away. With that, she waves goodbye. He turns around and says they have finally arrived. Elizabeth immediately asks about the surprise he's been hiding. Blushing, he says he will explain once they are inside and asks her to go in first. Holding hands, the doors open and they enter together. The room looks a lot like their home, and there's even a path of petals. Seeing that, Elizabeth says she doesn't need the surprise explained to her. The Empress already knows tonight will be a big step for them. Her imagination is already running wild, but Amelia steps in, saying the bed looks very comfortable. She happily says that sleeping there with the master will make the dragon very happy. Then, suddenly, a blue aura surrounds her. Elizabeth pulls out the Pokeball and locks the girl inside. The protagonist recognizes it as the item he made and left on the table, and wonders why Elizabeth has it. She plays it down, saying it's just a practical way to store Amelia. Then she throws it into her bag and grabs our guy, saying that now there is no escape. Finally, it's just the two of them. And in the next chapter, of course, she still can't escape. Out of nowhere, Anne comes out of the bathroom. She says she's very happy they came. Li Ping stares at her and asks what she is doing inside their room. She explains that she wanted to study the building's design and technology, so she signed up as the bath attendant. The protagonist tells her not to worry, that he will sort it out later. Then Anne notices that Elizabeth doesn't look happy and realizes the bed was already messy before anyone used it. She apologizes quickly, saying she tried to copy his sewing and make the pillows, sheets, and everything else, but she knows she isn't anywhere near his level. Li Ping tells her it's fine, her food is enough. It was just bad luck. That's when Elizabeth finally snaps. She asks how many more times they are going to keep repeating the same scene because she's already tired of it. Poor Anne just arrived and has no idea what Elizabeth is talking about. Elizabeth raises her hand and says, "You want a gift, right? You don't need the protagonist to teach you. I will give you one myself." Elizabeth places a hand on Anne's head and bestows upon her a gift from the abyss. Li Ping looks confused and warns Elizabeth to be careful. Then, suddenly, horns appear. They burst out, but Anne doesn't transform. Her genius lineage simply awakens. Li Ping asks if Anne is okay, amazed that Elizabeth awakened her so easily. Elizabeth tells him she has unlocked her lineage, and now Anne has to learn to use it. Anne tries to speak, but Elizabeth casts the spell on the lock and throws her far away, saying that's enough talking. Anne goes flying, and Elizabeth puts a hand on her hip, pleased that there is finally silence. Now she turns to him. Nervous, Li Ping tells her to calm down and give him some space, but he trips and falls onto the bed. Elizabeth says she is tired of being patient. She has waited far too long for this. She blasts a wave at his chest, knocking him onto the battlefield. He ends up there with blood on his cheek as she approaches to finish him off, promising that this time, no one will ruin things. Then she demands to see the big surprise he's been hiding. Li Ping wonders if somehow she already knows he plans to propose to her. Meanwhile, Elizabeth says she wants it all right now. She leans in to deal the final blow while he's still blushing, but before that, the ruthless woman strikes his stomach with the palm of her hand and then hurls two massive burning fireballs. Next comes a crushing grip, followed by a fierce bite. Finally, he tries to fight back, strikes her on the back and breaks free, saying, "It's not the right time yet." Furious, the queen asks, what could possibly be wrong? She is the demon queen. He says he wants it too, just not like this. Everything was going according to plan, but he wants her to remember this forever. First, he will propose to her, and then they can go further. Elizabeth misunderstands and says, fine, if he didn't like her taking control, then she'll let him attack her instead. He quickly says that's not it at all. He likes it when she takes the initiative, but he gently holds her hand and asks her to listen. He says it's like baking a cake. If you want it to turn out perfect, you can't skip steps. You mix things slowly, bake it the right way, and then put the cream on top. Every part matters. You have to pay attention and put your whole heart into it. That's how you make a perfect cake. Sure, some people say it all ends up in your stomach anyway, and he gets that. But for Li Ping, this is different. A single misstep can ruin something special. Maybe she thinks he's stubborn, but he wants her to understand how he feels. That was his pure and honest conviction. He can already picture himself putting a ring on her finger, getting married, lifting the veil, and kissing her, and then going even further. He asks her if she understands, and somehow he manages to reach her. Elizabeth admits he's right. She almost let desire take over. His cake analogy made the point clear. In her mind, she is a divine entity preparing to shine. He would shape this queen the right way, and for her, that process had already begun. She imagines him touching the strawberry and telling her not to rush, that he would only enjoy it when it was at its best. Just that thought almost takes her breath away, and she says she finally understands. Li Ping feels relieved that Elizabeth accepted it, thinking that for someone with such a fearsome title, she is actually very sweet. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is only thinking about reaching her perfect form so they can create a powerful child. With that, she throws her clothes into the air, and the two head to the pool. Just as Qixi explained, they turn the handle, a random number appears, and the exit takes them to that spot. This time, they reach the water park on the first try. Li Ping looks at the massive, endless slide and tells Elizabeth that maybe they should pick another place. He hesitates, but she refuses and blasts him with another fireball, sending him down the slide. To his surprise, he loves it and says it's amazing. Elizabeth can't understand how he enjoys something so simple or how he relaxes so easily with it. Then, suddenly, she has a revelation. Just as he ignored rank when dealing with the people of Aristotle, she also needs to step down from her saint rank and meet ordinary people where they are. She has to watch closely, take it in, and use it to break her habit of looking down on others. Once again, Li Ping is teaching her something. Today, the queen learns to set aside rank and enjoy this imperfect world. She shouts alongside him, and they both plunge into the water together. They swim around with floats. She splashes water on him, and the two genuinely have fun. The queen wonders if this is what he wanted her to learn, that simple, honest feeling of joy. Then the little elephant sprays water, and they stand together beneath it. Elizabeth takes it as an attack and scratches his back with her claws. Li Ping finally gets annoyed. Enough games. He grabs her and pulls her close. Things escalate quickly, leaving both of them panting until the protagonist, still catching his breath, tells her that he loves her. Deeply moved, the queen trembles and confesses her love. Suddenly, she asks what is pressing against her thigh. Did Arthur cheat on her? It's the engagement ring he was hiding there. Li Ping thinks this is the perfect moment. If not now, when? Nervous and stumbling over his words, he tries to ask her to stay with him while panicking inside. Elizabeth covers his mouth and stops him, saying he doesn't need to say another word. She already accepts. Whatever he wants, she is ready for it. He realizes she is misunderstanding again, and right at that moment, Qixi appears nearby, saying this is the elephant spring and that they have been under that water curtain for over 30 minutes. Qixi wonders if there is a hidden feature here, or if the simplicity of the place is precisely the reason they like it so much. Either way, she needs more study to improve the other springs. Embarrassed, Li Ping awkwardly greets Qixi and tells her not to pay attention to them while cursing the ruined mood inside. Then the queen steps forward and says she has had enough. She tells the protagonist she is sorry, but refuses to keep lowering herself so that inferior beings can interrupt her life. Accident or not, they should disappear. Her energy erupts and begins to tear everything apart. From below, Heimer comments that this aura is terrifying. Boss doesn't understand, so Heimer explains that 500 years ago, when the queen attacked a human city at full power, half of it vanished in an instant. In another place lower down, Blue says that the whole area is being swallowed as if sinking into the sea. Space itself is shrinking into nothingness. Others want to help, but they are warned to stay away. This is beyond their reach, and nobody knows why her aura is expanding so wildly. 1,000 meters underground, Malfoy rejoices, saying this is the aura he missed, an endless pressure, completely intoxicating. He never forgot the fury she showed when he brought her to his father's underground lab, and she found out that half the people in the city were just corpses driven by magic used for experiments. She burned her soul for that, and to him, it was beautiful. Elizabeth said that ending such miserable lives was an act of mercy. That was the day she destroyed half the city, and Malfoy swore to become her dog. She tortured him, crushed him, and whipped him with her tail. But that lunatic seemed to like it. To him, Love was craving a reward while being one step away from complete destruction, and he adored that line between life and death. Now he is almost dying, trembling as he says she is too far for him to reach, but still too overwhelming to endure. Suddenly, he strikes the throne and declares he can no longer take it. A fusion begins, and he rises from the throne, saying that once he eliminates the weak around her and becomes the dog under her foot once more, the world will be perfect. Then she will belong only to him again. Up above, Elizabeth says no one needs to fear. She will destroy everyone here and then rebuild them afterward. Li Ping keeps trying to calm her down, thinking he genuinely understands her. They keep getting interrupted, and finding a romantic moment here seems impossible. Then someone begs the queen for mercy. It's Boss. He says they were fools, takes all the blame, and asks Her Majesty to forgive them. He kneels on the cards and offers his life if she spares Elizabeth. The queen coldly asks if he wants to disappear too. With a wave of her hand, she says, "Fine, you can all disappear together." Boss tries to block it with the cards, but not even Li Ping's cards can withstand this. He apologizes to the protagonist, saying a father can do no more. The protagonist tells him it doesn't have to end like this, while thinking that for a moment he forgot who she really is, the Demon Queen. He looks for a way to calm her down before she completely loses control, but Elizabeth warns him not to stop her. This time, violence is the best answer. He leaps forward and hugs her tightly, telling her to calm down and breathe. Even if she destroys them and rebuilds them, those restored souls won't be the same. Just as she is irreplaceable to him, one of a kind, always. That seems to short-circuit the queen. She realizes he is right. She might be able to organize life down to the smallest detail, but a tiny change can alter an entire person. Li Ping doesn't treat her as a perfect creation. He remains by her side with all her flaws. Souls are unique, and if they could be mass-produced, what would be the point of her own existence? When it comes to understanding life, she knows she is far below him. She may have reached a high rank, but she still has no idea how to go beyond. She begins to wonder if this entire trip to the hot springs was planned to keep putting them in situations where something almost happens, only for someone to interrupt, and that just annoys her more. Especially when she still has so much to learn before she can fully awaken. He kept stirring her feelings just to crush them every time. That pressure forced all the darkness out of her. She remembers him telling her he wanted to stay by her side, just not like that. Now she thinks it was because she still hadn't reached a high enough rank. Once again, she misunderstood everything and embarrassed herself. All along, he was just being patient and using what he knew to help her grow. Then she surpasses herself again, ascending beyond the rank of saint and entering the rank of creator. She says she understands and releases Boss and the girls, then rebuilds the entire place and asks what just happened. At the same time, Heimerdinger begs the queen to calm down and still asks if something was wrong. Li Ping says it was nothing serious, just a misunderstanding. In his head, he feels relieved that Elizabeth is easy to soothe. When he is honest with her, she usually lets things slide. Elizabeth is so exhausted that she looks about to pass out. Kiki has no idea what happened, but she is sure he saved the world again. Boss bows and says he won't stand in their way anymore. He is leaving, but the protagonist stops him, asking if he is really leaving after all this. Everyone had assumed death was the punishment she meant, but now that they are still alive, there must be some other price to pay. With Elizabeth now calm, she asks what he means. With his eyes closed, Li Ping says he realized something important. Instantly, everyone drops to the floor and begs him to say it. He tells them to look at themselves. Kiki, still confused, checks herself as well. The protagonist says they are always waiting for him, the so-called hero, to clean up their messes, and honestly, the way they act can be pathetic. Then he asks if they still haven't realized that every time they speak, everyone is just waiting for a like on this video.